The story begins with a young employee, a recent graduate, who finds himself in a difficult situation. His mother is hospitalized and requires constant care, but his boss is unsympathetic. Despite knowing his team is facing a tight deadline, he steels himself and enters his boss's office to request leave. "Boss, there's an urgent matter at home, like a fire at my doorstep," he explains. "I know we're facing a deadline, but could I please take 2 days off? I swear I'll work double time when I return, not just make it up." His plan was to take 2 days off and then work like an ox to compensate, but life doesn't always go as planned. Instead of understanding, his boss gives him a cold shoulder, "Leave. We just launched a short film production division and are desperately short-staffed. Let's be clear, unless it's a wedding, funeral, or something equally serious, don't even dream of getting your leave approved." The boss then buries his face in his phone, watching hot girls live streaming and dancing, even sending a virtual rocket gift that makes the screen explode with effects. The girl on screen goes, "Thank you, big brother, may you prosper." Han Xinguang doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. It feels like the sky is falling. After some thought, he decides to be straightforward. "Boss, this time it's serious. My mother is hospitalized and I need to take care of her. Please understand," but his boss is not one to back down. "What about your father? Isn't he still alive and well? Can't he take care of it? Is there no one else in your family? Does it have to be you? It's just a minor illness. Wait until it's critical before asking for leave. It's not too late." The boss's voice becomes increasingly indifferent, while the live stream continues with "Thank you, big brother, for the rocket. Love you." Han Xinguang feels a mix of anger and frustration, like he's been cornered. But then the boss delivers the final blow. "If you want to climb the ladder, you have to make sacrifices. Look at me. I worked overtime for 7 days, straight after my father's death to get this position. Young people complain too much asking for leave for a sick mother, then for a relative's wedding. How can the company operate like this? In the media industry, time is gold. If we lose a video to a competitor because you're absent, will you take responsibility for the loss? Don't jeopardize the entire team's achievements for your personal reasons." Han Xinguang feels like his heart is being squeezed. It's a dilemma, his mother on one side, his job on the other. How can he choose? He tries to plead, "Don't worry, boss, I can work online from home. I'll be available whenever you need me." But the boss coldly replies, "Don't you understand? If you want to be so comfortable, just quit. Go to the finance department, get your salary, and stay with your parents as long as you want. Living off your parents forever is fine too. Let me remind you, you were only hired by this top media company because I was short-staffed at the time. It was an exception. Don't be ungrateful and try to find ways to shirk your responsibilities. Opportunities won't wait for you. The same goes for work. Think carefully." The words cut deep into Han Xinguang's heart. He takes a deep drag of his cigarette and decides to go all in. Just then, his phone rings. It's his father. "Hello, Han Xinguang, can you come back?" Hearing his father's voice, his heart aches. But before he can say much, a nurse from the hospital interrupts with a harsh tone. "Sir, when are you going to pay the hospital fees for Ms. Zhou? We've been very understanding, but it's getting difficult. Any further delay will be a problem." Han Xinguang's father forces a smile, his eyes crinkling, but his heart is heavy. Yes, I'll take care of it in a few days. Definitely," she continued, "but you said the same thing a few days ago. If you don't pay this time, we'll have to discharge the patient." Han Xinguang's father's lips twitch slightly. He tries to smile, but a storm is brewing inside. Yes, I'll try my best." Han Xinguang listens, his heart filled with pain and a bitter laugh at his father's forced politeness. But then his father asks, "What happened just now? Tell me again. I didn't hear clearly." "Dad, I'll be back in a few days. I'll take care of the hospital fees." Han Xinguang's father is silent for a moment, then sighs. "Okay, son, don't worry, I've borrowed money from friends. Your mother also has health insurance, so it should cover a significant portion." Han Xinguang tries to suppress his emotions but blurts out, "Dad, it's not enough. Let me handle it, don't worry." His father gently advises, "You just graduated, living in this city is expensive. Where will you get the money? Don't push yourself too hard. Don't take out any online loans. If you can't come back, it's okay, don't exhaust yourself." But Han Xinguang is not easily persuaded. He says firmly, "I'm fine, I have money." "Just wait, Dad." But as he says this, he glances at his bank account, and his heart feels like it's being hit by 1,000 tornadoes. A year and a half of work, a meager salary of 5,000, extreme frugality, shared accommodation, 10 yuan lunch boxes, occasional video editing gigs. He's managed to save 50,000, but with the current hospital bills, that money will probably only last a few days. He's never dared to do anything crazy in his 20 years of life. Well, if I have to quit, I have to quit. This heartless company isn't worth clinging to, Han Xinguang tells himself. He rushes to the HR department. "I'm here to submit my resignation letter." His mind is blank as he walks out of the company. Han Xinguang can't help but laugh at himself. Finally unemployed, great. In this tough economy, I dare to quit my job. He takes a few steps, wondering what his future holds, when a mysterious voice suddenly echoes from nowhere. The ultimate Wantless system has been activated. The host has made a bold decision to quit his job. Reward: 88,888 yuan. Han Xinguang is stunned. What's this? Who's playing a video so loud? Why is it echoing in my head? But the voice doesn't stop. It continues steadily, as if unaware of his confusion. "Host, please claim your reward. Live life freely, the more you relax, the richer you become." Han Xinguang doesn't know if he's dreaming or not. He stares at the system panel that appears before his eyes. Are you kidding me? But before he can comprehend what's happening, his phone pings. Your account ending in 5,910 has received a transfer of 88,888 yuan on June 20th, 2024. Current balance: 138,888.8 yuan. Han Xinguang stares at the screen, his heart pounding like a drum, his eyes wide open, his jaw dropped. What is this? What just happened to my life? I just quit my job. Is this a scam or a hack? At that moment, the mysterious system voice echoes again, this time clearer and more assertive. "Host, you have awakened the system. Now, go live your life to the fullest." And so, Han Xinguang's life turns a new page. From anxiety, he transitions to a carefree state with the unexpected windfall. He can now afford his mother's medical expenses and no longer has to endure his boss's oppression. Han Xinguang stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, by the 88,888 yuan that had magically appeared in his account. His eyes were glued to the phone screen, his mind in turmoil. What the? Did I just win the lottery, or did someone hack my bank account? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was a scam. His thoughts began to race. The ultimate Wantless system. What does ultimate Wantless even mean? Does it mean living life without breaks, full throttle? Is this system a reward for quitting my job? It sounds like that RPG I used to play. Or maybe I activated it when I signed my resignation letter. Probably. Now I just need to wait for the opportunity. Lost in his thoughts, like a goldfish with a short attention span, a vibrant voice startled him, almost making him drop his phone. "Hey, what are you so lost in thought about?" Han Xinguang looked up and saw Gao Wen, the all-powerful goddess and queen of flirting in the online world, with over 8 million followers. Her singing was as smooth as silk, and a single sway of her hips was enough to make fans swoon like autumn leaves. But now, she stood before him with a half-flirtatious, half-impatient expression, frustrated by a plan that was going nowhere. Han Xinguang sat there, his face flushed as if he had been sunburned, his eyes sparkling as he stared at Gao Wen's ample bosom. His nose started to bleed. "Yes, it's me," Gao Wen replied with a sly smile, her voice as sweet as honey. "What are you doing? You look like you've lost your soul." Han Xinguang was completely stunned. All rational thoughts in his head seemed to have been erased. Only one question lingered. What did she just say? He thought to himself, "Oh no, my mind has gone blank." Seeing Han Xinguang's dazed expression, Gao Wen became even more amused. She added playfully, "Oh my, Your eyes today are so complex. Could it be that you've finally fallen for my charms? Han Xingwang's heart pounded in his chest. Blood rushed through his body. Oh no, is she teasing me? I can't handle this kind of flirting. You still like to joke around as always, don't you? Gao Wen giggled, then suddenly changed her tone, switching to a cute and coquettish voice. Han Xingwang, please allocate more resources to me. Lately, the top big brothers seem to have neglected me. The money flowing into the system has also decreased significantly. I'm starting to feel less popular. Hearing this, Han Xingwang felt like he was being thrown into a blender. His mind spun, his tongue tied. He looked at Gao Wen, her cuteness irresistible. Oh no, she's being so coquettish. I'm done for. She probably doesn't realize how weak I am right now. Help. The Gao Wen standing before me is not just an ordinary online ID. She's the goddess of dance, the hottest girl in my former company. Online, Gao Wen is incredibly famous for her energetic dance moves and sweet voice. But in real life, she's completely different, friendly, adorable, and never arrogant. She has one fatal weakness. She loves to joke, and not just ordinary jokes, but jokes that leave the other person speechless. Han Xingwang spoke softly, his voice slightly colder than usual. I'm sorry, I've resigned. I won't be in charge of operations for the hot girls anymore. The company will arrange for someone else to take over. Gao Wen's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Resigned? Why so suddenly? Are you kidding me? Han Xingwang didn't say anything more, just silently lowered his head to pack his belongings, preparing to leave. His heart felt heavy, as if carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. I know Gao Wen isn't the type to take advantage of anyone, but it's probably because I'm the one who understands operations the best. I've resigned, so we'll go our separate ways. There's nothing more to say. He thought the story would end there, but Gao Wen wasn't letting go. Her eyes suddenly became a little sad, her voice slightly choked. Really resigned? I prefer working with you. I don't trust the others. You're the one who takes care of me the best. Hearing this, Han Xingwang's heart fluttered. The coldness he had maintained earlier vanished. I've completed the procedures. As she moved closer, Han Xingwang's heart pounded even faster. Oh no, why is she standing so close? If this continues, I'm doomed. Gao Wen also started to feel strange. Usually, I just need to act a little cute, and Han Xingwang will immediately smile and help me. But now, he's suddenly so cold. His resignation was also so unexpected. Could something have happened? Curiosity piqued. Gao Wen deliberately pushed further. Han Xingwang, are you really going to abandon me? How could you do this to me? Hearing this, Han Xingwang felt like his heart was drowning in a sea. Oh my God, why is she flirting so intensely? I have to stay composed. Suddenly, Han Xingwang snapped back to his senses amidst the daze. Wait a minute, don't be fooled. She's only nice to me because I'm useful, it's obvious. He took a deep breath and regained his composure. I want to give myself a long break, he replied curtly. Gao Wen's eyes widened like a kitten's, her voice sweet and playful. Oh, so where are you going? Or will we become competitors? Honestly, if I hand over my operations to someone else, it'll probably take them their entire youth to get used to it. Han Xingwang felt like he had just been dealt a critical blow. Sweat dripped down his face like rain in July, and his nosebleed was about to erupt like a broken dam. Unable to hold back any longer, he spurted blood, spraying it everywhere like a slow-motion scene in a cheesy action movie. Oh my God, but this is so exciting. I can't stay calm anymore. Gao Wen is truly the best. Come on, what's the big deal? Now that I have the ultimate Wantless system, I just need to relax a few times, and my account will grow like yeast and bread. My assets will reach billions, and beautiful women will be lining up for me. I can choose whoever I want, Han Xingwang thought as he glanced at Gao Wen. Well, she's still as beautiful as ever, but it seems like she's had a bit too much plastic surgery. Now that I have the system, I don't have to hold back anymore. After careful consideration, Han Xingwang casually said, Gao Wen, you should get your nose fixed. It looks a little crooked. Gao Wen was startled. She immediately touched her nose and checked it as if she were detecting a landmine. What, crooked? No way, I just got it done. It can't be. Ignoring her surroundings, Gao Wen quickly pulled out a small mirror and examined her nose from all angles, almost piercing the mirror. Oh no, it seems like it really is crooked. The live stream is about to start, and my nose is like this. I'm doomed. While Gao Wen was struggling with her nose, the system's voice rang out sweetly. Excellent. The host refused to be a simp for a beautiful woman. You dared to express your honest and bold opinion. Reward: 23,333 yuan. Han Xingwang's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. He immediately pulled out his phone to check, and indeed, the notification appeared. Your account ending in 5,910 has received 23,333 yuan on June 20, 2024. Current balance: 162,221.8 yuan. Han Xingwang grinned, his teeth shining like a toothpaste commercial. Wow, this system is truly the best. I'm being honest and getting rewarded with money. Living like this is paradise. With this system, everything is as easy as eating candy. I don't need to flatter anyone, I just need to be true to myself. He thought Gao Wen would explode and yell, but no. She remained calm as if nothing had happened, even smiling gently, her voice as sweet as milk tea with boba. Thank you for reminding me, I didn't even notice my nose. Han Xingwang, if you've decided to resign, I won't hold you back. Maybe we'll have a chance to cooperate again in the future. I wish you a successful career. Han Xingwang stood frozen like a banana tree, his eyes blinking rapidly as if he couldn't keep up with the situation. I just exposed her crooked nose, but why is she so calm? How can she not be angry? While he was still stunned like a chicken caught in a net, Gao Wen continued to smile brightly. Her attitude couldn't be more amicable. After all, you've helped me a lot today. I'll treat you to a farewell meal. If you need to find a job in the future, just let me know. I know many bosses in this industry. Han Xingwang, you'll find a job anywhere. Hearing these words, Han Xingwang couldn't help but feel confused. She knows I don't have any qualifications. She must be worried that I'll have trouble finding a new job, so she said that. But actually, she's quite nice, isn't she? Her words probably aren't just polite. Han Xingwang responded with a gentle smile. I should be the one treating you to a meal. How can I let you pay? Gao Wen immediately responded, her voice firm but full of concern. Your salary isn't high, and you still want to treat me. Save your money. Han Xingwang, while packing his belongings, turned around and replied, so I've resigned, and you're still calculating. You also said we might cooperate in the future. Consider this my thanks in advance. Gao Wen chuckled, her tone playful. Oh my, you're about to leave, and I just realized I don't know anything about you. Before go, Han Xingwang turned around and gave her a confident look. I'm done packing, I'll go first. See you after work. And so he walked away, feeling like he had just thrown all his worries to the sky, his heart as light as a feather, literally living life to the fullest. Han Xingwang walked out of the company gates with a completely different feeling, as if he had just won the lottery without buying a ticket. Normally, he was extremely frugal, even taking the bus if he could walk. And if he did take the bus, taxis were only a dream unless he worked until 11 p.m. and there was no other transportation. For him, ride-sharing was already considered luxurious, but today was different. Han Xingwang felt like he was living in a different world, a world where money was not an issue. He thought to himself, today, I'm not going to save money. I'll book the most expensive, most luxurious car to see what it's like. He opened a ride-hailing app and immediately booked a luxury car. In less than 3 minutes, a shiny car with a prestigious license plate pulled up in front of him. The driver greeted him politely. Luxury ride has arrived. Please get in. Han Xingwang stood there, his heart blooming with a confident smile, as if he had just won all of life's games. Looking at the car, listening to the smooth engine, he felt his heart beat in sync. This was the level he had been longing for, a luxury car, a smooth engine, and a sophisticated driver. He recalled the days when he used to sit on the ground waiting for the bus, and then looked at his present self, a private driver, a fancy car, sitting comfortably. This was truly living life to the fullest, spending freely, the system rewarding him with money. This was the ideal lifestyle. The feeling was truly exhilarating beyond imagination. The driver opened the door and bowed slightly, inviting him into the car. As he sat down on the soft leather seat, before he could fully appreciate the comfort, the familiar ping sound rang in his head. The host is generous and doesn't spare money, living life to the fullest. Reward, 50,000 yuan. The driver looked through the rearview mirror and smiled cheerfully. The destination is the intersection of Baoxing Street, correct? Han Xingwang, enjoying the ride, replied confidently, yes. Stop by the door of Laoxiong Jianbing. Okay, the driver replied and stepped on the gas. The car glided smoothly like an arrow shot from a bow. Han Xingwang sat back and enjoyed the feeling of floating on clouds, every second a blissful experience. In just a short while, the car stopped in front of Laoxiong Jianbing. Han Xingwang stepped out, feeling more dignified than usual. The shop owner, seeing Han Xingwang's familiar figure, smiled and asked, "Young man, you're here again." "Same as usual, right? Jianbing without eggs, without sausages, correct?" If it were before, Han Xingwang would have nodded immediately and ordered a basic 8 yuan Jianbing to save as much as possible. But today was not an ordinary day. Today was the day Han Xingwang decided to go all out. He raised his hand in a V sign, a smile on his lips, and confidently replied, "No, today is different. I want to add 2 eggs, 2 all-meat sausages, no mixed flour ones." The shop owner was stunned, as if witnessing a miracle. The customers around him also gasped. A young man who always saved every penny dared to splurge like this. It was truly unbelievable. Han Xingwang stood there, a feeling of satisfaction welling up in his heart. He suddenly remembered the past months. In the past, my salary was only 5,000 yuan. Rent was 800, and the rest was for daily expenses. I didn't dare to spend more than 20 yuan a day. A basic jianbing cost 8 yuan, and I never dared to add eggs, let alone sausages. But today is different. Today, I'm going all out. I'm spending 15 yuan on a meal. He thought to himself, his chest swelling with pride. I've leveled up. Today, I'm going to eat a 15 yuan meal. Be jealous. I bet no one here can eat 2 eggs and 2 all-meat sausages like me. The customers around him looked at Han Xingwang with a mixture of admiration and curiosity. One person couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing. 2 eggs and all-meat sausages, that's crazy." Another person chuckled. "Mixed flour sausages are the best, but when will I be able to be as cool as him?" Amidst the lively atmosphere in Laoxiong Jianbing caused by Han Xingwang's splurging, the system's voice rang in his head. The host, who lived a life of poverty, has made a leap forward with 2 eggs and all-meat sausages. Reward, 20,000 yuan. Han Xingwang couldn't help but smile brightly. I can't believe it. Just for ordering extra eggs and sausages, I'm being rewarded with an additional 20,000 yuan. This is definitely the best afternoon of my life. Han Xingwang walked and savored each bite of the jianbing with its bright yellow eggs and fragrant sausages. Each bite brought a feeling of euphoria and joy that was hard to describe. Next time, I should order 5 eggs. Han Xingwang reminisced about his school days, when his wallet was always empty. Finding ways to relax and entertain himself was difficult due to lack of money. He thought things would be better once he started working, but reality was harsher than he imagined. Not only did he not have money, but he also had no time. He sighed deeply. It's true that a poor life is poor from the start, poor to the very end, but now I have the ultimate wantless system, and I have more money than I can spend. Let's go. Having money also boosts my confidence. Even when throwing trash, I don't need to look at the bin. He tossed the trash with a flick of his wrist, and it landed perfectly in the bin. As he walked, a massive shopping mall suddenly appeared before him. It seemed to beckon him in. Han Xingwang slapped his forehead. Oh yeah, it's been a while since I've relaxed. What should I do now? Oh, that's right. Now that I have money, I should go shopping. A cool plan immediately formed in his mind. He had to buy clothes for his dinner with Gaowen at a high-end restaurant tonight. He needed to dress to impress. He looked at his current outfit and grimaced. Oh my god, this outfit definitely won't get me through the doors of those fancy restaurants. I need to buy new clothes. Han Xingwang entered the mall with boundless excitement. But after just a few steps, he froze, overwhelmed by the excessive glitz of the shops. The scent of citrus perfume filled the air, making him feel like he was in a different world, far removed from the countryside in his heart. Looking at the signs with their elaborate English names, he scratched his head. What are the names of these shops? Why can't I see Adidas or Vans anywhere? Maybe I'm still too unrefined. But in just a second, Han Xingwang switched to his confident mode. I'm a rich man now, who needs Adidas? Today, I'm going to buy luxury clothes to experience what it's like to be rich. With burning determination, Han Xingwang began to stroll from one shop to another, his eyes shining like headlights. He was determined to find an outfit as cool as ice for his dinner tonight. After wandering around the mall for a while, Han Xingwang decided to stop in front of the biggest shop he could see, his face full of confidence, as if a tycoon had just entered his own shopping empire. But as soon as he entered, he felt the gazes of the shop assistants on him, as if they were looking at an alien visitor. The assistants exchanged glances like they were playing volleyball, passing the responsibility to each other. Hey, there's a customer. Go serve him. I'm busy doing something very important. No, you go. I have to rearrange the display. It'll be a mess if it falls. Finally, an assistant reluctantly approached him, but her face looked like she was holding a magnifying glass to inspect a defective product. From head to toe, she scrutinized Han Xingwang as if she had never seen anything like him before, then shook her head slightly as if she had just examined a damaged display item. Oh my God, with that hair, how can he even enter this fancy place? His clothes are old-fashioned, severely lacking in style. And he's holding a phone that looks like a second-hand model, not even worth 500 yuan. His shoes look like they were bought from a night market years ago. Serving this customer is a waste of precious time. And so, no one bothered to serve Han Xingwang. The entire shop suddenly became extremely busy, so busy that no one even glanced at him. Han Xingwang stood there, a storm brewing inside him. Hello, no one's even going to acknowledge me. Apart from my slightly shabby appearance, I'm not that bad, am I? But after thinking for a while, Han Xingwang took a deep breath and regained his tycoon demeanor. In a cold, icy voice, he said firmly, actually, I was just planning to quickly buy an outfit for around 150,000 yuan here for convenience. But with the way your staff is acting, I'll just go to Hermes next door and shop comfortably. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked away, leaving the staff stunned. The entire shop froze, their eyes wide with disbelief at what had just happened. They had just missed out on a big spender because they judged his appearance. Immediately, Han Xingwang was treated like royalty. The staff rushed towards him, their eyes shining like they had seen a celebrity in person, their smiles sweeter than a fully loaded milk tea. Welcome, sir. Would you like to see clothes or bags? You can sit down and relax with some tea while I select some items for you to browse. Sinking into the soft armchair, Han Xingwang took a sip of the fragrant tea and thought to himself, it's true that when you have money, everything changes. Even demons would work for you. After splurging on a bunch of designer clothes, Han Xingwang was escorted to the door with bright smiles. Thank you, sir. See you again. Have a wonderful day. Han Xingwang walked out of the shop with confidence, feeling like he had just stepped off a fashion runway. The service here is amazing. I don't even have to carry my own bags. The staff takes care of everything for me. While he was still enjoying the feeling of being a boss, the assistant gently spoke, her voice as soft as the autumn breeze. If you're free, sir, we'd like to invite you to our jewelry exhibition at the end of the month. Han Xingwang nodded coolly. Oh, thank you, I'll consider it. The assistant continued in a gentle voice, we can deliver the items you've chosen to your address, sir. Han Xingwang smirked slightly. No need. I prefer to do these things myself. As he walked away, Han Xingwang could faintly hear the assistant's sweet farewell. Goodbye, sir. Have a safe trip. Stepping out of the shop with his expensive purchases, Han Xingwang suddenly felt like a newly rich tycoon, as if every step he took was illuminated by a halo. But as he was arrogantly enjoying the feeling of being rich, two young girls walked by chatting. The Hermes store at the plaza is amazing. It has all the designer brands. If you want to be fancy, Just go there and splurge, the other girls sighed in frustration. Oh my god, it's so expensive, who can afford it? Only the rich ladies can shop there, we can probably only afford to buy cheaper, pre-owned bags. Hearing that, Han Xingwang subconsciously looked down at the luxury item he had just bought. Well, it's true that it's expensive. But before he could think further, the familiar system chimed in, this time its voice as excited as if it were hosting a party. The host has just spent the equivalent of 3 years' salary. Achievement unlocked. Spending money without thinking. Although it's a bit of a show-off, the system is still very impressed. Reward, 660,000 yuan for the host. The host is truly amazing, Han Xingwang chuckled smugly. Oh yeah, it's true that spending big brings big profits. I just need to spend a little more, and I'll definitely become a millionaire. I have to try to spend more. In the evening, Han Xingwang excitedly walked towards Lingwei, a Western European restaurant where he had decided to treat the idol Gao Wen. His heart was filled with excitement. But he maintained a calm exterior, as if he were a regular at such high-class establishments. As soon as he reached the entrance, a beautiful waitress greeted him with a bright smile. Mr. Hang, I'll lead you to the VIP room you've reserved. Han Xingwang nodded slightly but gently asked, I seem to be a bit early, don't I? The waitress maintained her bright smile while politely gesturing the way. It's all right, sir. Your VIP room has a private partition. You can rest for a bit and enjoy some pastries while waiting for your friend. As he followed the waitress, Han Xingwang stole glances at her, his eyes filled with admiration. He thought to himself, indeed, fine clothes make the man. Just by coming here, I'm being treated like royalty. Have I ever dreamed of such high-class service before? The waitress continued to lead him to the VIP room. As the door opened, a luxurious and elegant room appeared. Everything was perfectly prepared. The waitress pointed to a small, separate area and introduced, that's the partition. Pastries and tea have been prepared on the table. You can help yourself at any time. If you need anything, just press the bell, and we'll be right there. Enjoy your meal, sir. Han Xingwang nodded slightly, but his heart was filled with excitement. Oh my god, this is truly a high-class restaurant. I'm being served like a king. How can I not love this? After the waitress left, sitting in the VIP room, Han Xingwang couldn't help but feel like he had fallen into a luxurious dream that he had only dared to watch on screen before. The surroundings were as dazzling as a scene from a movie. The warm, golden lighting was like a 5-star hotel. Fancy pastries were artfully arranged, the tea was fragrant and delicious. But the best part was the view from the window. The glittering lights of Shanghai from the 40th floor of the restaurant made him exclaim in his mind, oh my god, this is truly the feeling of being rich. A view I've never seen before. Just by having money, you can enjoy the best service. Just by having money, you can stand at a height that others can't reach. The dreams that have always lingered in my mind can finally be realized. There are pastries and fragrant tea on the table, things that only exist in movies about the rich that I used to watch on TV. Now I'm sitting here, sipping tea, looking down at Shanghai. It's like a dream. While nibbling on a pastry, Han Xingwang immediately took out his phone, not to check Facebook or Instagram, but to do something more important, transfer money to his parents. He thought excitedly, first, I'll transfer a small amount to my parents so they don't get scared. Transfer 100,000 yuan. Success, I'll just say it's from overtime work. My parents probably won't be too surprised or suspicious, right? After completing his filial duty, Han Xingwang also sent the restaurant's location and name to Gao Wen, but he hadn't received a reply to his messages. He guessed she was probably busy live streaming and entertaining her fans. While Han Xingwang was enjoying the VIP room like a newly rich tycoon, on the other side of the battlefield, the idol Gao Wen was rocking the livestream. Her fiery dance moves glued thousands of fans to their screens, comments exploding like fireworks on New Year's Eve. If you think Gao Wen's dance is beautiful, send a super rocket. The more super rockets, the more Gao Wen will burn the stage. Fans started calling out the name of the top one Big Brother, a name that sounded majestic and powerful. Every time this Big Brother appeared, super rockets would fly continuously like a meteor shower. making the livestream atmosphere explode. And just like the usual script, comments flooded in, summoning the god of super rockets. Top 1 Big Brother, send super rockets to make Gao Wen fly tonight. It's time to show your class, but something was different today. Usually, when the Big Brother appeared, super rockets would explode non-stop. But this time, he only sent one firework and disappeared faster than the wind. Fans were stunned. What's going on? Only one firework. Usually, it's a whole fireworks show. Is the Big Brother okay? Why is he so low-key today? Gao Wen tried to maintain her smile like a professional idol, thanking the top 1 Big Brother while dancing tirelessly. Thank you, Big Brother, for the wonderful super rocket, but the fans wouldn't let him go. They pleaded, send a few more, Big Brother. You usually send fireworks to make Gao Wen dance her pants off, but today there's only one. Are you feeling down? Finally, after a performance that felt like an eternity, Gao Wen, panting, decided to end the exhausting livestream. That's all for today's livestream, my dear babies. See you tomorrow. She kept smiling until the very last second, despite the sweat dripping down her face. The livestream ended somewhat abruptly. Fans were both happy and sad because the Big Brother didn't go all out like usual. At this moment, Gao Wen walked into the restroom, her face tired but still maintaining her idle demeanor. She threw herself onto a chair, put her feet up on the table, and breathed a sigh of relief after the intense dance performance. Just then, her two close friends, Shinua and Chinking, poked their heads in with curious expressions. Gao Wen, what are we eating tonight? Are we having dinner together? Gao Wen, though exhausted, still managed to give a faint smile. I have an appointment tonight. See you later, my dears. Chinking didn't miss the opportunity to brag. Another date with a rich guy. XINNUO also chimed in, asking eagerly, what's so special? Tell us, who's the rich guy? Gao Wen glared at them, her tone annoyed. Stop it, you guys are talking nonsense. It's just Han Xingwang inviting me to dinner. He quit his job and is treating me to thank me for helping him with his live streams before. It's nothing special, but Gao Wen's answer didn't stop her friends from teasing her. On the contrary, Chinking and Shinua became even more excited. Oh my god, he quit his job and still remembers to treat you to a thank you dinner. And you say it's nothing special, you're saying we're talking nonsense. There's definitely something special going on here. Gao Wen, slightly annoyed, explained, come on, that's ridiculous. He was the live stream operator for me, he helped me a lot. Now that he's quit, it's reasonable for him to treat me to a thank you meal. And it's him who's inviting, not me who's asking. Chinking immediately responded, can I come along? It sounds interesting. Gao Wen shrugged indifferently. Sure, I'm just having a simple meal, but hey, if anyone orders anything expensive, they pay for themselves, okay. Consider it a casual dinner together, Chinking replied excitedly. Okay, I'm exhausted from live streaming today, going out to eat is perfect. Shinua, you're coming too, right? Sure, why not? I don't want to take advantage of anyone. After saying that, Shinua couldn't help but wonder, Han Xingwang used to be afraid to even order extra eggs. Can he really afford to treat her at an expensive restaurant? Gao Wen stood up and waved goodbye like an idol. All right, let me remove my makeup. Meet you at the parking lot later. After removing her makeup, Gao Wen, Shinua, and Chinking walked towards the parking lot, ready for their evening appointment. Thank goodness there are no car restrictions today. We can take my car. Hearing that, Chinking took the opportunity to complain, her voice sounding like someone had just stolen her money. It's so hard to get advertising gigs these days. I don't know when I'll be able to buy a car like yours. Gao Wen winked mischievously. You guys should try being idols and dancing. Chinking immediately shook her head, her face wrinkling like a prune. No way, it's too tiring. I don't have the energy to dance from morning till night like you. Now I just hope a top 1 Big Brother will appear and take me to heaven. Shinua didn't miss the opportunity to tease Chinking. You're dreaming too big in this industry. If you're not being taken advantage of by the Big Brothers, you're lucky. What are you dreaming about being taken to heaven for? Chinking retorted, let me dream a little, can't I? Dreaming doesn't cost money. Let me dream freely, it's definitely possible. Although she joked on the surface, Shinro still had doubts about Gao Wen. Do you really think Gao Wen just dances and can afford a luxury car? I doubt it's that simple. Look at her beauty, she must have connections with many top 1 big brothers to be able to climb this high. Thinking this, Shinro glanced at Gao Wen and asked, "Hey, where are we eating? I heard Hang Xingwang is treating us, I wonder what's so special about it." Gao Wen took out her phone to check the address that Hang Xingwang had sent. Looking at the screen, her eyes widened in surprise. What's with this address? Seeing that, Xinnuo chuckled to herself. She must be shocked because Hang Xingwang is too poor, right? As Gao Wen glanced at her phone, her expression gradually shifted from normal to utter astonishment. She mumbled, Lingwei Chinking, standing next to her, curiously asked, "Huh? What about Lingwei? Is there a restaurant with the same name?" Suddenly, Chinking remembered and explained with great excitement, "It's the branch in the Sunny Sky building. The famous 3 Michelin-starred restaurant. It costs at least 3,000 yuan per person there, and it's super hard to get a reservation." Are you serious? Has Hang Xingwang struck it rich? Did he quit his job to spend money? Oh my god, it must be a restaurant with the same name. It must be some restaurant nearby, but still, it's in the Sunny Sky building. Who wouldn't want to show off a little? Hearing this, Xinnuo seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, some people like to send locations near fancy places to show off and make others misunderstand. Gao Wen couldn't help but interrupt. Don't judge him like that, he's not the type to show off. Yeah, he's not the type to show off, she agreed outwardly, but inwardly she thought, not necessarily. Who knows, maybe we'll be proven wrong in a bit. All 3 girls were still full of doubts about Hang Xingwang's financial capabilities. Finally, Gao Wen concluded with, "Let's just go, we'll see when we get there." As soon as they settled into the car, Chinking exclaimed, clapping her hands on the seat as if she had found the meaning of life. "Oh my god, Audi, the pinnacle of technology. It's so smooth and comfortable. My rickety mini car makes my back ache after every ride." Hearing this, Xinnuo immediately turned to tease her. "You livestream with all those rich guys, but you don't know how to take advantage of the resources. Pull your collar down a bit, make your voice a little sweeter, add a few more charming moves." As she spoke, she even gave a demonstration. "I guarantee you'll have advertisements pouring in. You won't know where to put all the money." Chinking immediately pleaded for mercy. "Oh my god, stop it. My fans are all pure and innocent girls. There are no rich guys to seduce or flatter." Hearing this, Xinnuo didn't miss the opportunity to immediately strike a few seductive poses and mimic a sweet voice. "Oh, come on. Not all dancing idols are the same. If Gao Wen lowers her standards a bit, the big brothers will send fireworks non-stop, and advertisements will fly in endlessly." After finishing, Shinro put on a dramatic expression. "Honestly, who wouldn't want to make money decently? If a rich guy wants to marry me, I'm willing to be a full-time housewife." "But hey, Gao Wen, why are you so quiet? Are you looking down on me?" Gao Wen calmly replied, "I'm just thinking that if you get together with someone just because of initial attraction and then don't have financial independence, you'll become dependent. Then you'll have no say in the family, how you get together with him. Maybe later he'll treat someone else the same way. As long as there's money, there will always be young girls around men. I don't want to be on guard every day." Hearing this, Shinro thought to herself, "You're acting so noble. You're more seductive than anyone on your live streams." But outwardly, she replied with feigned disinterest, "Don't you think that way?" Gao Wen remained calm and sharp. "I don't. I prefer to earn my own living. When you earn money, you have to seize the opportunity. Men can betray you, but money won't." When the 3 of them arrived at the parking lot, the atmosphere in the car was tense and hesitant. Chinking was the first to speak up. "Let's confirm the address again. Even those who earn a lot of money wouldn't dare to treat anyone here. What if Hang Xingwang sent the wrong address? It would be embarrassing and a waste of time to drive all the way here." Shinro nodded in agreement, not forgetting to add a bit of sarcasm. That's right. If we go to such a fancy restaurant and it turns out to be the wrong place, it would be so awkward. What if someone films it and posts it online? We'll lose all our followers. Gao Wen frowned but couldn't deny the logic. She took out her phone and decided to call Hang Xingwang. All right, let me call him. The phone rang and rang, but there was no answer from the other end. Xinhuo, of course, didn't miss the opportunity, still not answering. I told you, he probably sent the wrong address. In Xinhuo's mind, the thought appeared clearly. Gao Wen is used to those who like to brag, so it's not surprising that she's encountering this now. Gao Wen tried to stay calm. Maybe Hang Xingwang is busy with something. Xinhuo pretended to comfort her, but her voice was like adding fuel to the fire. He must be really busy. There's no way Hang Xingwang would intentionally play a prank. How about I go up first and check the situation for you? As she spoke, Xinhuo thought to herself, I want to see how embarrassed the top one will be when we get there. Gao Wen tried to regain her confidence and suggested, all right, I'll go up first. But her heart felt like it was about to cry. This Lingwei Western European restaurant was no ordinary place. It was famous and expensive. Even if she had money, she wouldn't dare to visit frequently. As for Hang Xingwang, with his barely enough salary, how could he invite the whole group here without worrying about the bill? Was he serious? She had to be prepared to pay for this meal. The closer they got to the restaurant, the more Gao Wen felt like she was walking on thin ice. She hesitated at the entrance, her eyes darting around anxiously like a detective. She pressed the call button for Hang Xingwang on her phone, and it was still the familiar ringing with no answer. Why isn't he answering? Despite trying to calm down, Gao Wen felt like her heart was being scratched by a cat. Just then, a beautiful waitress approached them, greeting them with a professional smile. Welcome, ladies, have you made a reservation? The unexpected question startled Gao Wen, her heart almost jumping out of her chest. She stammered like a chicken caught in a net, we haven't. Before she could finish her sentence, Xinhuo jumped in like a superhero, her voice firm as if she had everything under control. We have a reservation, of course. Looking at Xinhuo's overflowing confidence, Gao Wen could only give a weak smile. It must be under the name Hang Xingwang. Hearing that, Xinhuo chuckled inwardly. His salary is only around 5,000 yuan. Eating here would probably cost him 3 months' salary. I really want to see how Gao Wen will handle this. The waitress maintained her perfect smile and nodded. Please follow me, ladies, Mr. Hang has been waiting for you. At that moment, the whole group froze as if they had been hit by a stun gun, but Xinhuo was the most shocked. She had just been about to make fun of them, but she was immediately proven wrong, really. The three of them entered Lingwei Western European restaurant with mixed feelings of excitement and worrying, mostly worrying. Xinhuo's heart was in turmoil, caught between extreme envy and curiosity. Damn it, Gao Wen is so lucky, resources flow to her like a flood. While I'm stuck, a top one is just a distant dream. And Gao Wen is even served by a team of rich guys. Thinking about it, Xinhuo shifted her gaze to Hang Xingwang, her eyes full of scrutiny. He just quit his job and dared to invite us to Lingwei Western European restaurant, the famous, luxurious, and expensive restaurant. What's with this sudden display of wealth? Does he think Gao Wen will fall for a VIP meal? He's probably delusional, he might even lose everything. And why does he think Gao Wen would like this kind of pretentious display? The elevator dinged, the doors opened, and the waiter politely bowed before pressing the button for the 40th floor. Qingqing glanced at her two friends, her eyes filled with confusion. Hey, what if we got the wrong person? You guys should double check. It would be so embarrassing if we went up there and had to come back down. This elevator is exclusively for VIP guests going to the top floor dining area. Each person has to spend at least 10,000 yuan. Roughly speaking, each of us would have to spend tens of thousands of yuan. Could it be that Hang Xingwang intends to treat us and then run off without paying? Gao Wen felt a lump in her throat. 10,000 yuan. Xinhuo's sarcastic smile spread across her face. It must be a restaurant with the same name, right? With Hang Xingwang's 5,000 yuan salary, he'd have to starve for 3 months to afford a meal like this. Let's see how he's going to show off today. The atmosphere in the elevator became tense. Each person had their own thoughts, but no one spoke. The elevator stopped at the 40th floor. The pretty waitress bowed with a gentle smile, "Please come in." But what surprised them was that Hang Xingwang was nowhere to be seen. Gao Wen was a little worried, her eyes glued to the VIP room door. "Where's Hang Xingwang? Why don't we see him?" Qingqing, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. She immediately switched to her social media mode, raising her phone, smiling brightly, and saying, "We're here." "Never mind, let's take some pictures first. Aren't you guys taking any?" "I heard you can't take pictures in the main hall, only in the private rooms. Even if we don't get to eat, taking pictures is like we've already eaten." Qingqing posted the photos with a smug look, thinking, "Who would know that I'm just here to freeload? I never thought I'd step foot in such an expensive place. I'll take pictures and go back to tell the story. Who knows, maybe I won't have a chance to come here again." Xinhuo, on the other hand, seemed to have activated her detective mode, her eyes scanning the surroundings as she uttered a suspicious sentence. "Yao Wen, has he replied yet? What if it turns out to be the wrong room?" "It would be so embarrassing," Gao Wen awkwardly chuckled. "He must have mistaken us for someone else. Hang Xingwang is just an ordinary employee. How could he afford to eat here?" Just then, the waitress knocked on the VIP room door and politely reminded, "Excuse me, Mr. Hang, are you awake? Your guests have arrived." Xinnuo smirked inwardly, her lips curling slightly. Men always like to show off. Inviting us to such a fancy place, thinking they can show off their class. So many cheapskates eventually reveal their true colors. Then, Hang Xingwang walked out with a slightly embarrassed expression. But what was even more shocking was his head-to-toe designer outfit. He scratched his head and said honestly, "Sorry, I just took a nap and overslept. I woke up to see several missed calls." The three of them hadn't yet processed the information when Hang Xingwang quickly turned to the waitress and said, "All right, you can serve the dishes now." The waitress politely nodded, "Yes, sir." At this point, Gao Wen felt like she was in a maze of thoughts, her eyes glued to Hang Xingwang as if trying to recognize whether this was the same person she knew. Meanwhile, Qingqing was equally stunned, whispering into Xinhuo's ear, "Hey, am I seeing things? Hang Xingwang is wearing designer clothes from head to toe, do you see it?" Xinnuo, who was full of suspicion, felt a storm brewing inside her upon hearing this. "That shirt he's wearing, my brother wore the same one before. It cost 40,000 yuan. They're all the latest LV pieces. Could he be a secret rich kid? Gao Wen is so lucky." She silently called a rich young master, Hang Xingwang. "He's so good at pretending." Hang Xingwang greeted politely, "You guys just arrived, we just got here." He turned to Qingqing and politely asked, "You're Zhao Qingqing, right?" Qingqing nodded like a pecking chicken. Hang Xingwang continued to turn to Xinnuo and asked, "And you?" But before he could finish, Xinhuo immediately stood up, striking a seductive pose. "I'm Xinhuo, nice to meet you." But contrary to her expectations, Hang Xingwang only replied indifferently, "Oh, I'm sorry. I just woke up and I'm still a bit drowsy. I also left my phone on silent mode, so I didn't know you guys were calling." Xinhuo pretended to be nonchalant, "It's okay." But inwardly, she was biting her lip in anger. "What? I'm all dressed up, and he dares to ignore me." Just then, Gao Wen spoke up hesitantly, explaining the situation. "Actually, when I finished work, these two colleagues wanted to come along. If you mind, we can pay for ourselves." But before she could finish, the door to the room swung open, and four waiters walked in with a professional demeanor, each movement as if programmed. "Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your meal." The group sat down, but Gao Wen couldn't help but feel worried. What is Hang Xingwang doing? Does he need to go to such lengths to save face? Qingqing, still naive, turned to tease Gao Wen. "It turns out we have a hidden rich kid right here. Do you think Hang Xingwang quit his job to inherit a fortune?" Gao Wen didn't know how to answer, just shook her head slightly, and said in a complicated tone, "I'm not sure either." On the banquet table, the dishes were exquisitely arranged, as beautiful as paintings. Just a glance was enough to make one think that this was indeed a place for the upper class. But for Han Xingwang, an ordinary guy, this level of luxury was a bit overwhelming. He looked at the dish in front of him, his mind racing. This broth looks so clear, I wonder if it's a sauce or a soup. Will I even get full eating this? While Han Xingwang was still hesitant about where to start, Qingqing had already switched to her social media mode, her eyes shining like car headlights. She picked up her phone, scanned the table for the best angle, and asked, "Do you mind if I take some pictures first?" "Well, I'm just asking for fun, because these days, what meal is complete without a few check-in photos?" Han Xingwang chuckled. "Feel free. Take pictures first, eat later." Hearing this, Qingqing didn't miss the opportunity. She adjusted the lighting, chose a filter, and snapped away like the wind, capturing every dazzling angle. In contrast to Qingqing's carefree attitude, Xinuo's mind was consumed by a single question. Who is this guy? Is he really a hidden rich kid, or is he just putting on a show? So she turned to Gao Wen and questioned her directly. "What's going on? Aren't you going to say anything to put our minds at ease? You're treating us to such a fancy meal, but you're just sitting there silently. How can we even digest this?" Gao Wen maintained her composure. "I'm not sure either. To be honest, I'm not that close to Han Xingwang. Apart from a few work collaborations, we haven't had any personal interactions. But he did help me with a few livestream projects, and they were quite effective. I have to admit, I'm grateful to him." She said this, but her mind wandered. He must be a rich kid living a low-key life, right? Maybe this time he doesn't want to let women treat him, so he's showing off his financial capabilities. But less than 5 minutes after they started, Han Xingwang asked a shockingly straightforward question. "Don't you have any simple dishes that can fill me up?" The atmosphere suddenly froze for a second. Qingqing, impressed by Han Xingwang's innocence, clasped her hands in admiration. "Oh my God, are you serious? I remember the last time I was treated to a meal that cost over 1,000 yuan. I was still hungry afterward. It was all just for the fancy photos. There was no substance to it." Hearing this, the waiter approached with a gentle, professional tone. "Would you like to try our slow-cooked beef ribs with black truffles, served with salmon roe sauce? Or perhaps our monkfish liver marinated in pineapple? We also have the largest Alaskan king crab here. It can weigh up to 20 pounds. If you'd like, we can ask the chef to prepare it specially for you." Han Xingwang yawned and waved his hand dismissively. "Just hearing the names makes me lose my appetite. I prefer dishes cooked over a high flame with a nice char. Slow cooked like this, when will I ever get full? Just bring me some imported beef and lamb. Remember to cut them into large pieces and drench them in sauce." The waiter respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Qingqing was stunned. This guy actually just ordered large pieces of beef in a French restaurant. He's really breaking the rules. But this is also the first time I've seen anyone dare to order like this in a 3-Michelin-starred restaurant. It's truly eye-opening. If you want to eat these dishes, why even come to a French restaurant? Xinuo couldn't help but wonder, is this guy really a rich kid, or is he just putting on an act? Why is he ordering food in such a provocative way? Not stopping there, Han Xingwang suddenly added, "Oh right, do you have grilled kidneys here?" The waitress paused slightly, but maintained her polite demeanor. "Sir, we only serve French cuisine and don't have dishes like that. I apologize." Han Xingwang remained calm and requested, "Well, call the manager. I'm not satisfied with today's menu." The waitress tried to stay calm and bowed. "Yes, please wait a moment, sir." Despite maintaining her most professional attitude, the waitress couldn't help but think, this guy is not kidding, is he? The restaurant manager appeared, looking elegant and bowing respectfully. "Sir, I'm the restaurant manager. We will do our best to meet your requests. But we hope you understand that our restaurant only serves French cuisine." Xinuo immediately thought, "Oh my God, he's asking for grilled kidneys in a French restaurant. Han Xingwang is so uncultured, right in the heart of Shanghai. It would be strange if he wasn't rejected, but Han Xingwang didn't seem to care. On the contrary, he immediately made a shocking statement. 300,000 yuan for a grilled meal in this French restaurant. If you can handle it, I'll add a 50,000 yuan tip." Hearing this, the restaurant manager tried to keep a straight face, but his eyes couldn't help but flicker. The three girls almost fainted and shouted in unison, 300,000 yuan. The manager rushed to Hang Xingwang and bowed submissively. Of course, sir, how well done would you like your grilled dishes? Hang Xingwang smirked arrogantly and raised an eyebrow. I like your straightforwardness. In that case, don't grill them. Bring the kidneys raw, it's cooler that way. The manager's voice was firm and clear. Sir, please have a seat. I'll relay your request to the kitchen immediately. Immediately after this shocking statement, the system in Hang Xingwang's head chimed in with its familiar sound. The host, in a luxurious French restaurant, is as thick-skinned as a wall, breaking all the rules of the restaurant and making them bow down to serve him. Reward, 500,000 yuan. We hope the host will continue to maintain absolute freedom. Hang Xingwang smiled with satisfaction. Just breaking the rules can earn me money. This is my kind of game. With an incredibly cool attitude, Hang Xingwang declared his life motto. When you eat, you have to be full and comfortable, right? Qingqing immediately raised her hand in agreement, her eyes shining brightly. Oh my God, you're absolutely right. Her mind raced with ambitious and proud thoughts. Grilled kidneys at a 3-Michelin-starred restaurant. Tonight, I'll lose sleep because of the storm of likes. While Qingqing was dreaming of a glorious social media future, the restaurant began to serve the dishes. Surprisingly, everything was exactly as Hang Xingwang had requested, as cool as ice. The beef and lamb were cut into perfect squares, just the way he liked them. Even Qingqing had to admit, I'm telling you, money talks. Money can make anything happen. Then she proudly thought to herself, who would believe that a small-town girl like me could be sitting here, eating grilled food in a 3-Michelin-starred restaurant on top of the tallest building in Shanghai? This is a total culture shock. Likes are pouring in like rain. After a while of eating and showing off, Hang Xingwang turned to the three girls and smiled like a true gentleman. Ladies, would you like to have dinner with me? After finishing the luxurious feast at the French restaurant, Hang Xingwang suddenly stood up and announced he needed to go to the restroom. Qingqing immediately switched to her gossip mode, not letting a single moment go to waste. Hey, did you guys see Hang Xingwang's outfit? It must have cost at least 150,000 yuan, right? The food, the clothes, he's definitely a hidden tycoon. I'm telling you, he must have a crush on Gao Wen. Otherwise, why would he bother transferring companies to be closer? Closer to the light, closer to Gao Wen, closer to love. Gao Wen, sitting there, maintained her cool composure, unfazed. Stop imagining things. He's not the type to show off. He's just letting loose now that he's quit his job. Before, he probably lived like a hermit. Qingqing nodded, her expression full of deep understanding. Classic rich people. Sometimes they like to pretend to be poor to experience the joy of poverty. But who knows what they find enjoyable about it? But the queen of scrutiny, Xinhua, wasn't about to let things slide. She immediately attacked with unwavering determination. Gao Wen, be honest, do you have any feelings for Hang Xingwang? With that kind of money, who wouldn't be tempted? Qingqing chimed in, her voice dreamy as if she were floating in the sky. Oh my God, imagine being invited to a 1,000 yuan meal by a mysterious rich guy like this. Who wouldn't be smitten? Xinhua encouraged, pressed on relentlessly. Be honest, are you hiding something from us? You've been criticizing the top 1 guys all this time, but it turns out you've been secretly harboring your own goals. Gao Wen remained calm, smiling gently as if it were no big deal. Oh my God, there's nothing going on. We're just colleagues. He's hardworking and serious, a typical office worker. Who would have thought Hang Xingwang was a hidden tycoon? But Xinhua wasn't easily convinced. Her eyes still gleamed as if she were investigating a major case. I don't believe it. There are so many fake rich kids these days. They look impressive, but once they swipe their cards, they're drowning in debt. There's no shortage of those types. Qingqing chuckled, adding, well, if he's that good at playing poor, he should win an Oscar. Xinhua wouldn't let it go, muttering as if she were getting to the bottom of it. Yeah, it's easy. Just a little check will reveal the truth. Gao Wen remained firm. Come on, he's already treated us to a meal. It's too much to be suspicious now. Xinnuo muttered inwardly, stop being so righteous. Why is she always like this? But outwardly, she pressed on. As an idol, it's normal to spend a little money to impress, just like those Japanese hosts. People's true colors are revealed when they're drunk. Gao Wen just smiled gently, still firm, but I don't have any intentions towards him. Xinuo's eyes narrowed, a sly smile appearing. All right, you don't have to do anything. Let me handle it. As sisters, we have to help each other check carefully. As they all went down to the parking garage, Gao Wen was still wondering, if Han Xinguang is really pretending to be a rich kid, I'm probably going to have to burn my wallet to cover this meal. Qingqing suddenly asked a question that made everyone freeze. Han Xinguang, are you single? Han Xinguang calmly replied in his usual humorous tone, single since birth. Qingqing pretended to be surprised, her voice mocking. Really? Oh, that's so sad, Han Xinguang chuckled resignedly. I'm busy working all day, where's the time for dating? Working as an employee is tiring enough. If I have to deal with a girlfriend too, I might as well stop breathing. Shinua excitedly jumped in to seal the deal. It's only 9 p.m, let's go to a bar. My friends and I often go to bar club. It's full of idols and hot faces. Maybe we'll meet some celebrities. I'm not as rich as you, but I can cover a few drinks. Han Xinguang immediately agreed, let's go. The group excitedly piled into Gao Wen's Audi, ready to party. In the car, Gao Wen occasionally glanced at Han Xinguang, thinking, what's this guy thinking? He's always so calm. Han Xinguang, on the other hand, maintained his cool exterior, but inwardly, he was planning his future. Now that I have money, I should start a media company, connect with idols, get to know celebrities. That would be amazing. When they arrived, Xinuo reminded them, this bar is very expensive. I'll only cover a few drinks. Don't scream when you see the bill. Qingqing laughed loudly and winked. Don't worry, having fun is the main thing. We'll figure out the drinks later, Gao Wen added gently. That's right, we're here to have fun. Everyone, just relax. Han Xinguang remained calm on the outside, but his heart was filled with joy. Oh my God, I never thought I'd set foot in a bar and party like this. The bar, known as the electronic music paradise by the younger generation, was ablaze with pulsating beats that threatened to burst eardrums. The flashing lights resembled a vibrant light festival, and the atmosphere was hotter than ever. People swayed and danced, feeling like they were about to lose control at any moment. Han Xinguang, a newcomer to this world, sat frozen like a bewildered deer that had just stepped into a celestial realm. His eyes widened, trying to absorb everything around him, while his mind raced with confusion. What the hell is this? Everything is so new and strange. While Han Xinguang was stunned, the three girls accompanying him were a different story. They looked like three goddesses of the night, their style and posture exuding an undeniable aura of coolness. Xinuo smirked, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous glint, occasionally glancing at Han Xinguang as if she were about to inspect a counterfeit product. As the waiter approached, before he could even greet them, Xinuo quickly ordered a margarita like a seasoned pro. Qingqing, on the other hand, went for a more elegant and feminine pink lady. Gao Wen chose the safest option, a non-alcoholic mango smoothie, as she had to drive home. When it was Han Xinguang's turn, he sat there. He had never even heard of most of these drinks, let alone their names, which sounded as complicated as rocket science. What should I order? I don't even know the names of the drinks. What's a pink lady? Seeing him bewildered like a lost chick, Xinuo's suspicions grew. That's it. This guy is definitely faking being a rich kid. No real rich kid would have such an innocent and clueless expression. Shinua turned to him, smiling and asking, what would you like to drink? Her voice clearly hinted at her intention to lead him on. Han Xinguang, flustered and unsure what to do, tried to act cool and waved his hand dismissively like a movie star. Anything is fine, and that anything is fine turned out to be an extremely bold decision. Xinuo seized the opportunity and quickly ordered him an afternoon death wish, a deadly cocktail with a name that sent shivers down everyone's spines. But Han Xinguang just sat there and said nothing. Qingqing, usually naive but always cautious, immediately protested in alarm. Oh my God, why did you order him such a strong drink? Are you trying to force him to confess something? That's a cruel way to play, but Shinua, with the experienced look of a seasoned bar queen, just smirked challenging. A bar is a place to drink, what's there to worrying about? Besides, the bartender here, Danny, is known for his amazing cocktails, but they're also quite expensive. Shinruo's plan wasn't just about the drinks. She had a whole elaborate scheme in mind to test Han Xinguang. This guy is probably pretending to be rich. I doubt he actually has the money to bring us all to a high-end bar like this. A few strong drinks, and his true colors will definitely show. She smiled slyly, her eyes fixed on the unsuspecting Han Xinguang. Seeing this, Gao Wen seemed worried and gently advised, "You should stop while you're ahead. Don't push him too hard," but Shinruo wasn't one to give up easily. She whispered into Gao Wen's ear, her voice full of scheming, "If he's pretending to be poor, it's a good opportunity to teach him a lesson and put him back in his place." "What's wrong with that?" As things seemed to be calming down, Shinruo suddenly called out, "Hey, Han Xinguang." Han Xinguang sat there, bewildered like a lost deer in a playground. In reality, he wasn't thinking about having fun at all, but about collaborating with idols to increase his income. Shinruo felt annoyed, especially seeing him sitting there cluelessly like a child lost in the adult world. She immediately decided to stir things up. An idea flashed in her mind. "This kid looks so naive. I bet he doesn't even know how to play dice. Let's play a little game to show him who's boss." "You called?" Han Xinguang asked, his voice full of curiosity. Shinruo chuckled inwardly. "Oh my, he's truly innocent. He knows nothing about bars, let alone these scams." In true bar queen style, Shinruo drawled, her eyes sparkling as she stroked the dice cup suggestively. "How about we play a little game to liven things up?" Han Xinguang was still lost in his naivete, unable to grasp what was happening, when Xinuo leaned towards him and dropped a bombshell proposition. "Loser takes off a piece of clothing. If you don't want to take it off, pay 10,000 yuan, wanna play?" But to her surprise, instead of being flustered or scared, Han Xinguang immediately switched to his cool problem-solving mode. His eyes were cold as cash, his voice firm. "Don't forget, I used to work at your company, managing your information. You think I don't know you're a dice master? No one in the company could beat you. Are you trying to scam me for money?" Xinuo's face drained of color as soon as she heard this. She hadn't expected to be exposed right there in the bar. Han Xinguang continued, his voice laced with bitterness but still cool as ice. "I know what you're thinking. I am just a lowly operator with a salary of less than 5,000 yuan, no bright future, a poor nobody who knows nothing about the outside world. And yet today, I'm wearing all LV, investing in a whole set of luxury clothes, and treating everyone to a meal at a high-end restaurant. You think I'm pretending to be rich? I just want things to be peaceful. I don't want to put Gao Wen in an awkward situation. You think I'm a pushover, but I'm not stupid, and I'm definitely not someone who can be easily taken advantage of. Don't think I didn't see the contempt and suspicion in your eyes." As soon as Han Xinguang finished speaking, the system in his head chimed in, this time even more grand than ever. The host has refused to be emotionally manipulated, no longer living to please others. He has exposed the opponent's scheme and avoided the trap. Reward: 1 million yuan. The host has entered a new stage, embracing a life of freedom. Congratulations. Your current balance has exceeded 189 million yuan. But surprisingly, Han Xinguang continued the story with an unexpected twist. "It's true, I'm not a rich kid." Hearing this, Xinuo smirked, her smile like a cunning fox that had caught its prey. "See, I told you, he's just pretending to be rich. He's just trying to inflate his ego." Han Xinguang interrupted, his voice now serious, making everyone stop and listen. "Wait, I'm not finished yet," he smirked, his eyes sharp as he turned directly to Shinruo, and calmly said, "I'm not a rich kid, but I have a lot of money. I'll pay 300,000 yuan to buy all the clothes on your body. I want you to take them all off and walk out naked. Will you sell them?" Shinruo was so shocked that her brain froze for a few seconds. She exclaimed in panic, "You're a pervert." The atmosphere was tense. Gao Wen, seeing this, quickly intervened, her voice gentle as if trying to diffuse the tension. "Shinruo was just joking. Don't be angry. Sit down. Let's continue playing." But Shinro wasn't about to let it go so easily. She immediately retorted angrily, "How do we know if he actually has 300,000 yuan? It's easy to say, but who would believe he can afford that?" And so, in the middle of the bar, a loud and imposing voice boomed, "Tonight, I'll spend 300,000 yuan to treat everyone to drinks. Drink till you drop." The entire bar fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Han Xingwang, both surprised and curious, wondering if he was bluffing or not. The girls, needless to say, their eyes lit up like they had struck gold. Without waiting another second, Han Xingwang held up his gold card as if summoning the god of wealth. "Now swipe the card." The story unfolds in a scene of unparalleled grandeur as Han Xingwang decides to drop a 300,000 yuan bomb by swiping his card at the bar, a move that leaves everyone stunned and speechless. Immediately, a bar staff rushes over, bowing respectfully as if greeting a king. "Sir, your 300,000 yuan transaction is successful." These words echo like a bell in the silent night, and the entire bar erupts into a sea of commotion. Is this for real? 300,000 yuan? Really? He's not just messing with us, is he? Everyone's eyes widen in disbelief, unable to believe what they're witnessing. Whispers break out among those sitting nearby. Who is this guy, spending so much money? The bar explodes with cheers, a mix of bewildered faces, dropped jaws, and excitement from the patrons who happen to witness Han Xingwang's extravagant display of wealth. The lights in the bar flash incessantly, adding fuel to the fire and intensifying the already lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Han Xingwang's system doesn't want to be outdone, chiming in with a smug tone. The host is so generous, treating everyone to drinks. Reward, 666,666 yuan for this perfect display of extravagance. Pride swells in Han Xingwang's mind. "Oh my god, with the system rewarding me like this, I'll soon become a billionaire." However, he maintains a calm exterior. It's nothing special, really. Shinruo, who had been confident she was in control of the game, is suddenly knocked off her throne as she witnesses Han Xingwang actually swiping his card for 300,000 yuan without hesitation. Her face turns pale as if doused with ice water. He's not joking. He really swiped 300,000 yuan. How the hell did he do that? Han Xingwang smiles faintly but powerfully, walks past Shinruo, and throws a fatal line. "I know you look down on me because I'm poor, but in my eyes, people like you are just ants." His words cut like a knife, leaving Xinnuo speechless and lowering her head in shame. "Ants? Oh my god, he actually dared to call me an ant." Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd starts buzzing. Xinnuo must be so embarrassed right now. She was showing off in front of everyone, and now she's been slapped in the face. Unable to maintain her composure, Shinruo can only lower her head, feeling like she has swallowed a bitter pill. "This is so humiliating. I thought Han Xingwang was just a poor, pitiful guy." She bitterly gets up, trying to find an excuse to retreat in shame. "I have something urgent to attend to. I have to go." Xinnuo immediately withdraws from the bar in disgrace. No one knows what caused her to leave so abruptly. What just happened? Why did she leave like that? Even Chinking, usually carefree and innocent, is stunned for a few seconds. "Whoa, that was intense. I thought we were just here to have fun, but we ended up in the middle of a storm." She turns to Gao Wen, her eyes pleading for help, but Gao Wen remains calm as usual, simply shrugging her shoulders. "Let's just stay calm and handle it." While everything is in chaos, Han Xingwang, still looking cool, sits down and continues playing dice as if nothing has happened. He chuckles and says to the two girls, "It's on me, let's keep playing." Gao Wen and Chinking look at each other, unsure whether to be happy or worried, but they can't refuse such a generous offer. Just when things seem to have calmed down, a famous pink-haired idol with fiery red hair appears. She's Lu Shui. She walks towards their table with a challenging expression, looking directly at Gao Wen and taunting, "Oh, the top idol is here. No donations by your side today? Must be your unlucky day." Gao Wen, who usually maintains a calm demeanor, can't hold back this time. "Are you here to pick a fight?" But Lu Shui doesn't stop. She sits down and continues to provoke. "The green tea idol isn't so green today. Why are you pretending to be so noble? Everyone knows what you're really like. Unable to bear the provocation, Gao Wen stands up and pushes Lu Shiyi's hand away. My business is none of your concern. At this point, Han Xingwang starts to feel uncomfortable but tries to stay calm to see where things will go. Not missing the opportunity, Lu Shiyi quickly takes out her phone and starts a live stream, calling for fan donations. Hello, my loves, I ran into the green tea idol today. Do you want a PK battle? Her fans immediately start donating, encouraging her to continue provoking Gao Wen. Things are not looking good for Gao Wen. She just wanted to relax, but now she's caught in an unwanted battle. She receives a message from her company, demanding that she confront Lu Shiyi to maintain engagement. PK battle, this is a golden opportunity to gain fans. But I'm not feeling well today. The heat is on, you have to try. If you don't live stream, just wait and see. Gao Wen just wants to escape this situation, but she has no choice. And so, the PK battle between Lu Shiyi and Gao Wen officially begins. Looking at Gao Wen, her fans don't understand what's happening. They start to worrying. Gao Wen looks tired. Why is she caught up in this again? Lu Shiyi, on the other hand, is delighted. The more donations she receives from her fans, the more excited she becomes. Don't worry, everyone, I'll crush Gao Wen. The PK battle quickly attracts thousands of viewers. Lu Shiyi's fans continuously donate, rockets flying across the screen. Lu Shiyi smirks and continues to provoke Gao Wen. Your idol must be scared, she doesn't dare to fight back. Han Xingwang, who had been trying to stay calm from the beginning, can no longer sit still. Enough, I can't let Gao Wen be bullied like this. Han Xingwang sat back relaxed, scrolling through the barrage of comments flooding Gao Wen's live stream. He took a sip of his drink and casually quipped, "Wow, playing dirty, huh?" His words, though seemingly unremarkable, were enough to surprise the viewers and spark a flurry of discussion. Comments flew back and forth, giving everyone a chance to indulge in some juicy gossip. Gao Wen looks a bit exhausted. The PK battle must be intense. Seeing her like this, she must have been completely drained by someone. Poor thing, one comment delivered a harsh blow, as blunt as a hammer. Stop making excuses, the votes speak for themselves. Just as these pronouncements were made, an invisible hand tapped the gift button. A giant rocket appeared on the screen, aimed straight at Gao Wen. She was taken aback, her eyes widening like saucers, her mouth still agape. Maintaining her professionalism as a top idol, she managed a graceful smile and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, big brother. Whenever injustice arises, you're always the chivalrous hero who comes to the rescue. I'll definitely give it my all. Before she could finish her sentence, before she could even take a breath or bask in the warmth of the first rocket, boom, boom, boom. A barrage of rockets followed, like fireworks on New Year's Eve, leaving both the audience and the idol stunned. She could only repeatedly bow and thank him. Thank you, big brother, thank you so much. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. While she showered the screen with hearts, she must have been wondering, is there some mistake? Why does Big Brother have so many rockets today? Meanwhile, in a not-so-distant location, Lu Shiyi stood before her screen, her face darkening like an impending storm. Seeing the rockets flying towards Gao Wen, she couldn't help but clench her fists in anger. What the hell is going on? Since when did that little bitch have such a powerful backer? Is she hiring people to send rockets? But seeing the money flowing towards her rival like a raging river made Lu Shiyi feel a lump in her throat. The money must be falling from the sky. People are spending money like crazy. The comments section below didn't miss the opportunity to join the frenzy. Who is this big brother? He's usually as quiet as a mouse, but today he's burning money like firewood. Another person added fuel to the fire, right? He never used to spend a dime, but now he's throwing around hundreds of thousands like it's nothing. At that moment, a familiar voice rang in Han Xingwang's head. The host is incredibly cool, spending money like water, outshining everyone. The system will reward the host with an additional 5 million yuan. Hearing the system's voice, Han Xingwang just smirked coolly, like a boss enjoying the game of spending money for fun. He felt like he was becoming the brightest star of the live stream. Zhao Qingqing, sitting next to him, couldn't help but ask, "Hey, is that big shot still sending rockets? Maybe some kid got hold of their parents' phone and is sending gifts randomly." Her words were like all on fire, but Han Xingwang didn't bother to care. He continued sipping his drink, leisurely enjoying the feeling of burning money. On the screen, rockets continued to fly, filling the live stream with an endless stream of gifts. Notifications popped up regularly, like monthly salary reminders. Congratulations to Big Brother for reaching the 1 million yuan tycoon level. The comments section below continued to buzz. This is what it means to be in love and have a lot of money. Big Brother is so generous. That girl must be incredibly beautiful for him to spend like this. Another person joked, Big Brother must be trying to impress everyone with his wealth. Yao Wen, both touched and embarrassed, didn't know what to do. She could only thank him repeatedly, "Everyone, please give me a break." But no one cared. He continued to send rockets. Yao Wen smiled brightly, but she must have been thinking, "Oh my god, I can't handle this anymore." But I'll just keep thanking them for now. In a dark room, Lu Shui's big brother was so angry he wanted to burn the house down. How could they humiliate us like this? If Lu Shui loses like this, what's left of her pride? It's just over 1 million yuan. What are you guys worried about? I'll go first, you guys follow. Let's make Lu Shui the queen of PK battles right now. Without waiting for his friends to reply, rockets rained down from Lu Shui's side. She smiled triumphantly, as if she had just seen her long-lost lover. Her voice was as sweet as honey. "Thank you, brother. It's been a while since I've seen you send me rockets. Thank you, thank you. Now let's get down to business. Victory is within reach." On the other side, Han Xingwang didn't disappoint Gao Wen. Without a word, he simply burned money, sending her 10x rockets. The notification popped up with a bang. "When injustice arises, I'll help you," the comments section exploded. "Whoa, Big Brother is going all out," the system chimed in proudly. Congratulations to the host for persistently spending money like it's the end of season sale. The system has decided to reward the host with an additional 10 million yuan. The host has become the top daily reward earner on the platform. Congratulations. As the PK battle ended, Gao Wen bowed and thanked the audience, especially Big Brother. "Thank you everyone for your support, and a special thanks to Big Brother. Thanks to you, I won this PK battle and achieved a new title." Her words ended, but the rockets continued to fly. Gao Wen was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. The system chimed in once again. Congratulations to the host, Big Brother, for sending another 1,000 rockets. The host currently holds the record for the highest reward amount on the platform. The system rewards the host with 1 million yuan bonus. Gao Wen was speechless with gratitude. She showered the screen with hearts, bowing and thanking Big Brother. "Thank you, Big Brother, for your help. Thanks to you, I won today." The audience below couldn't believe it, buzzing with excitement. "Oh my god, is this the legendary Big Brother? Spending 1 million yuan without batting an eye." Another person joked, "Big Brother must be trying to make a statement." Lu Shui, standing nearby, was fuming. She couldn't understand what was happening. What? He spent 1 million yuan in one day? How is that possible? Her anger exploded, but she could do nothing but watch the screen in frustration. Han Xingwang, after enjoying his spending spree, stood up and stretched contentedly. He walked out of the room, thinking to himself, "Today, I'm truly the king of live streaming." Before leaving, he turned to look at Lu Shui, smirking mischievously. "Miss Lu, don't be sad. You're not bad either. Just try a little harder, and you'll surpass Gao Wen soon." Zhao Qingqing, beside him, couldn't miss the opportunity to add a humorous remark. "Gao Wen, I think you just killed Lu Shui with Han Xingwang's words." Gao Wen just winked, signaling for silence, but she must have been thinking, "Whatever, let it be." Lu Shui's face darkened, and she stood rooted to the spot while the other three walked out of the bar, laughing and chatting. Outside the bar, under the flashing neon lights, Zhao Qingqing was ecstatic, her mouth running like a well-oiled machine, excitedly recounting the night's events. "I swear, tonight was an eye-opener. Seeing Lu Shui's pale face was hilarious. She tried to steal the spotlight but ended up losing everything. But that's not even the best part. Guess who else I met? A big shot who spends money like water. What a lucky day. It's like a rich guy fell from the sky. While this should have been a moment of triumph and celebration, Gao Wen remained stoic, her face as impassive as ever. She looked like she was contemplating a burnt rice cooker in a neighbor's house. Unable to contain her curiosity, Qingqing asked, "Why are you so icy? Aren't you excited at all?" Gao Wen, as cool as ever, shook her head slightly and replied in her usual monotone, but with a hint of suspicion. "Well, I find it strange. This big brother has never appeared in my live streams before. Why is he suddenly so generous today? Something feels off." Zhao Qingqing, unconcerned with such sensitive matters, exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, come on. Why overthink it? A big shot fell from the sky. This is our chance. We have to seize this opportunity." She was so thrilled that she immediately took out her phone to message Big Brother. But just then, a notification sound rang from Han Xingwang's phone. The ringtone was a particularly saccharine voice cooing, "Honey, you have a new message." Instantly, both Qingqing and Gao Wen's eyes darted towards Han Xingwang, speechless. They froze for a few seconds, stunned by this unbelievable coincidence. Qingqing, her voice laced with suspicion, asked, "Wait a minute, isn't that the messaging app used during live streams?" "Don't tell me your big brother," trying to stay calm, but clearly sweating, Han Xingwang chuckled nervously. "Oh, well, it's just a coincidence. Why are you two looking at me like that? I just quit my job and I'm still dealing with some loose ends." Gao Wen thought for a moment and nodded, "I guess so. But hey, I saw you spend quite a bit, at least a few 100,000. But the other side spent even more, probably over 1 million. It's crazy," as if grabbing a lifeline. Han Xingwang quickly agreed. Right. I only have a little spare change. Those guys are really something else." But Qingqing wasn't letting go so easily. She tilted her head curiously. "Wait a minute. That name sounds familiar. Could it be?" Han Xingwang sighed, knowing he couldn't hide the truth forever, but still tried to salvage the situation. "Come on, don't overthink it. It's just a coincidence." Hearing this, Qingqing pouted, feeling betrayed for being tricked. Meanwhile, Gao Wen glanced at Han Xingwang and asked with concern, "Where are you? Get in the car. I'll take you home." Han Xingwang quickly replied, "I'm at Longhu New City, but it's okay. I'll just take a taxi. It's more convenient for you too." But before he could say anything more, a slurred voice called out from inside the bar, "Gao Wen." The group turned around and saw the heartless boss, a familiar face and a character no one wanted to encounter at this moment. "Boss," he staggered towards them, smirking and starting a string of insults. Well, look who's here, the famous Gao Wen and pathetic ex-employee. You dare to come here and play, you must be relying on Gao Wen to pay, right? Only useless guys like you cling to women's skirts." His words deserved a punch. But Gao Wen remained calm and coldly replied, "Yes, it was he who invited me to dinner and drinks tonight." Surprised. Boss, he was taken aback and burst into laughter. "What, you like this poor kid? Don't put on a show. You think I don't know who paid the bill tonight? It was some mysterious person, not him. Only poor guys with sweet mouths can deceive girls like you." Gao Wen and Han Xingwang looked at each other without saying a word, but their eyes spoke volumes. Qingqing, seeing the tension rising, quickly intervened to ease the atmosphere. "Mr. He, it is indeed Han Xingwang who invited us today." His ego bruised. "Boss," he snapped, "shut up. Don't interfere when no one asked you to speak. Your fans, they're just delusional, making you look good. You think they're sincere. The company spends a fortune to promote you, but what have you achieved? You just stand there, put on makeup, and take some measly advertising gigs." Zhao Qingqing was stunned, as if doused with cold water. "What? Seriously?" Boss, he, emboldened, continued his tirade. "The company has spent countless amounts of money to push you to the top, but what have you done? You just stand there, put on makeup, and take some measly advertising gigs." But Boss, he didn't stop there. He turned to Gao Wen, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Look at your precious Gao Wen. She just dances for a few minutes and earns hundreds of millions for the company. That's what I call class. Next time, remember to put on more makeup. Don't pretend to be innocent. Oh, right, you said you didn't want to do live streams anymore, right? But you earned so much money today. I have a great offer. Spend the night with me, and I'll talk to boss he and get you a big role. How about it? The more he spoke, the more insulting his words became, even making a vulgar proposition. Gar Wen's face paled, but just as boss, his filthy hand reached out to touch her, Han Xingwang suddenly appeared grabbing his hand. His voice was cold and authoritative. Please show some respect. Boss he shook off Han Xingwang's hand, his voice dripping with contempt. Who do you think you are to interfere? A poor nobody like you trying to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. What do you have? No money, no resources. Look at your cheap clothes, you reek of poverty. But Han Xingwang didn't back down. Gao Wen stood behind him, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. After a moment of thought, she spoke coldly. Mr. He, if you bother me again, I will terminate my contract with the company immediately. Boss he scoffed. Terminate the contract? You think you have enough money to pay the penalty? Your contract doesn't expire for another year. If you want to cancel it now, do you think you can afford it? Gao Wen replied without hesitation, her voice full of determination. I just earned hundreds of thousands, plus my savings. I can definitely afford it. Her declaration surprised not only Boss He but also Jia Qingqing and Han Xingwang, but Boss He continued to mock her. Who do you think you are? You're just a cheap commodity on the market. Keep pretending to be innocent, but everyone knows what you're selling. Gao Wen suppressed her anger, but her eyes grew colder. But Boss He didn't stop there. He continued to threaten her. Even if you have the money to pay the penalty, the company won't let you go. You think they'll easily give up a cash cow like you? With just one word from Mr. Niu, you'll be blacklisted. At this moment, Han Xingwang suddenly stepped forward, his voice calm but sharp. The one who should leave is not Gao Wen, it's you. Han Xingwang's words were like a small flame, but enough to ignite and burn away Boss He's schemes. He was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. But in this atmosphere, there was a powerful shift that no one could escape. And the truth was, from this moment on, the game had changed. Boss He stood there, tapping Han Xingwang's shoulder condescendingly. He smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, wow. Poor as a mouse, yet you're talking about buying the company. How impressive. If I believed you, I'd be walking on the moon, herding sheep, and pulling weeds. He spat on the ground, his demeanor that of a seasoned gangster, turning away and muttering, What are you trying to show off? I haven't seen anything worth my attention. Qingqing stood there, her body drained of all energy, a hollow shell of her former self. Her voice trembled, choked with emotion, as if she were about to collapse. Is it all fake? Are those big shots who shower live streams with gifts just hired actors? Why do I feel like my life is being crushed by the weight of the world? She started sobbing, looking like a tragic heroine from a black and white film, lost in the harsh realities of life. Gao Wen, unable to bear seeing her friend fall victim to Boss He's taunts, grabbed Qingqing's hand, offering comfort like a scene from a drama where the female lead gets dumped. Snap out of it. Those people who sent you gifts weren't all fake. Don't let that jerk make you think you're just indebted to the company. Don't worry, I know some real big shots who like you. I'm serious, not kidding. As she spoke, Gao Wen stroked Qingqing's head, her voice softer than the wind. Don't let his words get to you. You live for yourself, not for those meaningless words. Han Xingwang stood there silently, his face as impassive as a rock. Gao Wen turned to him gratefully. Han Xingwang, you're the best. Thank you so much for standing up for us and being our hero. Despite her words, her eyes sparkled with genuine gratitude, accompanied by a gentle, polite smile. Han Xingwang didn't say anything, but the corner of his lips twitched slightly. Recharged by her friend's support, Qingqing suddenly bounced back, transforming into a livestream goddess, radiating charm. She took a deep breath, her eyes sparkling. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd probably think I'm indebted to the entire universe. With that, Qingqing wiped away her tears with the speed of an action movie, her eyes burning with determination, ready to become the ultimate revenge-seeking heroine. But feeling it wasn't enough, she stomped her foot on the ground, her voice strong as if she had discovered a game-changing strategy. That bastard. I won't let him get away with this. Gao Wen sighed, turned to Han Xingwang. Hey, why are you so tense? We're just colleagues. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Han Xingwang, without thinking, chuckled dismissively. It doesn't matter. I've disliked him for a long time. I just needed an opportunity to explode. Gao Wen silently thought, this guy must have been holding a grudge for a long time. Then she slowly extended her hand, trying to act dramatic like in those breakup scenes. I don't know if we'll meet again, but I wish you all the best. Take care. Han Xingwang took her hand and replied simply but meaningfully, you too. Take care of yourself and don't let that company exploit you anymore. The Audi sped away, leaving Han Xingwang standing alone, the wind gently blowing through his hair. Suddenly, he remembered that he had been so focused on confronting boss that he had forgotten about his phone. He turned it on, the screen illuminating his face, and the amount displayed made him freeze like a statue. He burst into laughter, not a normal laugh, but a laugh as if he had never laughed before. Now I'm a rich man. Who dares to look down on me now? He looked down at his phone triumphantly. I need to buy a ticket home. But not a cheap train ticket like before. Now I'm a rich man. I need a plane ticket. He opened the ticket booking app, scrolling through the options. His eyes stopped at the familiar green train ticket, the price still ranging from 1,500 to over 2,000 yuan, just like when he was poor and struggling. But now was the time to splurge, not to hesitate. Forget the green train, I need an upgrade. After a while of choosing, the screen displayed a plane ticket price of 4,015 yuan. Not too bad, but as soon as he booked the ticket, the legendary system voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for choosing a first-class flight. Reward, 9,999 yuan. Keep spending and enjoy life. This system really knows how to spoil me. Tomorrow, I'll be traveling the world, spending money and getting rewarded. Life is truly amazing. The next morning, after a good night's sleep like a king, Han Xingwang was still rolling around in bed, curled up like a lazy caterpillar dreaming sweetly, when suddenly, bam, 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 the sound of knocking accompanied by a familiar shout. Rent, pay your rent? Han Xingwang frowned, rolling over in annoyance again. She always comes a week early to remind me. It's not even due yet. Before he could calm himself down, the shouting grew even louder. Pay your rent. Stop pretending to be deaf and hiding. Finally, Han Xingwang reluctantly sat up, his eyes bleary as he glanced at the clock. It was only 6 a.m. Why was the landlady acting like the world was ending? He replied in a weary voice, stretching out the words like a piece of tape. Oh, come on. Can't you let me sleep? It's not even due yet. He opened the door to find the landlady standing right there, her face as wrinkled as a dried apple. Look at you young people, always lazy and irresponsible. You wait until I remind you about the rent before you wake up. No one is more responsible than me. Han Xingwang sighed deeply, scanning the payment QR code with his phone while muttering, all right, stop nagging. Here's a year's rent paid in advance so you won't have to complain. Beep. The familiar sound rang from the landlady's phone. She stared in disbelief as her phone notified her of a 10,000 yuan deposit. How does this poor devil have enough money to pay a whole year's rent at once? Every month, I have to squeeze him like a lemon to get him to pay. She picked up her phone and looked at the amount displayed on the screen. There's even an extra 400 yuan. Han Xingwang yawned, a yawn so wide it seemed like he was about to swallow the universe. Whatever, consider it a service fee for your monthly rent collection service. He slammed the door shut, went back to bed, and thought fleetingly, my flight's not until 10 a.m. I can sleep for another 3 hours, no problem. His roommate, witnessing the scene, had his eyes shining like headlights, his voice full of excitement. Wow, Xingwang, you've struck it rich, paying a year's rent in advance and even tipping the landlady. What did you win? But Han Xingwang was already fast asleep, unable to answer. He was in the middle of a beautiful dream when the system rang in his head, startling him awake. Congratulations to the host. The host has surpassed himself, not only paying a year's rent in advance, but also tipping the landlady. Reward: a villa in Swan Bay, Sang City. Han Xingwang jumped up like a spring, his hand clutching something. When he opened it, he found he was holding a key, not the key to his dorm room, but the key to a villa. He was both shocked and ecstatic. Oh my God, not just a house, but a villa. His roommate stared at him as if he were an alien, while Han Xingwang couldn't hide his joy. The overwhelming happiness was the ultimate sign of his incredible upgrade in life. Han Xingwang sat on his bunk bed, his eyes gazing into the void, lost in deep contemplation. He seemed to be pondering something profound, like the vastness of the sky and his own small existence, in a state of almost divine enlightenment. Suddenly, he jumped up, leaping from the top bunk, startling his roommate, who cried out in alarm. "What are you doing? Why are you jumping like someone's chasing you?" Han Xingwang didn't turn back, just kept running, throwing back a cool line. "No time to explain. I'm going to the airport to go home, and I'm not sure I'll be back." His roommate, bewildered and unable to ask any further questions, chased him to the door and shouted, "Hey, you forgot your luggage." But Han Xingwang didn't care. He kept running, shouting back, "I don't need it. I'm going home. That's all that matters. Luggage is just a small thing, nothing to worry about." A profound thought flashed through Han Xingwang's mind. Now that I have money, the first thing I need to do is get my mom a VIP hospital room. That's what really matters. At the hospital, Han Xingwang's father was talking to his wife, his demeanor calm, but his heart slightly troubled. "Xingwang called me this morning and said he's coming home today. I told him not to worry, to stay in the city and work, no need to rush, but he insisted on coming back immediately." He smiled gently, the smile of a father who understood his son, but also with a hint of suspicion. "I wonder what's got him so excited. He even transferred 100,000 yuan to me after receiving his part-time salary." Han Xingwang's mother was surprised, her worrying evident in her voice. "What kind of part-time job pays that much? Don't get involved in anything illegal just to pay for my treatment." His father remained calm, as if used to his son's impulsive nature. He chuckled, "Come on, don't worry. Our son isn't the type to get into trouble. There's nothing to worry about." Han Xingwang's mother felt a little less tense, but her underlying worrying remained. Just then, the door to the hospital room burst open. Han Xingwang appeared, looking flustered and sweaty, shouting, "Mom!" Before his mother could react, he rushed into the room, his voice filled with worrying and on the verge of tears. "Mom, I'm back. How are you? Are you in pain anywhere?" He held his mother's hand tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. But his strong mother simply said, "Oh my God, there's nothing to worry about. It's just a minor illness, a small surgery, I'm fine. Your father told you there was no need to rush back. Look at you, you're drenched in sweat." Han Xingwang's father, who had been calmly peeling an apple like a skilled craftsman, smiled and handed the apple to his son. "How's work? Did your boss complain about you coming back so suddenly?" Without hesitation, Han Xingwang replied firmly, "I quit my job." The first shockwave hit. Both his father and mother exclaimed in unison, "You quit." They sat there stunned for a second, then quickly switched to a heartwarming scene straight out of a family drama. His mother spoke in a gentle, loving voice. "Oh, my son, you're so filial. It's okay to quit your job and come home. My son is smart. You'll find another, better job." His father patted him shoulder, a wide smile on his face, encouraging his son. "You've worked hard, son. Now come home and rest. And remember to eat properly. You've lost so much weight." Hearing this, Han Xingwang was deeply moved, his heart overflowing with happiness. His parents' words were like a refreshing stream flowing into his soul. Family was always his unwavering support, irreplaceable. But Han Xingwang wasn't one to forget important matters. After that brief moment of emotion, he immediately asked a crucial question. "Dad, have you paid the hospital bills?" His father, always calm in any situation, now scratched his head awkwardly, as if his son had asked a difficult question. He stammered, "Well, I just borrowed some money from relatives." "Don't worry, just focus on taking care of your mother. I'll transfer the 100,000 yuan you sent back to you. You're still young. You need the money for your future." Han Xingwang immediately shook his head, protesting, "Dad, keep the money. It's my filial piety towards you and Mom." But who did you borrow money from? I'll pay them back as soon as possible. His father, usually calm in any situation, now fidgeted awkwardly, as if his son had asked a difficult question. He stammered, "Well, I just borrowed from relatives." Hearing this, Han Xingwang immediately flared up like a fire meeting gasoline, his brows furrowed in anger. Which relatives? Don't tell me it's uncle and aunt. Before his father could explain, Han Xingwang stormed off. I'll return the money to them right away. No more debts or favors. I don't like being entangled with relatives like that. His determination to owe no one made his father sigh and try to pull him back, his voice heavy. Come on, son. I'll find a way to pay them back as soon as possible. Don't worry too much. You've worked hard to earn that money. Don't waste it. As soon as he finished speaking, his wife, sitting beside him, as if unable to bear it any longer, burst into tears, all her pent-up emotions finally overflowing. It's all my fault, I'm weak, and that's why our family is suffering like this. You've worked so hard, how can we let you handle everything? I know you sent all your money back home while you lived frugally in the big city. Your salary is only 5,000 yuan, and you have so many expenses, rent, living costs. You're living a harder life than others. Han Xingwang immediately waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about me. He quickly explained, his voice a little flustered. Mom, it's not that bad. You're all wrong about me. My part-time job is going really well. I'm earning good money. Otherwise, how could I have sent 100,000 yuan back home? He sat down, his eyes filled with determination and righteousness. This time, I've decided to tell the doctor that you need to be treated by the best doctor. As for the medicine, hospital fees, everything, I'll take care of it. After his bold declaration about taking care of the hospital bills, Han Xingwang didn't forget to add a strong statement about the money owed. He said seriously, I'll go to Uncle's house and return the money we borrowed. No more debts or favors. I don't like being entangled with relatives like that. After leaving the hospital, Han Xingwang went straight to the three-wheeled driver. Please take me to 30 to Hutong Street. The driver looked up at him and smiled cheerfully. Hold on tight, or you'll fall off and bruise your butt. As soon as he finished speaking, the three-wheeler started up, lurching forward like a wild horse. The ride was so bumpy that Han Xingwang, sitting in the back, couldn't help but grimace, his hands gripping the vehicle tightly like someone caught in a storm. What kind of road is this? It's like riding on rocks. Unable to hold back, Han Xingwang asked the driver with a puzzled expression. Driver, I heard they were fixing the roads these past 2 years. Why is it still like riding on gravel? The driver chuckled without turning back. Fixing? Yeah, they were fixing it, but the contractors ran off with the money halfway through. The road was left unfinished, without asphalt. That's why it's so bumpy. Han Xingwang was furious, his fists clenched in frustration. This is outrageous. Is there no one in charge anymore? Sitting on the three-wheeler, Han Xingwang thought about the injustices in life. Poverty was everywhere. People were suffering, while corrupt officials lived in luxury. His mind was filled with a jumble of thoughts. If my parents hadn't sacrificed so much for me to go to school, I'd probably be stuck in this small town for the rest of my life. Finally, the three-wheeler stopped in front of a large, luxurious house, a far cry from the old, dilapidated house he had imagined. The driver reminded him, transfer 5 yuan, please. Han Xingwang stood there, his eyes fixed on the grand house in front of him. Oh my God, is this my relative's house? It's over 100 square meters, built with steel and concrete. And our house is just a small, cramped brick house. Life is so unfair. Anger surged within him, the resentment he had suppressed for so long finally erupting. If Uncle's family hadn't taken all the money from Grandpa, the gap between our two families wouldn't be so big. Now we even have to borrow money for hospital bills. Furious, Han Xingwang walked up to the large gate and knocked hard, as if trying to shake the entire house. After a while, the door swung open, revealing a girl with orange hair and a bright smile. As soon as she saw Han Xingwang, she exclaimed, "Oh, it's Han Xingwang." Han Xingwang was taken aback and asked, "Wang Ru, why are you at my uncle's house?" Han Xingwang stood at the doorway, his gaze piercing Wang Ru as if trying to split her in two. The air crackled with tension. "What are you doing at my uncle's house?" "Who invited you?" But Wang Ru was no pushover. She activated her nonchalant mode, looking at Han Xingwang as if nothing was amiss. Just as the tension thickened, Han Xingwang's cousin emerged, putting his arm around Wang Ru and throwing out a casual remark. "My future wife wouldn't be at your house, would she? She's obviously here with me." Oh, the irony. What seemed like a tense confrontation turned out to be a comedic skit. Han Xingwang's face flushed, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes, but he maintained his cool facade. "So that's how it is." Maintaining his aloof demeanor, Han Xingwang turned away and replied politely, his tone neutral. "Is uncle home? I'm here to repay the money, not to chat." But Wang Ru wasn't letting him off so easily. Her sharp demeanor remained unchanged. She paused for a moment, then, like a cat doused with cold water, retorted, "Oh, so it's just about money. Still hung up on the past, are you? Or are you still in love with me? My charm is irresistible, isn't it?" Seeing her fixated on Han Xingwang, his cousin couldn't stand it any longer. He squeezed Wang Ru's butt and threw a pointed remark. "Why are you staring at him? You're about to be my wife." Wang Ru immediately shot back with disdain. "I'm just curious. Look at his shabby appearance. Not a single designer item on him, and he acts like he's living the high life in the city. He's better off back in the village." Han Xingwang's cousin chuckled, adding a sarcastic jab. "You think so too? He's really nothing to look at." Han Xingwang entered the house, mentally preparing for a brief social exchange before making a quick exit. But as soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by a peculiar sight. His uncle was playing cards with a group of older men from the village. Seeing Han Xingwang, his uncle couldn't help but grin widely, introducing him proudly. "Look, everyone, this is my eldest nephew. He works in the city now, a true city dweller." One of the men chimed in, "Oh, a city dweller, eh? Must be making a lot of money. I heard the neighbor's daughter works in Hangzhou and earns 100,000 yuan a month. You must be close to becoming a tycoon, right?" What started as a seemingly casual gathering turned into a gossip session. His cousin joined in, his tone dripping with disdain. "Oh, wow, such prospects. But I heard he works like a dog and only earns 5,000 yuan a month. My aunt raises pigs in the village and earns 30,000 yuan a month." Han Xingwang felt a sting of annoyance, but he was used to his cousin's taunts. His face remained impassive, as if he hadn't heard anything. He thought the conversation would end there, but his cousin wasn't done. He continued to add fuel to the fire. "City rent must be expensive, right? I heard it takes up more than half your salary. So you're probably not even making as much as my pig-raising aunt." Han Xingwang didn't bother arguing, simply replying curtly, "I'm not here to chat. I'm just here to repay the money I owe uncle." Even though he was engrossed in his card game, uncle was startled by Han Xingwang's words. But he maintained a facade of warmth, pretending not to care too much. "Oh, come on, we're family. There's no need to rush to repay the debt. Take your time." His words implied a close and harmonious family relationship, but in reality, he had already calculated everything carefully. Han Xingwang smiled, but inwardly he just wanted to get it over with quickly. He replied quickly and concisely, "It's no trouble, uncle. Here's the money. I'm just doing what's right." His words were light, but they carried a subtle weight. Uncle was slightly taken aback, but after a quick calculation, he decided he couldn't miss out on this opportunity. "Well, if you insist on paying, I won't stop you. DACAI, bring me the land title deed." His cousin, hearing this, went to the cabinet and retrieved the deed that Han Xingwang's parents had used as collateral. Uncle continued his card game and casually said, "Blood is thicker than water, you know. Just make yourself at home." Before he could finish his sentence, Han Xingwang had already completed the transfer. "Uncle, check it. I just transferred 51,000 yuan to you." Uncle was shocked. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their ears. He hurriedly checked his phone, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Oh my God, 51,000 yuan. Where did you get this kind of money?" Han Xingwang retrieved the land title deed and replied calmly, "Just from working in the city." Those simple words hung in the air, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. But before anyone could fully process the shock, his cousin continued his relentless taunting, his tone increasingly sarcastic. "Oh, wow, my uncle's family is so good at saving face. This 51,000 yuan must be their life savings, right?" Wang-ru couldn't stay silent. She clung to her fiancé, both teasing and adding fuel to the fire. "And don't forget, he's probably jealous that I'm about to become his cousin-in-law. Let me walk you out so you don't feel so uncomfortable." Han Xinguang was exhausted by their antics. He quickly left, not even bothering to glance at them. Wang-ru chased him to the gate, her voice dripping with self-righteousness. "Don't think I don't know you still have feelings for me. Don't embarrass your family. It's best to be clear before you get any ideas. Look at you now, you have money, but love is not something you can easily buy." She imagined herself as the heroine of a romance film. Han Xinguang, tired of her drama, didn't even bother turning around. He simply dropped a harsh line that stopped Wang-ru in her tracks. "You think I'd like someone like you? Take a good look in the mirror." His words were a slap in the face, leaving Wang-ru speechless. Frustrated and angry, she pointed at him and yelled, "What are you saying?" Han Xinguang chuckled in response, "Whose childhood sweethearts with you? We only played with cow dung firecrackers as kids, and you're already elevating yourself to that level. Initially, I didn't think you were someone who'd abandon the poor for the rich. I thought you were hardworking, cheerful, and always enthusiastic towards others. But I didn't expect you to be no different from anyone else. You're quite the actress, but it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with me, I understand you. Because you can't have me, you started looking down on me and throwing tantrums at me, right? But after all, I'm your future sister-in-law. You need to be tolerant, let the past go. You also need to learn to be understanding. You still think that way after I've explained it to you?" Han Xinguang turned to leave, muttering, "She's crazy." She quickly ran in front of him. "Han Xinguang, who do you think you are? You think you can get ahead just because you read a lot of books? Ridiculous. It's not like people work like oxen anymore. Even if you were a top student, what good is it? The most useless thing is books. I'm talking about you. I also look down on the poor and chase after the rich, so what? If I were with your uncle's family, I could live in a house hundreds of square meters large, eat well, and dress well. You living in the city are crammed into a tiny rental room, sharing it with others. Your shabby little house, a gust of wind could blow it away. And your mother, the hospital is a bottomless pit. If you throw 500,000 yuan in there, you won't even hear a splash. I'm being kind by telling you this, and you're still giving me attitude. Who can stand your temper? Have you said enough? You, what about you? I may not have as much money or skills as my beloved brother, but I work hard, I'm motivated, and I'm filial to my parents. I don't abandon the poor for the rich, I'm self-sufficient. I always think I'm pretty good, much better than people like you who only care about your own little piece of land. Also, don't be a psychopath, seriously, take a piece and look in the mirror." The system chimed in again. "Go ahead, host, cut off this toxic relationship without hesitation. Never waste your emotions. The host is rewarded with a house in Bixia town to be demolished." He was surprised, so the land hasn't been cleared yet. He continued his mission, grabbing her finger that was pointing at him and twisting it back. "You too, hold on tight, don't hurt anyone else, get lost." Moments later, as he was riding in a passing car, it deliberately drove through a puddle, splashing mud all over him. The window rolled down, revealing Hang Daike. "Oh, isn't this Han Xinguang? Sorry, I'm rushing to the construction site, didn't notice you. I'm currently a contractor for the No. 1 Urban Construction Bureau. I'm in charge of road construction in the town, so I'm a bit busy, don't have time to chat. If you can't find a job, come work for me, you can move bricks. My cousin, I can look out for you, gotta go." Han Xinguang was truly angry now, no wonder the roads are built like this. "Uncle, you really have a talent on your hands. I must eliminate this disaster for the people." The scene shifted to the branch office of the No. 1 Urban Construction Bureau in Bixia town. A man trailed behind him, flattering him. "Mr. Hang, when you're free, come over for tea often." He waved dismissively. All right, all right." The system chimed in again. "Excellent work, host. Long live the host who brings wealth. Thank you for your contribution to your hometown. Reward: 100 apartments." He couldn't believe his ears. 100, isn't that a bit too much? But this is an automatic judgment based on the host's behavior. He waved his hand dismissively. "I don't mean to blame you, system. This system is becoming more and more abstract. Why do I feel like all the wealth in the world is in my hands?" The scene shifted to the hospital. "Mom, eat an apple. Your son is very thoughtful." The peeled apple is delicious, but in the next second, a doctor walked over. The surgery was successful. All her vitals are normal now. Han Xingwang said hastily, "Doctor, my mother just had surgery yesterday. She's still recovering and under observation, so we won't be discharged yet. We'll pay the hospital bills on time. Also, I'd like to arrange a full checkup for her." But the doctor revealed his dark side. "What I mean is, I've already discharged her. Please pack up your belongings and leave quickly." He was confused. "What do you mean?" Seeing a potential argument brewing, his mother said worriedly, "Xingwang," the doctor said impatiently, "it means exactly what it says. Can't you understand? If you're recovered, leave quickly to make room for others. Don't occupy medical resources. If you like the hospital so much, why don't you just die here?" Han Xingwang was furious, placing the knife he was holding on the table, startling the doctor. The doctor saw that and cried out in panic, "What do you think you're doing with a knife in the hospital? Put it down, or I'll call security." His mother stopped him. "Let's go home. There's no need to spend so much money." "You see, I'm fine," the doctor said. "I'm okay. It's the same whether we stay here or go home. It's more comfortable at home, Mom. You just had surgery. Your wound hasn't healed yet. You need to be careful." The doctor said happily, "Look, your mother understands. Be a good boy and listen to your mother." Then, he said to the other nurses, as if deliberately scolding them, "You two must clean up properly. Don't leave any bad luck." Then he left, leaving Han Xingwang fuming, his hand clenching tightly. "Mom, eat first. I'll ask Dad to pick you up. I have something to do now." "Xingwang, don't fight with them. We can't win against them." He turned back, a gentle smile on his face. "Don't worry, Mom, I won't be too aggressive." The scene shifted to Dr. Lee's office. "I've arranged everything. Just have your friend's wife admitted directly. A tendon and bone injury takes 100 days to heal. Even a sprain needs to be taken seriously. Dr. Lee's efficiency is truly impressive. It has to be fast. Han Xingwang is just a poor nobody. How can he compare to your generosity? He was the one who delayed paying for his medicine for over half a month. Remember that everyone chipped in to cover his medical expenses. All the medical resources have to be used to collect debts. So, for the next matter, I'll have to trouble you. I'll treat you to dinner later. Thank you." Dake hung up the phone. "Han Xingwang, you still want to make trouble on my turf." The doctor also received an envelope of money, smiling, "You're very good at your job." Han Xingwang witnessed the whole scene from outside, an envelope of money. No surprise there, money can make the devil dance. Isn't this just deceiving the public? The scene shifted to the principal's office. He was sitting inside when he heard a knock on the door. He saw a stranger and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm just an ordinary patient." "If you're sick, go register directly. I don't see patients here." He sat down on the sofa and looked at the principal. "I want to talk about donating a building to the hospital." The principal didn't pay attention to his words. All right, if you have something to say, go to the consultation desk. I have a lot of work to do. I won't see you out." "Wait, what did you say? Do you know how much it costs to donate?" This kid, with his shabby appearance, probably doesn't have 200 yuan on him. "Donating a building? What a joke," Han Xingwang said confidently. "I know. I've looked into it. There's no problem. We'll follow the procedures." He thought to himself, 1 million to benefit the people. It's worth it. Building a building in a small town only costs about 1 million. It's just a drop in the bucket compared to my bank account. I know the hospital wards are always crowded, often with not enough rooms, so I want to donate a building. Firstly, I want to make it convenient for patients to be admitted in the future. After surgery, they can be properly accommodated. Secondly, I also want the principal to investigate whether there are any unethical practices here. The principal put down his book and focused on him. I understand that patients' families complain because of the lack of beds, but there's no need to be suspicious. He realized that he was looking for an excuse to accuse someone. Han Xinguang, he continued, regarding the shortage of beds, I know the principal is also in a difficult position, but in the case of a shortage of beds, some people accept bribes to secure beds that are already scarce for those with connections, harming the interests of ordinary patients. I think this is wrong. The principal stood up, his integrity evident. I've been managing this hospital for 10 years. The doctors in our hospital have never been corrupt. We've stopped all red envelopes. Doctors are supposed to save lives and care for patients. How can they accept money against their conscience? You're slandering us. Han Xinguang explained, yesterday, my mother just finished major surgery and is under observation and recovery. Today, the doctor in charge forced us to be discharged, but there's a spot for the next patient. As far as I know, the patient who came after us only had a sprained ankle, which can be treated simply and rested at home. Hearing that, the principal angrily shouted, You're lying. Although our wards are tight, it's not to the point where we force patients who just had surgery to be discharged immediately. This is not in line with our hospital's procedures and regulations. Even if a patient requests to be discharged, we require them to sign a waiver. Even if you're making things up, at least make it realistic and reasonable. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, thinking he was being slandered. Han Xinguang presented his evidence, a recording. Principal, don't get agitated, listen to this recording first. The principal quickly put it to his ear and started listening. The recording captured the conversation from earlier. I've arranged everything, just have your friend's wife admitted directly. A tendon and bone injury takes 100 days to heal. Even a sprain needs to be taken seriously. Dr. Li's efficiency is truly impressive. It has to be fast. Han Xinguang is just a poor nobody. How can he compare to your generosity? The principal listened to the entire conversation and still couldn't believe it. How could such a thing happen in our hospital? Who knows if this recording of yours is fake or edited? We won't bear this false accusation. Han Xinguang thought to himself, should I say he's naive, or that he's in cahoots with the other guy and deliberately covering up for him? He said, the recording may be fake, but the building is real. Real money. He made a phone call. Hello, Urban Construction Bureau. We want to build a building for the county hospital. Do you still have time to take on the project? Please come to the principal's office at the hospital to discuss the details with the principal. Okay, it's settled. Seeing him talk like this, the principal didn't quite believe it. Go ahead, let me see what you can do. He turned to the principal. Perhaps the principal doesn't believe that a building can fall from the sky. Or you can talk to him yourself. It won't take a few minutes of your time. Don't let your stubbornness cost you a whole building. The principal reluctantly picked up the phone. Hello, this is Principal Liu of the county hospital. Principal Liu, is that you? He was startled. It was indeed Kong Gong's voice. You're lucky. You're getting a building for free. I understand. Yes, I'll hang up now. The principal looked at him with a completely different expression than before. Mr. Han, you're truly a humble and cautious person. After a while of negotiation, so, do you believe me now? About the recording, you should also give me an answer. I can donate a building. Would I really need to fake a recording? This matter, based on the recording alone, is not enough evidence. If one building isn't enough, how about two? The principal was shocked by his casual words. Han Xinguang stood up. I have no other requests. I just hope the principal can punish those doctors who don't fulfill their responsibilities, thoroughly investigate the injustice in the hospital, and give ordinary patients the opportunity to see a doctor and be admitted that they deserve. The principal was still in a state of disbelief. So, I haven't asked for your name yet. Han Xinguang turned his head and said calmly, I'm just an ordinary farmer's son. What I'm doing is simply protecting the legitimate interests of an ordinary patient. My name is not important, but if you must sign a name, Write the envoy of righteousness. He walked out and closed the door behind him. As soon as he left, the principal picked up the phone and immediately ordered, "Bring me the most recent discharge records. I want to see if any patients were discharged immediately after surgery." The scene shifted to Dr. Lee's office. "Principal, I'll be right out." Moments later, Dr. Lee knelt down, crying and begging. "Principal, please don't fire me, don't fire me. I have elderly parents and young children. I can't lose this job." "You have elderly parents and young children, but don't patients have families? A doctor without ethics like you, go find another job. Our small county hospital can't afford a Buddha statue like you." The next day, at Hang Daikei's house, "Wow, your career is really taking off. Will we be able to buy a house in the city soon?" Of course, just then, a man walked over, furious. "Hang Daikei, didn't you say you were well connected and had all the doctors? Why was my wife kicked out as soon as she settled in? My wife was treated so badly, her sprain got worse. She's furious, she wouldn't even let me into the room last night." Hang Daikei immediately stood up. "What? Wait a minute, they probably don't know you're my brother. Let me call and ask." But as soon as he started calling Dr. Lee, he got a message. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is powered off." His face froze. The scene shifted to Hang Xingwan's courtyard. His mother asked. Many people were carrying things inside. "Xingwan, these 10 caregivers and equipment are very expensive." Hang Xingwan smiled. "They're all arranged by the hospital. We don't have to pay. That Dr. Lee was fired for negligence, and the hospital wants to compensate us. They arranged all this for us and will retrieve it later. Don't worry, Mom, just use it." "Oh, so that's how it is. Doing good deeds without seeking fame. How handsome." Hang Daci's voice came from afar. "Hang Xingwan, was this your doing? I specially got my brother a hospital bed, spent over 10,000 yuan, and now it's all gone to waste." His mother looked confused. "Hang Daikei, what are you talking about?" He smiled inwardly. This guy is confessing without even being interrogated. How stupid. He turned to Daci and scolded him. "Ah, so it was you? I was wondering how my mother, who was doing fine in the hospital, suddenly got kicked out. It turns out it was you, our dear relative, who spent over 10,000 yuan just to kick my mother out." He spoke loudly, so that all the movers could hear clearly. Hang Daikei started to feel embarrassed. "Who wants to kick your mother out? If you're recovered, you should be discharged, and don't pretend." Hang Xingwan argued back. "If it weren't for you behind the scenes, would the hospital arrange caregivers for you? That's Principal Liu, a man of integrity, who discovered corruption and bribery in the hospital and specially compensated me." Hearing that, Hang Daikei pointed and said loudly, "Can I believe this lie? Hang Xingwan, you have to compensate me. You don't know how long I've been connected with my brother. All the road repair projects I've taken on were referred to me by him. I don't even know how many cigarettes I've stuffed, how much money I've spent. Now that he's been fired, I've suffered a huge loss, and it's all your fault." Hang Xingwan just said softly, "Your words are unreasonable. Aren't you a high earner? A big boss earning millions a year? Surely you don't need to come here and scam a poor guy like me. Ask your conscience. Earning less than 5,000 a month, crammed into a tiny room in the city, can't even pay rent. How capable are you to make a big boss like you suffer such a huge loss? You, me. What about me? Maybe you've done too many bad things and are being punished by heaven." Seeing that he had no way to refute, Hang Daikei thought to himself, "You're so eloquent. How can a loser like you have such ability? Maybe it's just dumb luck." He turned to leave, muttering, "You'll die poor." Hang Xingwan sneered at him. "What a stupid and ugly thing. All right, Mom, let's continue our walk." Hang Daikei seems very angry. Will he take revenge on us? I'd like to see how he takes revenge on us. The scene shifted to somewhere on the road. Hang Daikei thought to himself, "Didn't the person in that car just now look a bit like Kong Gong? I must be seeing things. How could Kong Gong come to this godforsaken place?" A car stopped in front of his house. Kong Gong stepped out, carrying a pile of things, a warm smile on his face. "Mr. Hang, thank you so much. Road repair and building. Hang Xingwang was startled and quickly interrupted him to avoid being exposed. "Oh, Mr. Kong is so generous. On my way home, I saw Mr. Kang's car stopped and helped him out." Mom, look, Mr. Kong is being polite." Kong Gong quickly understood and played along. Yes, it's the right thing to do. "I came here to help repair the muddy road in front of your house," he secretly praised him. Mr. Hang is hiding his identity even in front of his parents. Luckily, I reacted quickly. He walked towards Kong Gong and said to his mother, "Mom, I have some things to give to Mr. Kong. I'll go in first." Then he whispered to Kong Gong, "I want to keep a low profile on this trip back to town. I don't want others to know about these things, including my family. I understand. Doing good deeds without seeking fame," he thought to himself, truly a hidden dragon, a recluse. "I've completed the task you asked me to do today, Mr. Kong. Excellent efficiency. It's what I should do. Meanwhile, DACAO was on the phone. "Hello, Mr. Zhao." "Hello, the road repair project is temporarily suspended. You don't need to participate anymore." Hang Daikei couldn't believe his ears. "What?" He slammed on the brakes and listened carefully. "Didn't we already discuss this? My workers have already scheduled everything. Suddenly informing me like this is a waste of my time. How are you going to compensate me? There are new regulations regarding construction. Your construction team didn't pass the competency assessment. We're also in a difficult position. I have something to do now. I can't talk anymore, Mr. Zhao. The line went dead, leaving Daikei stunned, his phone dropping to the ground. Mr. Zhao sneered. "Who told you to offend Kong Gong? I can't help you." Daikei immediately sought out Mr. Zhao, bringing more gifts to renegotiate. He placed a bag containing 4 red paper boxes on the table, forcing a wide, obsequious smile. "Mr. Zhao, we already reached an agreement, right? You just sit back and wait for your cut of the road repair project." Mr. Zhao, his large belly nestled between 2 women, his eyes half closed, seemed to ignore Daikei. Seeing this, DACI pushed the bag of gifts closer and offered, "When the time comes, we can adjust our split from 30/70ths to 40/60ths. As soon as he spoke, Mr. Zhao's eyes flickered open. Daikei thought to himself, "I knew it." He thought the percentage was too low. What a bottomless pit of greed, making things difficult for me at such a crucial moment. He added, "Everyone knows that the certificate check is just a formality. I can find a company to borrow their name and redo the procedures. It won't be a problem for you." Unexpectedly, Mr. Zhao flew into a rage, sweeping the bag of gifts to the floor. "Who told you that you could forge certificates? A few cartons of cigarettes and you want to drag me down with you? Do you think I'm a beggar?" The 2 women cowered in fear. Daikei hurriedly knelt down to pick up the scattered cigarette cartons, stammering, "Mr. Zhao, I didn't mean it that way." "I just meant," Mr. Zhao cut him off. "What do you mean? Do you think I'm deaf? Are you deliberately trying to act important?" DACI quickly replied, No, I didn't mean that. How about this? I'll give you 50%. But Mr. Zhao became even angrier. He pointed a finger and said firmly, "I treated you like a brother, and you want to harm me." "Get out." A tall, burly man in sunglasses escorted DACI out with a kick. "Don't let Mr. Zhao see your face again." The cigarette cartons flew out with him. In another room, at a nightclub, a gentle knock echoed. "Come in." A waiter opened the door and said, "Mr. Zhao, please come in." He saw Hang Xingwang and Kong Gong, and extended his hand with a laugh. "You two have been waiting for a long time." Mr. Zhao clasped his hands and said heartily, "Mr. Hang, you're so noble. On behalf of the townspeople, thank you for funding the road repairs." Hang Xingwang observed him, assessing him as a businessman with a Buddha's mouth and a snake's heart. He clasped his hands behind his back and said casually, "It's nothing noble. I don't really care about village welfare. It's just that my parents are old and have trouble getting around. If the roads are bad and they accidentally trip, it'll be troublesome." He suddenly laughed and asked, "Mr. Zhao, the roads won't fall apart within a year again, right?" Mr. Zhao was startled. How could that be? He was inwardly fuming, but forced himself to calm down. "I'll tolerate you, Just because you're rich, Mr. Zhao said confidently, rest assured, the roads we repair are guaranteed. I'll leave it all to you. I hope you won't disappoint me, the system announced. The host, in just 2 days and 1 night, you have completed the mission of building your hometown, first repairing the roads, then building a house. Not only did you spend generously, but you also have a noble heart. Reward: 9,999,999 yuan. We hope the host will never forget his original intention. Han Xinguang smiled, enjoying the moment. He thought to himself, I was wondering why the system has been so quiet these past few days. It turns out it was planning a big move with me. At Uncle's house, a loud crashing sound echoed. Wang Jiayu's shrill voice rang out, Hang Daike. You're lying here playing games all day. You don't even clean the house or do laundry. Daca lay sprawled on the sofa, ignoring her. Wang Ru continued to yell, if I knew you were so good at bragging, taking on projects you can't handle, I would have chosen Han Xinguang. He has more opportunities in the city. Daca's eyes turned cold. He jumped up and asked, what did you say? Wang Ru poked him in the chest. I said, the duck in hand can fly. You're useless. If I were you, even if I had to kneel before Mr. Zhao, I would have made it happen. How can you be so good at acting, tricking me like that? She turned and walked away. I'm going to find Han Xinguang now. We were childhood sweethearts. He'll definitely. Daca was furious, his hands trembling. He grabbed Wang Ru's collar and yelled, stop. You shameless woman. He slapped her hard. You good-for-nothing woman. You don't earn a single cent and you dare criticize me. Do you want a beating? She fell to the floor. She never expected Daike to be so violent. A few days later, at Han Xinguang's house, Kong Gong handed him a stack of documents. These are some detailed terms. You two can take a closer look later. Old Hang and his wife were surprised. Oh, what's this about? Kong Gong had already prepared everything. Simply put, this road repair project happens to affect your house. We need to take 1 square meter of your land. As an apology, we intend to build you a new house as compensation. What do you think? Old Hang and his wife were stunned. What? Kong Gong continued enthusiastically. If you're not satisfied, we can discuss the compensation further. We'll offer additional compensation. Old Hang thought to himself, since when were village benefits so good? Just taking 1 square meter of land and getting a house and extra compensation. No matter how much, it's pure luck. Han Xinguang's mother smiled at Kong Gong. That's enough. That's enough. Overjoyed, Old Han called out, Xinguang, come out. Someone wants to build us a house. A few days later, at the bus station, Xinguang bid farewell to his parents to return to the city. I'm leaving now. Han Xinguang's mother advised, even though working in the big city is hard, you must take care of yourself. Don't overwork. Next time you come home, we'll be in a bigger house. Xinguang hugged his mother. I'll take good care of myself. Don't worry. I have to get on the bus now or I'll miss my flight. He waved goodbye. Old Han called after him. We'll be waiting for you to come home. In the first-class waiting area, Xinguang checked his account, thinking, 1 trip home and I've already made enough capital. Suddenly, a voice called out, Han Xinguang. Gao Wen approached, surprised, why are you here? He replied, I went home to visit my mother. I'm just heading back today. Gao Wen felt a little awkward. I forgot to ask. I only heard later that your mother was sick. You couldn't get leave, so you had to quit your job. It's nothing serious. Her recovery has been good. I was on a business trip. The company wanted me to change my image, so they asked me to do some promotional work for rural development. I just finished and was about to head back. What a coincidence running into you here. He smiled in agreement. It really is a coincidence. What are you planning to do next? Are you planning to apply to any companies? If it's inconvenient to say, you don't have to tell me. He was honest. I don't have any plans to work for any company at the moment. I might consider starting my own business. He thought to himself, I'm just planning to rent a building opposite my old company and start a new company, despite my old boss. That would be awesome. Just thinking about it makes me feel cool. That's good too. If you need anything, just let me know. I know a lot of people in film production and filming, and the prices are reasonable. Just then, she received a call from Bossy. Gawain stood up and said, "Excuse me, I need to take this call." She thought to herself, "Is this Bossy crazy, calling me hundreds of times a day?" As soon as she answered, she heard him yelling, "Gawain, you've got wings now that you're making money, huh? You dare not answer my messages. Get online and stream with Guardian. They've been waiting for you for half an hour. I already told you, I'm about to board my flight. You said okay, no problem, you haven't boarded yet. We'll talk after you board, but I'm about to board. The next flight is in 10 hours, and I'm not sure I can even get a ticket. Besides, it's my break time now. You're selling your beauty and you want a break, laughable. Do you think the company is raising you for free?" Bossy put his feet up on his desk and sneered. "If you miss your flight, just live stream at the airport for 10 hours. It's like the saying, sharpening your axe won't delay your woodcutting." Gawain snapped angrily, "I've already earned a lot of money for the company. I've been at the top of the leaderboard for 3 months straight. I'm not being raised for free," Bossy retorted. "So what? Don't forget you still have a contract with the company. As long as it's not expired, you have to listen to me. Stop talking back and get online now. If you say anything more, I'll consider it a breach of contract." He touched the butt of the secretary who was making tea. Xinguang saw Gao Wen's angry expression and asked, "Bossy, yeah." Hearing Xinguang's voice, Bossy blurted out, "Oh, I thought it was who? It's Hang Xinguang. No wonder she's being so coy about being at the airport. I bet she's lying in bed naked. Don't make things up. I already took a picture of my round-trip ticket and sent it to the company group chat as a report, then go online and live stream to prove it. Let me see if you're really at the airport or in bed. Oh, what kind of creature is this Bossy? His worldview revolves around from the thigh to the navel." Gawain was so angry she could only say, "Bossy, you," he retorted arrogantly. "What about me?" Xinguang snatched her phone and said loudly, "Isn't it just the contract termination fee? How much is it? I'll pay it. By the way, this call is being recorded. I have the right to sue you for slander." Bossy yelled, "Can you even afford the termination fee?" "Don't pretend to be a big shot." Xinguang hung up, "Damn it. He dared to hang up on me." Gawain hesitated. "You're not really going to pay my termination fee, are you?" She was thinking, what right do I have to accept such kindness? Actually, I'm quite happy at the company. Bossy only occasionally makes things difficult for me. Besides, they'll definitely demand an exorbitant termination fee now. But there's no need to let them take advantage of me. I don't have much savings to pay the termination fee myself." Xinguang reassured her, "Don't feel embarrassed. I'm also looking out for myself." He said frankly, "I want to start a new media company and compete with them. I'm just looking for some acquaintances to help me out. What better way to make a name for myself in this area than to poach their top talent?" Gawain was shocked. "Start a business? You mean start a company that can compete with them?" She thought to himself, "Hang Xinguang, who are you really?" Hang Xinguang continued, "My salary and benefits package is a 50/50ths profit split, which will be used to deduct your termination fee. After the fee is paid, we'll split the profits 30/70ths, my 30, your 70. Gawain smiled and whispered, "If you're not a good person, then who is?" Seeing her silence, Xinguang stroked his chin and asked, "Is the percentage too low?" Gawain quickly replied, No. This is too high. You don't have to help me like this." She thought to herself, a 50/50ths split from a live streaming company is already good. He's even paying my termination fee, so it's only natural for him to ask for 70% or 80% from me. Xinguang said sincerely, "Gawain, you're the only one in company who doesn't look down on me. You give me a papaya, I'll give you a jade. You treat me as an equal, and I'll reciprocate with kindness. It's only natural. Besides, I have a good eye for people. I believe your future will be bright, so I'm inviting you to switch jobs and help me make money. I believe you'll bring in far more than the termination fee. Essentially, I'm just giving you an advance." Hearing these words, Gawain was moved. He's clearly throwing me a lifeline, but he makes it sound like I'm doing him a big favor, she said, smiling. Okay. Then, they quickly arrived at the office building. In company's office, Gao Wen and Xingwang stood before Bossy. Bossy still spoke in his arrogant tone. Oh, Gao Wen, you actually believe the sweet nothings a man whispers in bed. If you believe him, bring him to the company. If you can't pay, you'll be the one losing face. Xingwang growled, cut the crap, call your legal team. I'm here today to terminate Gao Wen's contract. I don't have time to argue with you. Bossy stood up and replied, do you know how much Gao Wen is worth right now? Can you even afford her termination fee? I heard you recently came into some ill-gotten gains. However, the poor who get rich quickly lose themselves. Hang Xingwang, as your old superior, I have to remind you, this ill-gotten wealth is like a castle in the air. It'll disappear in a blink of an eye. If you incur a large debt, your life will be ruined, Xingwang shrugged indifferently. Resources are renewable, like money. The more you spend, the more you have. Don't worry about it, your current anxiety. Don't tell me you're afraid I can afford it. Bossy was startled, as if exposed. He quickly regained his composure and replied, this company isn't solely mine. I'm not the one spending and earning the money. What am I afraid of? Xingwang sighed. Just because you have a little power, you abuse it. I'm truly worried about your future. Bossy yelled, Hang Xingwang, what are you so smug about? Don't forget you were just a dog under me. Xingwang didn't flinch. I was a formerly employed staff member with a signed labor contract. You calling me a dog? I can see you for that. He patted Bossy's shoulder and reminded him, oh, right, Clause 5 in our previous contract states that neither party shall disseminate false information that damages the reputation of the other party. And this clause remains in effect even after the termination of the contract. If I hear you making things up again, I reserve the right to prosecute. The legal procedures were quickly completed. Both parties went to the meeting room. The legal staff handed each of them a set of documents. These are your contracts. Please sign them. Yes, Gao Wen replied, still feeling a little uneasy. Bossy said loudly, you really want to sign, Gao Wen? This kind of person just came into some ill-gotten gains. If you value his dirty money and want to go with him, you'll regret it someday. Gao Wen frowned. I don't need your concern. She signed the contract. Bossy continued to rant. The contract is terminated. When are you transferring the money? Don't trick her into signing and then run away, leaving Gao Wen with a mess to clean up. Xingwang pointed at his phone. Why the rush? Check your account first. The money was transferred a minute ago. Hearing this, Bossy was truly taken aback. Several million yuan. Is he bluffing without considering the consequences? Xingwang looked at him with a sarcastic expression. Has it been transferred or not? Don't you know how to check with your finance department? Idiot. He stood by the window, looking out. What a great view. 2 floors up is really nice. The scenery across the street is also great. Seeing him say this, Bossy was a little puzzled. Xingwang turned around and said cheerfully, Bossy, we have a long future ahead of us. The system announced, congratulations to the host for understanding the true meaning of spending money. The more you spend, the more you have. The host has jumped from the level of buying without looking at the price to the level of terminating contracts without asking the price. Reward, 99,999,999 yuan. Xingwang smiled to himself, thinking, buying out my old company isn't just a dream anymore. As Gao Wen and Xingwang came downstairs, Qingqing ran after them, calling out, Gao Wen? Hang Xingwang. They turned around. Qingqing said softly, Gao Wen, I heard about you. Will we still see each other in the future? Gao Wen hesitated. Before she could finish, Xingwang replied, why not? We work in that building over there. You can come have lunch at our cafeteria. Qingqing looked at the high-rise building in surprise. Really? Suddenly, his phone rang. Xingwang checked the caller ID and said, I need to take this call. The screen displayed Li Weiniang. He wondered, who is this? He answered the call. A polite female voice said, hello, Mr. Hang, your property certificate is ready. When will you come to pick it up? Xingwang suddenly remembered. I'll be there in a bit. Okay, welcome, Xing Wang hung up, smiling. One trip home and I almost forgot I still have a villa to check out. He said to Gao Wen and Qingqing, Gao Wen, take a good rest these days and plan for our future. You to chat, I have some things to take care of. Okay, Qingqing watched Xing Wang leave in a taxi and asked, did he pay your termination fee? Gao Wen lowered her head. Yeah, Qingqing exclaimed. I can't believe that office errand boy is actually a rich tycoon. You can't judge a book by its cover. At the real estate office, Li Weinian called the sales department. The VIP client is about to arrive. Be careful. Don't make any mistakes in receiving him. This is our revenue. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Manager Wang replied seriously, understood. I'll make arrangements to receive him immediately. He ordered the staff, everyone, gather in the lobby. Mr. Hang, who bought the 38 million yuan villa, will be here soon. Everyone, go to the entrance to welcome him. Pay attention to your attire, be polite and presentable. Don't tarnish the reputation of our company, understood? The staff replied in unison. Manager Wang specifically addressed Ai Lin. This is a VIP client. You must not be negligent in receiving him. Ai Lin asked cautiously, Manager Wang, do you have a picture? What if we welcome the wrong person? He laughed. He's a mysterious tycoon. How could there be a picture? This kind of tycoon is usually very ostentatious. When he arrives, our place will light up. You've been a salesperson for so many years. Don't you have any discerning eyes? Ai Lin lowered her head. Yes, yes, yes. Manager Wang touched the wall and exclaimed, oh, there's dust on my hand. Clean it up, clean it again. Don't leave a speck of dust. We must give the tycoon a high-quality experience. The taxi stopped in front of the real estate office. Xing Wang stepped out and exclaimed, wow. Before him was a luxurious space, with staff in suits lined up on both sides, waiting. As expected of Swan Bay, the flagship brand of Hongqing real estate. The sales office is so grand, but the staff were looking left and right. The VIP client hasn't arrived yet. Xing Wang, seeing this, thought to himself, who are these people waiting for? A big shot from the group, he walked in casually. None of the staff paid attention to him. Xing Wang looked around and saw no one. Such a big sales office and no one's here. Did they all go out? This villa reward sounds too good to be true. He admired the model of the villa complex, which was lushly landscaped. Each house had a swimming pool, just like in the movies. I just don't know where my house is. Ai Lin rushed over, her voice enthusiastic. Hello, sir. What kind of house are you looking for? I can show you. Manager Wang saw this and called out, Ai Lin, come here for a moment. Ai Lin quickly went over to him. Manager Wang whispered, didn't I tell you we're not receiving any other clients today? Why aren't you keeping watch at the door? But he's still a client. Manager Wang sighed. This girl is too honest. At this hour, our VIP client is about to arrive. Get rid of this client, so our VIP doesn't feel disrespected. That's not very nice. We didn't put up a notice at the door. Manager Wang looked exasperated. Look at this kid. He doesn't even have to yuan on him, and he dares to walk into the Swan Bay sales office. We're just in the way here. Don't block the way for our VIP client. Get him out of here. Manager Wang walked over and said sarcastically, if you can't afford it, don't look around. You're wasting everyone's time. If you want to buy, hurry up. What's the point of looking all day? Xing Wang looked around and saw only himself. He pointed at himself and asked, are you talking about me? Manager Wang beckoned to Ai Lin. Hurry up. What kind of service is this? It's all dusty. Go clean it up. What if the VIP client sees this and doubts our cleaning abilities? Sweep this trash out for me. Xing Wang was a little confused. How can I know if it's good or suitable for me if I don't look? Manager Wang said bluntly, you don't even have 200 yuan on you. Our average price is 300,000 yuan per square meter. Can you even afford it? I've given you a way out. You insist on embarrassing yourself. You can't blame me. Xing Wang was annoyed. The quality of real estate management here is terrible. There are even people who look down on others. I don't think the houses are worth that much. Manager Wang sneered. If you can't eat grapes, you say they are sour. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered the call and smiled. Li Wanying's voice came through. Hello, Mr. Han, have you arrived at the sales office? If you have any questions, you can ask Manager Wang. Manager Wang was startled by the voice coming from the guy's phone. Xing Wang asked, he said, I'm not worthy of buying a house. I think I should go somewhere else. We can stop the transaction. Li Wanying jumped up. Mr. Han, please wait a moment. I'll be right there. She thought to herself, is this Manager Wang's head full of rocks? She hurriedly explained, there must be a misunderstanding. Please wait. Don't go. Wanying rushed off. If I don't hurry, that idiot Manager Wang will drive the client away. Stepping outside, she told the taxi driver, Swan Bay sales office, quickly. Yes, sitting in the car, she wondered, Manager Wang, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to treat the VIP client well? Did you listen to me at all? If you offend the mysterious tycoon, you won't be able to handle the consequences. She quickly reached the door. Boss Li, wait a moment. Let me confirm. Manager Wang, who had been all smiles while talking to Li Wanying, immediately changed his demeanor after hanging up. I told you to get rid of all the other clients. You just wouldn't listen. The mysterious tycoon must be unhappy that we're entertaining other clients. Han Xingwang thought to himself, that expression he had earlier. I thought he'd heard his boss's voice, but it turns out. Manager Wang started blaming Lin. What's the use of being pretty? All you're good at is causing trouble. This time, you've offended the tycoon. I might even lose my job because of you. Seeing him scolding her, the girl cried, Manager Wang, I was just doing my job. Then, he pushed Han Crossing Wang outside and said, a poor wretch like him. I don't know if you have any relatives at Hongqing, but even if you did, it wouldn't matter. Just get out of here, you're affecting our business. Just then, Li Wanying arrived. Manager Wang, still unaware of his grave mistake, yelled, did you hear me? Get out. Then he turned and said, Boss Li is here. Boss Li, it's like this. But Li Wanying ignored him, not bothering to listen to his explanation. He thought, Boss Li must be angry seeing this penniless guy still here. But to his surprise, she walked over and bowed politely. Hello, Mr. Han, I'm Li Wanying, Vice President of Hongqing Real Estate. You can call me Xio Li. I'm very sorry for the unpleasant experience you had. Manager Wang was blind to offend you. Please forgive us. He was stunned. Xio Li. This can't be. Seeing that Han Xingwang did not say anything, she continued, we will definitely strengthen our management and prevent such discriminatory behavior. Lin thought to herself, so he's the VIP client we've been waiting for. Li Wanying stills continued, we treat every client who comes to view, choose, and buy a house with equal sincerity. We hope you can give us a chance to make it up to you. Manager Wang's face darkened. Boss Li, you're not joking, are you, a tycoon? How could the mysterious tycoon who bought the 300 million yuan house look so young and poor, without any ostentation? Why is he dressed so casually? She turned and scolded him. I've told you more than once not to look down on any client. Did you take my words as wind? You're done for this time. Selling a house and making him feel inferior. You don't have to come in tomorrow. He became frightened, tears streaming down his face. He knelt down and begged, Boss Li, I have elderly parents and young children. I have monthly mortgage and car payments. My daughter is sick and needs a lot of medical expenses every month. You know all this. I can't lose this job, please. If you knew this, why did you do that in the first place? We're running a business, not a charity. Reflect on your mistakes. Then he turned to Xingwang and said, Mr. Han, it was me. I was the one who looked down on you. Please give me another chance. Lin didn't dare to speak, fearing she would be next. It's almost my turn. What should I do? But then Xingwang turned to Lin and said kindly, this saleswoman is very good. Let her be the manager. Yes, no problem. Mr. Han, shall we go see the house? Manager Wang was shocked, unable to believe his ears. She's the manager, Han Xingwang said. It's getting late. Can we still see the house? Of course. I'll personally take you there. Lin still couldn't believe what she had just heard. Did I just get promoted? I must be dreaming. After they left, a notification rang out. Chivalrous host, you've exposed those who look down on others and upheld justice. Reward, 1 heart. What good is a heart? I need more practical rewards. The notification reminded him, don't underestimate the system's personal praise. It might help you at a critical moment. He smiled slightly. This system is quite mischievous. A moment later, at the villa entrance courtyard. These are the butlers of our villa complex, responsible for your security and property, sir. Welcome back, Mr. Hang. Please come in. We'll set up the automatic door recognition for you later. As they spoke, someone brought over a briefcase. Mr. Hang, all the documents, including the property certificate, are prepared. Please take a look. A 300 million yuan villa. Forgive a country bumpkin like me. I've never seen such an expensive house before. It's beautiful. Looking at the property certificate in the luxurious briefcase, Xingwang picked it up, glanced at it, and thought, this document feels so surreal. He put it back in the briefcase and said cheerfully, lead the way. Seeing Xingwang's actions, she wiped the sweat from her brow, thinking, the rich are really different. A 300 million yuan house, and he doesn't even bother checking the certificate. They reached the end of the path, and the villa appeared before them. Here you are. This villa has a private garden. We specially hired top gardeners to meticulously design it. The interior decoration was done by internationally renowned designers. Looking at Xingwang, she speculated, this big shot dresses very ordinarily, but treats money like dirt. Could he be a young master from some hidden aristocratic family? He's probably afraid of attracting attention or being kidnapped if he looks too noble. While she was thinking he was a hidden young master, he was immersed in the thoughts of a true farmer. The scenery is beautiful, but considering my parents' preferences, I need to plan a new vegetable patch. Planting some cabbage and eggplant would make them happy. It's a top-tier villa, but it would be even better with some bitter melon or something. She said, if Mr. Hang is not satisfied with anything, we can help you contact the designer and make modifications for free. Okay, I'll consider it. He thought to himself, there are too many flashy things. It needs to be redesigned. My parents won't be able to adapt. A second later, the system proudly announced, the host has found a reason to dislike the 300 million yuan villa in just 1 minute. This is not pretentious at all. Reward, 99,999 yuan. At the same time, the reward system interface was updated. The host has entered a new stage of life, so the system has too. The garden landscape designed by top gardeners couldn't satisfy him. She followed, looking at him, and thought to herself, he truly has the aura of a tycoon. Then she said, Mr. Hang, you're so young and already the king of our complex, truly immeasurable wealth. After our chairman heard about your spending prowess, he specifically instructed us to treat you well. He also said he would visit you personally when he returns from his business trip. Xingwang turned his head and said indifferently, don't bother, it's just a little money, not worth the trouble. It's what we should do. Hearing that, she smiled and said, we hope Mr. Hang will continue to support us. She smiled brightly, but inwardly she was fuming. Rich people are so annoying. 300 million. And he says it's just a little money. Which mysterious family is this young master from? After a while, their legs tired from walking, they finally arrived. She held out her hand to invite him in and said, Mr. Hang, we're here. Please come in. At the same time, in a certain villa, a woman's voice rang out. Uncle John, who bought that villa? The old man said, a young man surnamed Xingwang. He looks very ordinary. Hearing this, the young lady turned around in surprise. The old man continued, Miss, do you want to check his identity? She shook her head, no need. Someone who can easily buy a 300 million yuan villa can't be ordinary. If we investigate, they'll know. If they're displeased, it won't end well. Choose a nice gift for me. I'll go greet him sometime. 3 months later, today was the founding day of Xingwang's company. Standing in front of everyone in the company, Hang Xingwang declared, after 3 months of preparation, our Dujin Media Company is finally opening. We sincerely thank Director Gao for her hard work in training everyone over the past 3 months. Everyone must do their best to repay her efforts. We won't let you down. Xingwang and Gaowen smiled at each other, recalling 3 months ago. Gaowen asked again, confused. I have to live stream and train new talent. Xingwang said calmly, half of the commission from new live streamers goes to you. Isn't that too much? You're the founding hero of Doujin. Besides, every profession has its expertise. You're familiar with the live streaming process, account operations, and how to attract viewers. I can't do it alone. Of course, once the company is running smoothly, you can switch to the front lines if you want. Gao Wen looked at Xingguang with determination. I want to stay behind the scenes. Scene change to boss his office. He looked at the phone and muttered, Doujin Media. Signed a lot of live streamers. Huh, what era is this? Someone starting from scratch wants to open a live streaming company. Is it that easy? Doujin Media, what do you have to compete with me? Opening your company right across from us. Are you provoking me? Suddenly, a man came forward and said that Doujin Media is located in the office building opposite us. What does that mean? Is slapping me in the face. Boss, he saw that and stood up and said, Cousin, you're back from your trip. Is sister-in-law well? I'm thinking about how to deal with them. He immediately smiled sinisterly. The old rules. Teach them a lesson. Let them know who's the boss in the live streaming industry. Unlike his previous arrogance in front of his cousin, boss, he was nothing more than a sycophant. At the same time, Xingguang was in his office. These designers are all style over substance. He was dissatisfied with the designs he received. My 300 million villa must be magnificent and creative. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Gao Wen entered and said, Our anchors also received PK invitations from MIOQUN. They all have at least 1 million fans, and they are all anchors in the same field. Gao Wen said angrily, holding up her phone. Look at the work group. I received a PK invitation. The other person is Mini Coco from Myokun. What should we do? She has 1 million fans. Isn't this targeting you, boss? I received one too. What should I do, Sister Gao? Mini Coco also sent you a PK invitation. If we lose, we have to add the MIOQUN prefix to our names. Isn't that their old trick? Boss, 1 million fans bullying someone with only tens of thousands of fans. How shameless. Seeing that, Xingguang smiled and said, They're making a big fuss, targeting our company's main live streamers and smaller ones for PK, then deliberately leading their fans to attack the smaller ones. They're telling the new live streaming companies that they're the top dogs in this industry. What a cunning tactic. It's a pity they've picked the wrong opponent this time. Xingguang stood up confidently. Isn't PK about revenue from gifts? Tell our live streamers to accept the PK. Gao Wen heard that and wondered, aren't you going to pay out of pocket to send rockets to the new live streamers? Suddenly realizing his mistake, Xingguang said softly, Did I seem too extravagant just now? Gao Wen recalled the PK at the bar. She seemed to realize something. Big brother, could it be Hang Xingguang? He raised a finger and said, Gao Wen, don't worry, I'll help you. Big brother will help you. Money is only money when it's spent. Keeping it in your hands is just a number. Hearing his firm words, she said, but we should still be frugal. After all, more than half of the money goes to channel fees and platform commissions. She thought to herself, he paid tens of millions in termination fees for me. If I'm not mistaken, he also sent me tens of millions worth of rockets before. Xingguang still confidently said, You can't spend money like that. Life is short, why save? Besides, I'm not spending recklessly, I'm investing. I'm lacking popularity, and it's come knocking at my door. As long as we seize this opportunity, our company can instantly turn around, our reputation will spread throughout the industry. A live streamer with tens of thousands of fans challenging one with 1 million fans is enough to pique viewers' curiosity. They'll come over to see what we can do, and you have to trust in your ability to train newcomers and create content. As long as they come into our live stream, we just need to keep most of them, and we'll win. Don't worry, I know my limits. I'll help you earn a stable income. Hearing that, Gao Wen's eyes became determined. That's right, his vision is different from mine. He's already spent hundreds of millions, so he doesn't care about spending another few tens of millions. Besides, he used to work in operations and marketing at Myokun. I'm no match for him in that regard. He trusts me, so I should trust him too. Later, in Doujin's live streaming room, Sister Gao, what should we do? If we accept the PK, We'll definitely lose. Facing their worries, Gao Wen said resolutely, accept the invitation. In Xingwang's office, a notification rang out. The PK battle between Maya-kun and Doujin had begun. As soon as it started, the Maya-kun streamer was already thanking gifts with a wide grin. Thanks to Xiaobaoba for the Miao Group rocket. Thanks to Erkao for the private plane. 38 Ani Kongri Ningdi. Kia Polei thanks to Li Yudu for the moon on the sea. Thanks to Xiao Huaimao for the hot air balloon. Thanks to Xiao Piku for the 10 planes. Thank you all so much. His phone buzzed with a message in the group chat. Have you heard? Doujin Media and Maya-kun Media are going head to head. Doujin Media is just throwing pebbles at a boulder. They're just copying Maya-kun's style. They have no originality. They're just clowns. I saw the comments on Doujin's streamer's screen. They're getting roasted. The fans are flooding in to insult them. Let's see how Maya-kun's boss crushed Doujin. Boss, come out and discipline these clowns. Xingwang gently put down his phone, unfazed by all this. He was thinking about something else, a whole set of rosewood furniture. Or maybe a French vintage style. That's a real dilemma. While he was deep in thought, Gao Wen entered the office. She reported on the PK battle. The votes are being crushed. They came prepared, getting their big spenders to focus on voting today. On our side, the accounts are ready and the money has been loaded. When should we make our move? Xingwang smiled and waved his hand. No rush, the time isn't right. Let them rest and gather their strength. When their popularity is at its peak and they're being mocked the most, that's when we'll make our move. Gao Wen said sheepishly. Right, I was too hasty. Xingwang continued, however, the streamer's mental state is very important. Comfort them, tell them to maintain their best state at all times. Win or lose, as long as they perform well, they'll be rewarded. Meanwhile, at Maya-kun, Bossy was already celebrating. Cousin, victory is ours tonight, let's celebrate early. He thought to himself, so what if we lost Gao Wen? We still have tens of millions in revenue. But his cousin didn't seem happy at all. What's there to celebrate about beating a small company? It's a given. He then felt a pang of regret. Although he had gotten tens of millions in termination fees, losing Gao Wen still felt like letting a big fish go. He then checked his phone. I remember now. I heard someone paid tens of millions in termination fees for her to leave Maya-kun. I didn't expect her to start her own company. The style of the whole company is so familiar. Isn't this a premeditated confrontation? His cousin's expression changed instantly. What's wrong? Why didn't you tell me Gao Wen went to Doujin? Boss, he stammered, unable to explain. He couldn't let his cousin think he was incompetent. He quickly made up an excuse. Gao Wen used to sleep with a nouveau rich, sweet-talking him into opening his wallet, so she terminated her contract. She probably got a few tens of millions and thought she was capable, getting all arrogant and thinking she could climb the ladder and become a boss. His cousin found the explanation plausible, so he didn't pursue it further. All right, as long as you can control the situation, we must win today. Just then, an employee burst in, flustered. Boss, it's bad. Their live stream rooms are all getting rockets and yachts. Boss, he started to sweat. Not again, but last time he only sent gifts to one room. Where did he get so much money? He quickly turned to reassure his cousin. Cousin, we've already reached 30 million. They can't possibly surpass us, right? No matter how rich someone is, they wouldn't spend 30 million on streamers. His cousin glared at him. We absolutely cannot lose, understand? Boss, he was sweating profusely. Definitely, it's just this one time. Don't worry, cousin. That's what Boss he thought, but his assistant was trembling with fear. It's not just one round of gifts, they're sending gifts again. Rockets are flooding the screen. The two were dumbfounded. His cousin was furious. Just one round. Boss, he crushed them for me. Meanwhile, in Xingwang's office, Gao Wen was also shocked by his actions. Xingwang simply tapped his phone, and the system would help him announce the gifts. Congratulations to the host for spending money so lavishly. Reward, 5 million. Congratulations to the host for freely giving gifts. Reward, 888,888. Reward, reward, reward. Gao Wen finally spoke up. Isn't it enough to just win? Why send so many gifts? The other streamers are being crushed. Their PK bars are gone. And he really is. He's sending 500 rockets at a time. The PK screen is filled with notifications. This number had already exceeded the realm of the super rich. Xinguang sent the final blow. Seeing injustice on the road, I help. Hang Xinguang sends 5,000 rockets. He then laughed and said, they haven't seen the world yet. Let's show them what's what. Gao Wen looked at the screen filled with rockets. This is more than just seeing the world, Xinguang then said. Remember our goal. We must become the top, insurmountable by others. You can go out and boost morale now. And remember to remind those people at Maokun to change their names. Gao Wen immediately left. Xinguang contentedly picked up his tablet. Finally, a design I like. Isn't this my dream house? No need for rosewood or French vintage. I want this style. He then checked his phone. Let's see how much money I made this time. 100 million, 1 billion. As expected of the system, the more you spend, the more you have. In the offices of major media companies, people were in an uproar. In 1 minute, I want all the information of Dujin Media. People in various media companies were shocked by Dujin Media's meteoric rise. We must pay close attention to Dujin Media. We need to get the first-hand information, get interviews with them. I've already thought of the headline for you, shaking the tree, the changing of the guard in the old and new companies. At the same time, on the live streaming platform, the management held an emergency meeting. In one night, they created a live streaming miracle. Their streamers' average fan growth is 2 million. This is the biggest breakthrough since our platform was established. Immediately contact this company. I want to personally negotiate with them. Meanwhile, at Dujin Media, the For Beautiful Streamers broadcast was still ongoing and had reached its end. Their sweet voices reached the viewers' ears. Today's live stream is ending. Thank you for your gifts. Thank you for your love. Thank you for helping a small streamer like me receive such generous gifts. After the equipment was disconnected and the live stream ended, the girls finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping their brows. It's finally over. Just then, Xinguang opened the door and entered the live stream room. He was immediately surrounded by the 4 excited girls. Boss, I really didn't expect to win. To be honest, I was very scared at first. Faced with the 4 beauties, Xinguang generously waved his hand. All of today's revenue will be distributed according to the contract. His words made the girls even more excited. Wow, boss, you're so generous. How much is that? I can't believe I can experience being rich overnight. Upon making this decision, he received a notification from the system. The host is generous, sharing the wealth. I'm so moved I'm crying. Reward, 500 million. Xinguang couldn't help but comment, the rewards from this system are so erratic, it's easy to get worried. Amidst the cheers, Gao Wen also arrived at the door. Hearing the excited cries of the 4 girls and seeing the smile on Xinguang's face, she also smiled happily. In stark contrast to the joyous atmosphere at Dujin Media, at Maokun Media, Boss He and his cousin had terrible expressions, angrily staring at the statistics screen. They also read the online comments praising and expressing love for Dujin. In just one night, Dujin Media had become a hot topic, widely discussed and followed. His cousin's hand clicked the mouse, adjusting the screen to read other comments. They saw netizens' questions. Maokun Media, they spent a lot of money, right? But why were you guys at Maokun Media defeated? The more he read, the darker his cousin's expression became. Suddenly, an assistant entered and asked softly, Boss, do we need to change our names? Dujin Media has released a series of livestream clips, mocking us and demanding we change our names. Faced with this mortifying truth, his cousin stood up, his face full of murderous intent. His sudden action startled the assistant and Bossy, unable to bear the pressure, the assistant quickly retreated and closed the door, fleeing. Meanwhile, his cousin turned and slapped Bossy hard. This is just one round. You said, a nouveau rich wouldn't give her much money. You said, 500 million. It's 500 million. If it weren't for you, would Maokun Media have become a laughingstock? They've trampled our dignity into the ground. Knocked to the ground, boss, he asked in confusion. But we made money, we didn't lose. Hearing this, his cousin's expression darkened further. His voice was as cold as ice. Try saying that again. Boss, his phone fell to the ground, still playing the live stream. His cousin angrily returned to his desk, muttering, if Gawain was still here, out of that 500 million, at least 100 million would be ours. In just one night, that sugar daddy wants to secretly support Gawain. He likes Gawain. You create opportunities for her. Wouldn't that money flow into our company? Hearing this, boss, he, clutching his swollen face, stood up. He retorted, unconvinced. He was clearly a poor man before. Hearing this, his cousin became even more furious, pointing and yelling, don't look down on a young man in poverty. Are your dog eyes blind, not recognizing a wealthy and noble person? I heard that when Gawain was still here, you often made things difficult for her. You treated a money tree like that. No wonder she was forced to leave. Boss, he could only mutter a retort under his breath. Didn't you implicitly agree? But unfortunately for him, his cousin heard his mumbling. He immediately gave Bossy a flying kick. Get the hell out of here. Daytime, in the office at Dujin Media, Ga Wen's delicate hand gently tugged at Xingwang's shirt, asking softly, is it really okay to spend money like this? I did a rough calculation. Out of 500 million, we can get over 180 million. And then we have to distribute tens of millions to the live streamers. Faced with her worries, Xingwang smiled calmly. Actually, it didn't cost that much. His nonchalance once again shocked Gawain. This is not that much. He just gave away for 100 million, the world of the rich. Beside her, Xingwang calculated, I only deposited 200 million. The rest is from the surge in popularity, with many users depositing money. Moreover, I deposited 200 million, and the platform gave 100 million in gifts. We'll need these gifts later. Rounding it up, we only spent 100 million. This calculation left Gawain speechless. Rounding up is done like that. I can't believe that one day Xingwang could say that 200 million isn't money. He turned to her and continued, in short, this is called spend one, get 10,000 back. You've seen the media evaluations. Others spend countless time and money to nurture one top live streamer, but in one night, we've nurtured over a dozen top ones. We've surpassed countless companies. Time and expenses are also money, right? Gawain, I told you, I'm sure your future will be bright. So, thank you for leading the new live streamers and helping them seize this opportunity. And have you heard this saying, popularity nurtures a person? When someone is very popular, everyone will actively discover and praise their merits, getting very positive feedback. Our future path will become extremely smooth. Besides, I'll also invest in variety shows and movies. These newcomers all need opportunities to appear. Dujin Media won't just be a live streaming company. Xingwang spoke with excitement, clenching his fist with determination. While he was introducing his vision, his phone rang. He answered it, and a voice came from the other end. Mr. Hang, I'm from the decoration company you just contacted. A moment later, Xingwang turned and patted Gawain's shoulder, saying, I'll leave this to you. The decoration company just contacted me. I need to oversee the renovation of the new house. I'll leave the bonus distribution to you. Don't be stingy, and remember to include your share. I told you before, the percentage commission for leading the newcomers. Looking at his back and hearing these words, Gawain hesitated, not knowing how to respond. Before she could refuse, Xingwang continued, my philosophy on making money is that everyone should be happy to make more money. I'm not interested in shady tactics. Since he had put it that way, Gawain could only smile and say, okay, I understand. The scene changes to the exterior of a villa in Swan Bay. The butler, following the young lady's orders, has come to visit Xingwang inside. The renovation of the villa is underway. Xingwang is present, giving instructions. Cement and bricks go outside. Be careful when demolishing the walls. Don't demolish load-bearing walls. Just then, the butler, with an elegant demeanor, enters, catching Xingwang's attention. He's carrying a gift bag and says with a smile, I heard we have a new neighbor, so I came to pay a visit. I didn't bring much, just some products from our company. I hope you won't mind. Seeing his refined demeanor, Xinguang thinks, as expected of a rich family's butler, he seems very sophisticated, just like a butler in a movie. Maybe I should hire a butler too. He takes off his work gloves and approaches, saying, I apologize, the house is still under renovation. It's quite messy. And I'm all dirty. I hope I'm not being a bother. Not at all. It was I who came unannounced. I just thought, as neighbors, we'll be seeing a lot of each other, so I wanted to come by and introduce myself. If you need anything in the future, feel free to ask. Due to his friendly and polite attitude, Xinguang's favorability rating instantly increases by 9999. Accepting the heavy gift bag, Xinguang thinks, this neighborhood has wealthy and noble families. It's really different. Even the butler is so humble and polite. This gift box is quite heavy, and it's even lacquered with gold and silver. He shakes the butler's hand and says, thank you, you're too kind. As neighbors, helping each other is a given. Once I'm settled, I'll definitely come visit, a while later, it's noon. We've been moving bricks for a while, let's take a break. Just then, Xinguang receives a call. Xinguang, our class is having a reunion this weekend. Are you free? I heard the girl you had a crush on in college is coming too. Upon receiving the call from his classmate, Xinguang immediately frowns, thinking, class reunions are just a place to compare yourself to others. I've always been the one with the worst life in our college class, always being mocked for my poor background. They always like to invite people like me to these reunions to make themselves look better. He smirks and replies, sure, where is it? The person on the other end of the line is surprised by his quick agreement. He agreed so readily this time, it must be because the goddess is coming. At the same time, inside Ping Jiajiao's villa in Swan Bay, the butler has returned. He was extremely polite and courteous. He didn't look down on me for being just a butler. On the contrary, he was very respectful. When he accepted the gift, he even took off his dirty gloves and wiped his hands. His character seems good. We can get to know him better. He was also personally involved in the renovation, mingling with the workers. The young lady responds without much expression, I understand. Just then, she hears a noise that makes her turn around abruptly. It's him again. The person who arrived is Jiajiao's brother, and beside him is his girlfriend. Seeing them, Jiajiao shows her displeasure. How many times have I told you not to bring people to my place? Seeing his sister's attitude, her brother also becomes annoyed. Ping Jiajiao, what's with your attitude? This is your future sister-in-law. Your brother has played enough. He's going to settle down and marry her. Beside him, the girl says tearfully, Miss Ping, do you have some misunderstanding about me? Ignoring her act, Jiajiao coldly snorts and turns away. Saying this, the girl puts on a pitiful act in front of her brother. Maybe I should go. Miss Ping is upset because of me. I don't want to affect your sibling relationship because of me. What are you talking about? Where are you going? Her brother holds her back, even though he knows she's acting. She's just being difficult. Ignore her. Jiajiao overhears everything. Seeing his sister's angry expression, her brother approaches and continues, Ping Jiajiao, don't forget what Grandpa said. To inherit the family fortune, you have to get married. Don't tell me you're jealous of me. Hearing this, Jiajiao forces a smile and replies, jealous? I just turned 20. I'm still far from the marriage age. I'm not like you, so desperate to fight for a bit of inheritance that you'd lose all face. Besides, do you think just any stray cat or dog can enter the Ping family? Marriage depends on whether Grandpa approves. The scene changes after receiving the call from his classmate. Xinguang has Gaowen drive him to the location of the class reunion. I'm delivering something to a client. I'll be back in an hour. As soon as Gaowen leaves, Xinguang adjusts his clothes and thinks to himself, I have a feeling I'll make some money today. As he turns around, he notices 3 people standing in front of the hotel. The 3 people also notice him. Seeing him arrive in a G63, the blonde woman points and says, isn't that Han Xinguang? A Mercedes. Even with the market price drop, it's still at least 8 million yuan. Where did he get the money? Hearing this, the 2 guys behind her chime in, bad-mouthing Xinguang. He's still single. How could he afford such an expensive car? He must be dating a sugar mama. No wonder he agreed to come to the reunion so quickly this time. He has a backer now. This sugar mama must be old and ugly, otherwise she wouldn't choose Han Xingwon. His taste is really something. Not satisfied with just the two of them badmouthing him, the blonde adds, sugar mama or sugar daddy, who knows? The world is quite open-minded these days. Having heard their entire conversation, Xingwon walks over calmly and says, "What's wrong? Are you guys jealous that I'm dating a sugar mama? Is it because you can't, or because you're not qualified to? Jealous of you? I don't need to rely on a sugar daddy. But Wang Duodwo, didn't you marry a factory manager? I heard you made his wife leave him to take her place. What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense." While the two are arguing, a car arrives. From the car steps, accompanied by Jia's womanizing brother. He treats her like she's disabled, carefully helping her walk. "Careful, my love." Seeing her and her boyfriend arrive, the three friends start flattering them. "Wow, the goddess is here." The goddess's arrival is truly different. She even has a flower protector. It's not just a flower protector. The guy with her is the eldest young master of the Ping family. I saw him on the news. So impressive. Not seeing any reaction from Xingwon, the guy approaches and provokes him. "I heard from Zhong Qi that you decided to come because the goddess is coming. You saw her, why didn't you greet her? Is your sugar mama that strict?" Although he doesn't care, Xingwon still plays along. He walks over and says a simple, "Hello, goddess." She responds awkwardly, "Hello." After greeting her, Xingwon turns back to the guy and taunts him, "My sugar mama isn't strict. I greeted her, now what? You guys can continue your flattery. I'm going inside to save a seat." With that, Xingwon walks inside, leaving behind whispers about him. He's just a toad lusting after swan meat. Seeing that he can't have her, he's running away. Does he think he's worthy of Mengxi? He should look in the mirror and see if he's a match for the young master of the Ping family. Hearing them badmouth Xingwon, Mengxi doesn't say a word in his defense. Instead, she gets in the car to see her boyfriend off. "Honey, let me know when you're done eating, and I'll come pick you up. Okay, drive safely." As soon as her boyfriend leaves, the three friends approach and flatter her. "Wow, Mengxi, we're so envious of you. Your relationship is so strong. When are you getting married? You must send us an invitation. Mengxi, you're getting more and more beautiful." Hearing their flattery, she's secretly delighted but still acts modest. "I told him to go to work since he's busy, but he insisted on bringing me here. Let's go inside." Inside the private room of the hotel, the class reunion is in full swing. Everyone is happily eating, drinking, and singing, except for Xingwon, who sits in a corner, lost in thought. On the other side of the room, a group of guys is sitting together, bragging. The one with green hair, holding a cigarette, says, "The economy hasn't been good these past few years. It's not easy to do business. I only managed to buy a floor in the building opposite the city hall." Wow, that's opposite the city hall? The market price must be at least tens of millions, right? Around that, how high? Just like the guys, the girls have also formed a group, with Mengxi as the center of attention. She deliberately shows off her diamond ring, saying, "I'm not very capable. I'm getting engaged soon, so I'll probably just be a housewife. Actually, that's my dream." Wow, that's amazing. Congratulations. Not just a housewife, a wealthy housewife? Mengxi, you're too modest. Besides those flattering her, some people notice the ring on her finger and whisper, "The diamond ring on her finger is huge. It must be at least 5 carats. Look who her fiancé is. He's the eldest young master of the Ping family. I heard he personally drove her here." It seems the rumors are true. The young master of the Ping family really values her. She's marrying into the Ping family. It's like a step into heaven. Hearing the whispers about her, Mengxi acts gentle on the outside but is extremely pleased on the inside. "A bunch of poor people, just be envious. Sorry, I'm just that charming." Turning to Xingwon, who's still engrossed in his phone, ignoring the flatterers. Just then, he receives a message. "Damn, I've been so busy I forgot I donated a building to the hospital." The message is from Kong Gong. "The construction and decoration of your house in the countryside have been completed successfully. You can move in a month. The construction progress of the hospital building is as shown in the attached table. It's currently in the water, electricity, and road supply and leveling stage. Back to the group of friends, someone has finally noticed Xingwang. Seeing him sitting alone, playing with his phone, the green-haired guy asks, "Hang Xingwang, why are you so quiet, just looking at your phone?" Hearing this, the red-haired guy beside him taunts, "Isn't it because the goddess is getting married, and he's so sad he wants to cry?" Having heard everything, Xingwang doesn't even look at them. While still looking at his phone, he replies, "What's there to be sad about? The goddess is getting married, of course. I respect her and wish her well. What else can I do?" Seeing Xingwang's calm reaction, the red-haired guy looks at him with disdain and says mockingly, "Someone with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan like you, what are you so busy with? Oh, still a lowly worker, you have to work overtime on weekends too." Even when sitting quietly, he's still being mocked. Xingwang puts his phone in his pocket and stands up. He gestures towards himself with a proud look and says, "That's right, I am working overtime." At this point, Xingwang, like a shining star, raises his chin and continues, "Mainly, I have to do some work to make this world a better place." After hearing Xingwang's words, the whole group burst into laughter. "Hang Xingwang, have you been working for 2 years and lost your mind? How old are you, still acting so childish? Why don't you go to a construction site and carry bricks? The class president has some work available. If you work hard this year, carrying bricks and delivering packages, you might make more than 5,000 yuan. Despite his friend's mockery, Xingwang remained calm and even blew his nose. Not stopping there, the red-haired guy continued, "Hang Xingwang, don't tell me you don't know how to take a joke." The blue-shirted guy beside him chimed in, "That's right, I'm just trying to help you. Delivering packages really does pay more than your current job." Xingwang smirked, "You're really kind." After saying that, he turned to leave. "You guys eat, my house is being renovated, and the construction team doesn't understand my instructions. I have to go back." Saying this, the red-haired guy thought to himself, he wants to run. I haven't mocked him enough. He spoke up, "The food has just arrived, don't be in such a hurry to leave." "Oh right, where did you buy a house? If it's in Tong City, invite us all over for a housewarming party after the renovation is done." Xingwang turned his head and smiled, "My house is very small, it won't fit everyone." Hearing this, the blue-shirted guy behind him said with a disdainful expression, "Housing prices in Tong City are incredibly high. Working hard and saving for 2 years might only get you a bathroom. It probably won't be enough room for us. I understand. Despite their words, Xingwang didn't care and even smiled in agreement. Right, it won't fit. What kind of house could possibly hold so many Buddhas like you?" Just then, the blonde girl ran over to stop him from leaving. "Hang Xingwang, you're not trying to run away without paying, are you?" Xingwang impatiently took out his phone and replied, "Just send the bill to the group. I'll pay." Still not letting him go, the blonde continued to yell, "This is the Shenwei Hotel, one of the most high-end hotels in this city. Just ordering a bottle of wine costs thousands of yuan. This isn't some roadside stall. If you leave the group, who will cover your share?" Xingwang sighed helplessly. "I've already transferred 10,000 yuan to the class president. Is 10,000 yuan enough? If it's not enough, we'll figure it out later." The class president, having received Xingwang's transfer, laughed loudly. "Your pretentious nature hasn't changed a bit." Seizing the opportunity, the red-haired guy chimed in, "He's trying too hard. I wonder how long he's been saving this 10,000 yuan just to show off today." Xingwang was probably starting to lose his patience with these people. But the blonde still wouldn't stop. "Hang Xingwang, it's okay. It won't be 10,000 yuan. There's no need to pretend like that." Just then, the so-called goddess suddenly stood up with a radiant smile. "Xingwang, you don't have to do this. I'll cover your share. I'll tell the class president not to collect your money. 10,000 yuan is a lot for you. You should save it and live well." Seeing her actions, the group of sycophants took the opportunity to flatter her. "Wow, the goddess is so kind and generous. spending 10,000 yuan without batting an eye. The goddess is so soft-hearted, Han Xingwang must be so touched he's about to cry. Don't let him get so confident that he thinks the goddess has feelings for him. Before these flattering words directed at her, the woman inwardly gloated, I truly am beautiful and kind. Meanwhile, Xingwang recalled a time when he accidentally overheard a conversation between her and his friend. Please, God, if I didn't need to borrow his notes to copy, I wouldn't even look at him. Marry him, bestowing a little favor on him, and he'd wag his tail all day long. That kind of person isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. Recalling that moment, Xingwang's eyes darkened, thinking, if I didn't know what kind of person you are, I would probably be crying with gratitude right now. Finishing this thought, he turned to her and said, I'm sorry, I don't lack 10,000 yuan. There's no need to return it, and you don't need to pay for me. Hearing Xingwang's words, before the goddess could even speak, the group of sycophants quickly chimed in. Who knows? He's probably still dreaming about you. He's afraid that if he takes your money, he'll be lower than you. What a thankless wretch, not appreciating the kindness. Hearing this, the goddess was secretly delighted, but on the outside, she still pretended to be kind and defended Xingwang. Don't say that, he's also had a hard time. But with his personality, I'm a little worried, he always acts on impulse. Unable to stand her acting any longer, Xingwang said bluntly, people call you goddess a few times, and you think you're a real goddess, here to save all beings. I thought we were all old classmates, there's no need to be rude, but I see you guys don't care about face. After saying that, Xingwang turned to the waiter, I'll pay for this meal. Just then, the class president walked over, holding a VIP card. Even if you want to pay, you're not qualified. This is a VIP room, only VIP guests can pay. Hearing him, Xingwang turned back to the waiter, call your boss here, tell him I want to pay. In this situation, the waiter was a little hesitant. Our boss is a bit busy, and it's true that only VIP guests can pay. The class president then said, Go call your boss, tell him a VIP guest wants to talk to him. Hearing this, the waiter could only scratch his head and comply. Okay, esteemed VIP guest, I'll go get him right away. Glancing at Xingwang, the class president smirked to himself, making a fool of yourself. A while later, following the waiter's message, the restaurant owner came up to them. Seeing him, Xingwang approached and asked, to eat in a VIP room, only someone with a VIP card can pay. The owner replied, that's correct. Xingwang then said, make me a card. Hearing this, the group behind him burst into laughter. Does this country bumpkin think the VIP card of the Shenwei Hotel is free? You need to spend at least 500,000 yuan to get one. Today, I'll see how he continues his act. I'm dying of laughter. He probably rarely comes to places like this. Hearing the constant barking in his ears, Xingwang grasped the situation. You need to spend at least 500,000 yuan to get a card. Tell me a number, how much money do I need to spend to get rid of these people? The owner, hearing this, calmly replied, this isn't a matter of money. Our hotel puts people first, we won't kick out customers. The group, hearing Xingwang's words, laughed even harder. Is he watching too many movies and trying to be the main character? How can that happen in real life? Ignoring the whispering group, Xingwang said coldly, 10 million. Hearing this, the initially calm owner's expression changed, 10 million. Xingwang slowly walked to the table, sat down, picked up some food, and said, that's right, 10 million. I don't need a VIP card anymore. 10 million for a meal, I want some peace and quiet. Not rushing to make a decision, the owner observed Xingwang, stroking his chin in thought. His clothes from head to toe don't look like those of a rich person. Besides, who would spend 10 million yuan on a meal? Having finished his thoughts, he put on a stern face and approached Xingwang, saying, Sir, there's a limit to making trouble. Cutting him off, Xingwang turned around with a card in his hand, his eyes cold as he looked at the owner and said one short sentence, swipe it. Not knowing the value of the card Xingwang was holding, the blonde woman still maintained a disdainful look. You should at least make it look real. You should have taken out a proper card. This flashy thing, you think you can swipe 10 million yuan with it? The red-haired guy laughed and added, "That's right. Look closely, this bank card even has a bunch of scratches. It's obviously been carelessly tossed around. If he really had money, he wouldn't be so careless. Is there 1,000 yuan in the card?" On this side, the rest of the group also had looks of contempt, their tone mocking. Just now he said he had something urgent to do and had to leave, but now he's sitting down to eat. If you want to pretend, you should at least be consistent with your logic. Is it possible that he's so poor that he's mentally ill? Seeing the restaurant staff swiping the card, the classmates, not knowing the result yet, were already whispering and mocking. If it doesn't go through, it'll be so embarrassing. Can this be considered as causing a disturbance in the hotel? I'm so bored. I can't believe I'm watching a mentally ill person pretend to be rich. I think I'm starting to have mental problems too. Cutting them all off, the waitress, after swiping the card, trembled, stammering, "Boss, the payment went through." The owner, hearing this, was stunned, unable to believe his ears. He asked again, "What?" Not just him, the group that was just mocking Xingwang was now going crazy. What? He really has 10 million yuan. Am I crazy, or is he crazy? I must still be asleep. Letting his friends talk, Xingwang, after swiping the card, said coldly, "So, the money has been paid. Can I now have some peace and quiet to eat?" The owner had now completely changed his attitude. Xingwang was now a big shot in his eyes, someone he had to serve diligently. He immediately turned to the group, one hand in his pocket, the other gesturing towards the door, and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you'll have to leave." After XINGWANG's recent flex, the system also appeared. Wow, the host's level has surpassed expectations, from a 300 yuan meal to a 10 million yuan meal. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone of treating money like numbers, rewarding the host with 20 million. Friendly reminder from the system, good food must be accompanied by money. At the same time, after being slapped in the face with money by Xingwang, the class president stood up, pointed at him, and shouted, "Hang Xingwang, we're all old classmates. You don't care about our dignity, you want to kick us out." One of the girls in the group, also angry, added, "That's right, hang Xingwang. Many of our classmates have influence in Tom City. Aren't you afraid of making enemies?" Despite her somewhat threatening words, Xingwang remained calm, eating his food. He then looked at the group with a sharp gaze and said, "Anyway, I'm not afraid of making enemies. From the moment you invited me to this class reunion, your motives were impure. You invited me just to mock, belittle, and suppress me to highlight your own success and satisfy your vanity. Why didn't you think about making enemies then? You want dignity. Then you also spend 10 million on a meal. It's a simple matter, isn't it? You're my old classmates, so I'll say this. Whoever among you can pay a higher price than me, I'll immediately get out. Isn't it just a competition? Let's compete." Hearing this, some in the group started to back down. The blonde with the big chest turned to the short-haired girl and said, "Maybe we should just let it go. It's just a meal." The short-haired girl agreed, Yeah. We'll just find another place to gather next time. We're just being disturbed here, but he's losing 10 million yuan. The blonde, hearing this, nodded to save face. Right, a nouveau rich, so uncouth. Just then, someone arrived, saying, "I'll pay 10 million and 1 yuan. Can I ask you to get out now?" The person who arrived was the goddess's boyfriend. He had heard the story outside and came in to show off. "Don't be afraid, my love, I'm here." The goddess, seeing him, acted concerned and asked, "Why are you back? Won't it interfere with your work?" Hugging the woman with a smug look, he replied, "Your matter is the most important." Seeing him, the other women were like fangirls seeing their idol. They crowded around, flattering him. "It's the young master of the Ping family. Our savior is here, it's stable now. There's no way Hang Xingwang is richer than the century-old Ping family, right? In this generation of the Ping family, the young master is the only grandson, the future chairman of Ping Corp. Let's see how Hang Xingwang loses all face this time." Who knows who will lose face? Xingwang was just getting bored with no one to spend money on, and now this guy shows up. He smiled, thinking, he's deliberately adding 1 yuan to make me sick. At this moment, Xingwang finally noticed the young master's surname and stroked his chin, thinking, Ping Falami, that sounds familiar. I don't hear that surname often, I remember now. The butler who came to my house to give a gift said his young mistress is surnamed Ping, saying Xingwang deep in thought. The young master thought he was scared and smirked. He then said provokingly, Mr. Hang, why are you silent? Don't tell me that 10 million was all your savings. He then turned to his girlfriend and said, My love, the opponent's fighting strength is a bit unstable. The goddess still maintained her saintly act. Don't say that, he was just acting impulsively. Not knowing she was acting, the young master praised her, My love, you're always so understanding. Let the dog bark, we'll catch the big fish. Xingwang let him show off before speaking. Originally, this was a matter between my friends and me. An outsider like you, if you insist on butting in, then I must thank you. After saying that, Xingwang smirked inwardly. I can't believe there's someone who spends money like water, especially coming here to help me make money. Finishing his thoughts, Xingwang held up his card and said coldly, Add another 5 million. The hotel owner, hearing this, was sweating profusely, his face flushed. What's going on? Gods are fighting, and I'm making a fortune. Am I the one who hasn't woken up yet? It was just the beginning, so the young master of the Ping family was still very confident. He took out his card and shouted, 15 million and 1 yuan. Ignoring his 1 yuan, Xingwang raised it to 20 million. The card machine had just received XNGWANG's 20 million when the young master followed with 20 million and 1 yuan. At the same time, the system also appeared with an excited expression, expanding. The host has applied the BK concept from live streaming to reality. The system rewards the host with 50 million yuan. I hope the host will continue to work hard. If you don't stop, I won't stop. Rest assured, the host, the system, is your strongest support. On this side, after seeing the young master of the Ping family spend money to compete with Xingwang, the goddess's cheeks flushed. Her eyes filled with admiration as she thought, HMPH, I married the right person. I don't have to take so many detours. Back to Xingwang, he showed a disgusted expression and raised the price to 30 million. I'm bored of this game. The onlookers still had faith in the young master of the Ping family. A dark-haired woman with big breasts spoke up, Boss, keep up. Don't let that petty person's aura overshadow you. The brown-haired guy beside her added, Of course, the boss will follow. What does Hang Xingwang have to compare to the young master of the Ping family? Standing right behind the dark-haired guy, another person added, Young Master Ping, just leaking a little money from his hands, is definitely more than 30 million yuan. On this side, hearing the amount Xingwang just called out and the instigation from the group, the young master of the Ping family's expression turned ashen. Seeing his expression, the goddess also started to whirring, thinking, Why is my love silent? Don't lose. If you lose, I'll be so embarrassed. On the outside, he tried to remain calm, but inside, the young master of the Ping family was panicking. Is this guy crazy? It's just a meal, he was thinking to himself. I was planning to invest in this restaurant. After swiping the card, I was going to discuss ownership shares with the board of directors. Thinking about this, his expression darkened even more. He still hadn't given a no number, just kept thinking, 30 million, do they think I print money? After swiping 30 million, the hotel staff, with an extremely respectful attitude, approached Xingwang. Mr. Hang, here is your card. Xingwang nodded slightly. The restaurant owner, who knows when he got it, pulled out a microphone and excitedly shouted, 30 million once, 30 million twice, 30 million. Saying this, he suddenly paused, his tone deliberately aimed at the young Master Ping. Is there anyone else bidding? If not, then final decision. Young Master Ping, at this moment, was red with anger. He gritted his teeth, inwardly considering, turns out this poor wretch isn't spending his own money. Lin Mengxi isn't yet part of the Ping family. Why am I getting involved in this? Am I doing this for them? I'm losing big time. Seeing him standing there dumbfounded, not willing to bid further, Xingwang said mockingly, What's wrong? Not going to continue bidding 30 million and 1 yuan. Just then, his phone in his pocket ringing. Seizing the opportunity, Young Master Ping held up his phone and replied, "Wait a moment, I'll take this call." Xing Wang didn't make things difficult for him and said casually, "Go ahead, the food is about to get cold, I'll eat a few bites first." Turning to a corner, young Master Ping answered the phone with an annoyed tone. "What is it?" On the other end of the line was Ping Zhejiao. Hearing his voice, she immediately asked, "What are you doing spending 20 million and 1 yuan investing in hotel shares?" Hearing this, he became even more annoyed and retorted, "It's none of your business. Anything else?" Zhejiao, striding down the hallway, said, "I wouldn't care either, but Grandpa asked." Hearing Grandpa, young Master Ping was startled, his face showing obvious tension. "What? Grandpa is even paying attention to 20 million. Zhejiao had already entered the elevator. Looking up, she said, "I'm at the Shenwei Hotel now, about to get in the elevator. We'll talk later when we meet." Hearing this, young Master Ping's face darkened. He held the phone, his hand trembling. "You are tracking me." As soon as the phone hung up, worrying filled his heart. If Ping Zhejiao catches wind of this. Cutting off his thoughts, Xing Wang's voice came from behind. "Finished your call? It's young Master Ping's turn to bid." Family matters were already making him worrying to death, and now this auction with Xing Wang was making him even more flustered. Immediately after, he turned his face to Xing Wang's classmates. "You people are really out of your minds. This meal is at most 20,000 yuan. Is it like eating with a stock market guru? Is it worth spending so much money? I must be crazy to be playing with you people." The red-haired guy, hearing this, scratched his head and spoke up, "Young Master Ping, doing this will make the Ping family lose face." Already angry, and now being blocked by him, young Master Ping immediately vented his anger on him. "Damn it, shut your mouth for me. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that?" Fearing that something bad was about to happen, the hotel owner quickly ran over to mediate. Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. While mediating, he didn't forget about the auction and asked again, "So, does young Master Ping want to withdraw from the competition?" "Our establishment values integrity. We will refund young Master Ping all the money he has spent." Hearing this, he turned back to glare at the owner. "Talk to my secretary." Seeing his expression, the owner was also intimidated and didn't dare to say more. Xing Wang on this side was a little disappointed and thought to himself, "How boring. I thought I had caught a fat fish and could make a lot of money. But it turns out the reward isn't as much as giving gifts in a PK." Seeing that the situation was completely leaning towards Xing Wang, the blonde woman, worried, turned to the goddess for help. "If you don't step in, we'll lose face. Please help everyone. You don't want to see everyone being humiliated by Xing Wang, do you?" Hearing this, the goddess bit her lip, thinking, "Am I crazy? If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have come to the class reunion." Although she thought so, for the sake of face, she still ran to young Master Ping and acted spoiled. "Honey, sob sob sob, so many people are watching, we are losing face." In response to her, young Master Ping unexpectedly slapped her and growled, "You troublemaker. I'm being implicated by you, our engagement is off." He glared and shouted, "Get lost, the further away, the better." Surprised by the slap and his words, the woman covered her face, tears welling up, and asked, "Didn't you say we would be together until our hair turned white? Inseparable until the ends of the earth, even if mountains crumble and heaven and earth merge into one. Just because of this little thing, 30 million, you want to break up with me?" Young Master Ping, hearing this, became even angrier and said bluntly, "Little thing? Is this a little thing? The Ping family's face has been thrown to the dogs by you. I thought you were beautiful and virtuous, and our children would be beautiful too. Did I really love you? Do you think I'm an idiot? Don't think I don't know you are after my money." Seeing this scene, Xing Wang lost patience. He impatiently walked to the restaurant owner and said, "Boss, can I now have some peace and quiet to eat alone?" The owner bowed and replied, "We will remove them immediately. We will restore peace and quiet for you." Young Master Ping, having lost face, angrily turned to look at Xing Wang. "You just wait. I hope you're lucky enough not to directly confront my Ping family in Tong City." As soon as his words fell, the door suddenly opened, accompanied by a shout. "What are you saying? Young Master Ping was startled and turned to see that the person who arrived was Ping Jiao. His face immediately showed worrying. Not giving her brother any face, Jiao walked over, grabbed his collar, and said, "Brother, you better explain to me clearly what you've done today." Finishing her words, she pushed him aside and turned her gaze to the restaurant owner. "The Ping family will invest 200 million in the Thai restaurant." The restaurant owner, hearing this, was dumbfounded. On this side, Xingwang's classmates, hearing the amount, were shocked. 200 million, the Ping family is really rich. But it seems the young master doesn't have as much say as the young mistress. But then who won? Seeing the group being noisy, Jiao frowned and turned to the owner. "Boss, please remove everyone else. I have a cooperation matter to discuss with Mr. Hang." The owner quickly replied, Okay, Miss Ping, please have a seat." The group, hearing this, was still unwilling to leave and stayed to discuss. What kind of cooperation is worth Miss Ping personally coming to negotiate? Could Hang Xingwang be a hidden tycoon? After all, he can even overshadow young Master Ping's spotlight. The two who started mocking Xingwang earlier now had changed expressions. The red-haired guy gritted his teeth, thinking, "Hang Xingwang, you hit it well." The red-haired guy was inwardly worried. How could this poor wretch be so rich? If I had known, I wouldn't have offended him. On this side, seeing Jiao step in and suppress young Master Ping, Xingwang smiled inwardly. This Miss Ping is interesting. Following Xingwang and Jiao's instructions, the owner gestured towards the door and said coldly, "Everyone, please." The owner only dared to remove the group. Not daring to touch young Master Ping, Jiao turned to remind her brother, "Grandpa is waiting for you at home." Turning to Xingwang's classmates, everyone now had a look of embarrassment, shame mixed with humiliation written all over their faces. Seeing young Master Ping leave just like that, Lin Mengxi quickly followed. "This time it's my fault. I didn't expect things to turn out like this." "Honey, please don't go." Seeing the woman still clinging to her brother, Jiao coldly reminded, "Miss Lin, if you want to live peacefully in Ton City, don't have any designs on the Ping family's people." Having just witnessed Jiao's position being far above her brother's, the woman, hearing this, didn't dare to retort and could only leave quickly with regret. Young Master Ping, seeing this, didn't stop her. Knowing his current situation, he walked past Jiao with a bitter laugh. A moment later, after seeing off Xingwang's classmates, the owner excitedly turned back and said he would prepare new dishes for the two distinguished guests immediately, inviting them to enjoy themselves. In the spacious room, only the two of them remained. Jiao smiled slightly and spoke up, "Can we talk now?" Hearing this, Xingwang politely replied, "It's my honor." Immediately after, the two sat down at the table, laden with beautifully arranged delicacies, beginning their conversation. Jiao spoke first, asking, "Did you receive the gift Uncle Zhong sent?" "It's just a small token, nothing much." Xingwang nodded slightly. "I received it. I was planning to visit your home after the house renovation is complete. Good food, of course, must be accompanied by good wine." Jiao took out a bottle of wine and continued, "Speaking of today, I'm truly sorry. My brother has always been temperamental. My family also asked me to keep an eye on him, but I can't control him. I apologize for him offending you. Please don't take his words to heart. The Ping family is not the kind to act unreasonably or use power to bully others. The reason for investing in the Shenwei Hotel wasn't to compete with you, but just because we didn't want the Ping family to lose face because of my brother. It wouldn't be good for our reputation. I hope Mr. Hang can be more tolerant and consider the Ping family owing you a favor. I'll drink this cup to apologize." Finishing her words, Jiao drained the glass in front of her in one gulp. Seeing a well-mannered woman, Xingwang also happily drained his glass and replied, "We're neighbors. Helping each other is normal. What did Miss Ping want to talk to me about?" Faced with Xingwang's question, Jiao smiled innocently and held up two fingers, saying, "Talking about business is just an excuse, but politely driving people away, including my brother, is the real reason. We can just sit here for 2 hours and then leave." Surprised by her answer, Xingwang asked in confusion, "Just sit?" He thought to himself, this Miss Ping doesn't play by the usual rules. Not understanding the meaning in XINGWANG's question, Zhao Zhao said casually, yes, just sit. But if you want to stand, that's fine too. Xinguang, hearing this, gave an awkward laugh and changed the subject. Well, I'll eat first then, after all, this meal is quite expensive. With a friendly expression, Zhao Zhao nodded slightly. Mr. Hang, please don't worry about me. This is originally your meal time. Immediately after, Xinguang didn't stand on ceremony and sat down at the table, feasting and enjoying the 30 million yuan meal. Satisfaction was evident on his face, although eating heartily. Xinguang still glanced at Zhao Zhao, seeing her just sitting there smiling. He thought to himself, is she really just going to watch me eat like this? Sitting opposite, Zhao Zhao watched Xinguang eat heartily. Not only did she not look down on him, but she also smiled, thinking, his appetite is not bad, and he's not picky either. Turning back to Xinguang, he started to lose his appetite, inwardly pondering, but why do I feel like this girl is kind of weird? Finishing his thoughts, Xinguang hesitantly spoke up, asking, Miss Ping, is there really nothing you want to talk to me about? Zhao Zhao was silent for a moment, then said casually, it's our first time meeting. We're not familiar yet, so I don't know what to talk about. Xinguang, hearing this, felt a headache coming on. It sounds like she's playing dumb, but she's actually very sharp. But being stared at while eating still felt weird. Xinguang, feeling helpless and not knowing what to say to this girl, was fortunately interrupted by his phone ringing. He held up his phone and said, excuse me, I'll take this call. Zhao Zhao didn't reply, but nodded to show her agreement. Going to a corner, Xinguang answered the call. On the other end of the line, Gao Wen's voice came through, Boss, which room are you in? I'm done with work and I've parked downstairs. Xinguang happily replied, I'm in Shenwei Hotel. The call came at just the right time, making him secretly happy. Gao Wen's call came just in time. I almost impulsively booked a 3-bedroom, 1 living room suite. A few minutes later, hearing a knock on the door, Xinguang excitedly ran over, but still didn't forget to turn back and say to Zhao Zhao, my friend has arrived. As soon as Xinguang opened the door, Gao Wen greeted him with a smile. Boss, have you eaten yet? Before she could finish, she suddenly stopped when she saw Zhao Zhao behind him. Huh, isn't this a class reunion? Why are there only 2 people? Faced with Gao Wen's appearance, Zhao Zhao remained silent, the bright smile from before disappearing, replaced by an unhappy expression. Immediately after, she turned and walked towards the door, saying coldly, I have something to do, I'll leave first. Surprised by her attitude, Xinguang thought in confusion, huh? Wasn't she going to wait for 2 hours before leaving? Gao Wen was also confused. I just arrived, why is someone leaving? Ignoring her, Gao Wen sat down at the table and asked, weren't you having a meal? Where are the others? Was that just now your classmate? Xinguang shook his head. He sighed. It's a long story. A few minutes later, after hearing the whole story from Xinguang, Gao Wen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, this meal is really expensive. I've never eaten such an expensive meal before, a 30 million yuan meal. Although it's definitely not worth it, it would be a waste not to finish it. Gao Wen picked up a piece of food and put it in her mouth, sighing, you rich people really don't treat money as money. Xinguang, hearing this, gave a wry smile. Follow me in the future, and this kind of thing will definitely not be rare. Right, how did the client on your side say? Mentioning the task he entrusted to her, Gao Wen excitedly replied, the livestream sales cooperation has been negotiated, and the commission rate is a bit higher than I expected. We have already selected some hosts to go down the sales route. After all, sales are the trend of live streaming. I've also talked to some famous writers, and we'll invest in cooperating with them on video scripts and advertisements. Xinguang, hearing her words, praised her repeatedly. It was really a waste of talent to have you as just a streamer before. Gao Wen, hearing the praise, suddenly fell silent. She recalled the slander she had received before. If it weren't for family matters, who would want to become a streamer? Shameless, she must be very good at seducing men. Streamer, isn't that just a prostitute? What are you yelling about? She's wearing so little, she definitely wants to seduce me. Thousands ride, 10,000s lie under. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Wen suddenly stood up. She placed her hand on her chest, looking at Xingwang with gratitude, and said, "If it weren't for you, how would I have this opportunity to try my hand? Mr. Hang, I really thank you. You appeared in my life during my darkest moments, shining a light for me. You let me know that I'm worth more in the public eye than just a streamer, that I can also become Sister Gao, shining in everyone's hearts, becoming President Gao, respected by partners and brands." Xingwang, hearing these heartfelt words from Gao Wen, stood up, picked up his wine glass, and said softly, "Gao Wen, this is just the beginning. Your future will continue to shine. I hope we can cooperate in the future and achieve even more success." With eyes full of expectation and trust, Xingwang raised his glass. Cheers. The two clinked glasses, replacing words with their best wishes. Gao Wen, with a radiant smile, drained her glass. "Happy cooperation," Xingwang smiled slightly. "Happy cooperation." Turning back to look at the table laden with food, Xingwang added, "However, we still need to eat. It's so expensive." Gao Wen agreed, "Yes." Then, the two sat back down at the table, continuing to feast on the 30 million yuan meal. The next day, in front of the Dujin Media Company, a supercar parked, attracting the attention of passers-by. A young man passing by, who knew about cars, informed his friend, "Wow, it's a Porsche supercar. It's equipped with a 3.8-litre twin-turbocharged 6-cylinder engine. The maximum horsepower is 650. The price of the basic configuration is over 3 million. His friend, hearing this, was surprised. "Do you usually play with cars?" The young man replied dejectedly, "Do I look like someone who can afford to?" Immediately after, the owner of the supercar stepped out. Two girls on the street who were admiring the car turned to admire the driver. "Look, the driver is a handsome guy. The way he opens the car door is so cool." The car owner, hearing this, smiled slightly. Looking at the chain, weighing several kilograms, around his neck, he was already considered handsome. At the same time, Gao Wen came out of the company. Seeing her, the young man with the chain called out, "Gao Wen, what a coincidence." Seeing him, Gao Wen's expression was not very happy. She walked past him and frowned, asking, "Mr. John, why are you here?" Ignoring her expression, Mr. John smiled and replied, "You switched jobs, shouldn't I know? It's good that you left MIOQUN. Now that you've started your own company, if you need money, you can tell me anytime." "Right. Where are you going? I'll take you." Gao Wen coldly turned to him and replied, "No need, I have something to do later." Not knowing that Gao Wen was politely refusing, Mr. John still shamelessly followed. "If you have something to do, I'll take you. I'll wait outside. After you're done, we'll go have a meal and talk about recent things." Gao Wen awkwardly shook her head repeatedly, "No need." Finishing her words, Gao Wen ignored him and walked away. Surprised by her attitude, Mr. John frowned, thinking, "No matter what, I've been her top supporter for so long. This is too disrespectful. I already promised my brothers that I would get her this month. It turns out I failed before I could even do anything. Was this 3 million yuan car a waste?" At the same time, a motorcycle stopped nearby. It was Xingwang. He rode an electric scooter. Seeing a stranger talking to Gao Wen, he happily asked, "Gao Wen, your friend?" Gao Wen, seeing him, her face lit up. She gestured towards Mr. John and introduced, "This is Zhong Wencheng. He was my top supporter when I was still live streaming at Maokun. He often sent me gifts." Xingwang, hearing this, politely extended his hand. Oh, hello. I'm Gao Wen's colleague." Zhong Wencheng, seeing Xingwang's appearance, showed disdain. He didn't shake his hand and even turned his face away, clearly showing his disgust. Ignoring him, Xingwang turned back to Gao Wen and said, "Let's go then." Gao Wen happily nodded. "Okay." Sitting on Xingwang's electric scooter, Gao Wen's face showed obvious joy. She turned to Zhong Wencheng and smiled, "Mr. John, I'll go first then." After saying goodbye, Xingwang revved the engine and drove off. Zhong Wencheng watched them leave, feeling annoyed. He frowned, puzzled, an electric scooter. Looking back at his supercar, he became even more frustrated and cursed. "This loser on an electric scooter dares to steal my woman." He should look in a puddle of piss and see his reflection. Getting into his car, he called someone and thought to himself, "It's so rare that my sugar mommy is on a business trip. I can take a break for 2 days. I can't waste it." Cutting off his thoughts, a voice came from the phone. "John Wencheng, you finally remembered me." Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, John Wencheng said, "Didn't you want to eat crayfish? I know a good place. I'll treat you." The girl on the phone, hearing this, was excited. "Brother John, you're the best." "I'll be right out." The scene changes to a street. Hundreds of cars are lined up, unable to move, causing a traffic jam. Knowing that this section of the road is often congested, Xinguang drove Gao Wen on the sidewalk, sighing, "For a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers like this, an electric scooter is much more convenient. Look, it's so congested." Gao Wen, sitting behind, was delighted. She nodded in agreement. "That's true." Opening Google Maps, Gao Wen gave directions. Looking at the map, "We'll be there after one more turn." Xinguang smiled excitedly. "I'm tired of the restaurant I ate at last time. People still need simple meals to be delicious. Today, we must eat crayfish to our heart's content." A moment later, they stopped at a nearby alley and entered the restaurant together. Inside, after the two sat down, a waitress brought out 2 plates of steaming crayfish and said, "One with garlic sauce, one with spicy sauce. If it's not enough, order more." Xinguang raised a finger and added, "Give me a bowl of noodles too." The waitress nodded slightly. "Yes, it'll be here soon." Gao Wen excitedly picked up a crayfish and said, "I'm not wearing gloves anymore." "Right, this crayfish head is quite big. Don't forget to suck the head." Xinguang, hearing this, praised her. "You really know how to eat. Good food must be accompanied by wine." Immediately after, the 2 clinked glasses. At the same time, a familiar-looking person opened the door and entered. It turned out that the person John Wencheng called to invite to dinner was Xinoi. As soon as she entered, seeing Xinguang and Gao Wen sitting and eating, she thought to herself, "It's them." Remembering what happened last time, she awkwardly turned to John Wencheng and said, "Mr. John, let's go to another restaurant." John Wencheng shook his head, pointing inside. "This restaurant is the best. No need to change." Finishing his words, he walked in first. Then, he was startled to notice Gao Wen and Xinguang sitting in front of him. He frowned, thinking, "She refused my dinner invitation and then went on a date with this poor wretch." Finishing his thoughts, his gaze was still directed at Gao Wen, but his arm tightened around Xinnuo, causing her to exclaim in surprise, "I..." Mr. John, deliberately showing off to Gao Wen, he hugged Xinnuo and walked past their table. Seeing him and Xinnuo, Xinguang and Gao Wen were a little surprised, but neither said anything. John Wencheng walked past, but still glanced over, thinking, "Gao Wen, just wait and be jealous. From now on, I'll support others, be the top supporter of others." He and Xinnuo chose a nearby table and sat down. Xinnuo was also secretly pleased. She glanced at Gao Wen's table and thought to herself, "What's there to be proud of? You can cling to this nouveau rich Hang Xinguang, and I can steal your top supporter. With Brother John, I don't have to worry about my new account anymore." On this side, Gao Wen, seeing Xinnuo with John Wencheng, was a little worried. She leaned closer to Xinguang and asked softly, "John Wencheng is a scumbag. Should I warn Xinnuo?" Xinguang said calmly, "Everyone has their own destiny." Gao Wen, hearing this, fell silent. She nodded slightly. Turning to the other table, as soon as the plate of crayfish was placed on the table, Xinnuo acted, "Wow, it smells so good. Brother John, I'll peel the crayfish for you." John Wencheng, seeing her act, was delighted. "You're so well behaved." Immediately after, Xinnuo peeled the crayfish and fed it to him. Just as the crayfish reached his mouth, a shout suddenly made John Wencheng's face turn pale. "John Wencheng, what are you doing?" The shout came from a woman. Seeing her stomping over, John Wencheng jumped up, intending to run away. He frantically turned around, denying, "Who? Where?" He hadn't even had time to run when the woman grabbed his hand and held him back. She pinched his ear and shouted, "I'm on a business trip, and you're getting restless, huh? Tell me, who is this little bitch?" In front of the woman, John Wencheng seemed very afraid. He stammered, "It's not what you think." Listen to my explanation. Sweat began to appear on his face. He was inwardly calculating. Normally, she's like an idiot. If I just say a few sweet words, I can definitely coax her. The woman, after scolding Zhong Wencheng, turned to Xinguo. Don't you know he has a girlfriend? Seeing Xinguang and Gao Wen looking at her, Xinguo was inwardly furious. Why does this always happen in front of Gao Wen? Back to Zhong Wencheng, he hadn't even had time to say anything when the woman grabbed his collar. She shouted, I bought you a car, a watch, a house, and I even give you spending money every month. Am I not good enough to you? You sneak around and find a mistress behind my back. Did a dog eat your conscience? You have no decency as a man. Zhong Wencheng, panicking, denied everything and blamed it all on Xinguo. My love, listen to my explanation. I'm really the victim here. I was forced by this woman. The sugar mama, hearing him say this, her eyes filled with murderous intent, glanced at Xinguo. Then she slapped her hard across the face. The sugar mama shouted, You damn mistress. You dare to steal my man. You're tired of living. Did he make you feel good, bitch? Xinguo, still reeling from the slap, was suddenly countered by Zhong Wencheng, who wailed, I'm innocent. It's all her fault for seducing me. My feelings for you are genuine. Xinguo was now disillusioned. She couldn't believe what she was seeing and her eyes welled up with tears. No, it's not like that. So Zhong Wencheng isn't a rich second-generation heir at all, but a kept man. The money he gave me was all from his sugar mama. The sugar mama, hearing Zhong Wencheng speak, laughed coldly. Is that so? You're genuine with me? Zhong Wencheng nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's definitely genuine. You know how I treat you normally? The sugar mama, hearing this, pointed at Xinguo and said, If she really seduced you, then prove it to me. Without hesitation, Zhong Wencheng proved it to his sugar mama by physically assaulting Xinguo's face. Unexpectedly, going out for a meal and getting beaten up like this, Xinguo fell to the ground, inwardly unwilling, and shouted, Zhong Wencheng, you're crazy. To act for his sugar mama, Zhong Wencheng put all the blame on Xinguo. He growled, You're the one who's crazy. You cling to me all day long. If there's nothing going on, you send me nude photos. You just know how to scam food and drinks. Today too, you insisted I take you out to eat. I refused you so many times. Why are you so shameless? Seeing the drama, the crowd had gathered to watch. Xinguo, hearing his slanderous words, was stunned. I didn't. He's framing me. I didn't know he had a girlfriend. I'm also a victim. On this side, having watched the drama for a while, Xinguang finally couldn't hold back and stood up. Gao Wen, seeing him walk towards Zhong Wencheng, smiled slightly, thinking, and he said he respected other people's destinies. He really says one thing and thinks another. Slowly walking towards them, Xinguang casually picked up the plate of garlic chili crayfish on the table. Seeing him approach, Zhong Wencheng angrily turned and asked, What do you want, you poor wretch? As soon as he finished speaking, Xinguang dumped the entire plate of crayfish on his face. He said angrily, You're dead. Surprised by his actions, Xinguo exclaimed, Hang Xinguang, why? Turning back to Zhong Wencheng, after having the entire plate of spicy sauce dumped on his face, the plate gradually fell. Only then did the pain hit him. He covered his face and screamed, my eyes, it hurts, Rushing over to wipe his face, the sugar mama turned to Xinguang and shouted, Where did you come from? What does our business have to do with you? Are you crazy? Xinguang stood with his arms crossed and said sternly, You're both scumbags. Control your kept man. Don't let him run around and offend people's eyes. Faced with Xinguang's words and aura, the sugar mama could only stammer, she thought to herself, why do I feel like he's right? Standing beside her, Zhong Wencheng, after wiping the sauce from his eyes, threatened, I think you're tired of living. I'll definitely kill you. With a disdainful look, Xinguang scratched his ear and replied, I want to know how you're going to kill me. I'm really looking forward to it. Xinguo sitting on the ground, she saw Xingwang's actions and couldn't help but wonder, why is he protecting me? He's even willing to antagonize others. I was so mean to him before, Am I being a bit too sentimental? After hearing XINGWANG's provocations, Zhong Wensheng couldn't hold back and picked up a beer bottle. He smashed the bottom of the bottle and growled, "Now I'm going to beat you to death." Finishing his words, he angrily rushed towards Xingwang Dai. Seeing this, Xingwang didn't back down, but instead provoked him. "You think my farming was for nothing?" Zhong Wensheng rushed over with the beer bottle, but before he could even touch Xingwang, he was kicked in the stomach by Xingwang. Not only that, Xingwang's kick was so strong that it sent him flying several meters back, and he let out a scream. Having dealt with the scumbag, Xingwang stood with his hands in his pockets and said to the sugar mama, "No matter what, you're a sugar mama, but you can't even choose a disciplined person. Even a dog wouldn't bite the hand that feeds it. Besides, keeping this guy is worse than keeping a dog." Hearing Xingwang's words, the sugar mama could only remain silent. At this moment, she had a crush on him. Seeing him so cool, she glanced at him with flushed cheeks, thinking, "So handsome." At the same time, after taking a kick from Xingwang, Zhong Wensheng slowly sat up, his body aching. He grimaced, thinking, "This guy doesn't look much bigger than me. Why is he so strong?" It hurts so much. Being helped by Xingwang, Xinuo hesitantly walked over. She placed one hand on her chest and said, "Thank you for coming here to help me." Xingwang said coldly, "I'm not helping you. I'm just disgusted by this kind of behavior." Xinuo, hearing this, was a little embarrassed. She pondered, "He clearly came to help me. Maybe he's just embarrassed to say it directly." Turning back to Zhong Wensheng, he had just stood up and immediately turned to the sugar mama, begging, "Quickly find someone to beat him up." The sugar mama was now completely smitten with Xingwang. She showed disgust towards Zhong Wensheng. "Shut up. He's right, keeping a dog is better than keeping you." Finishing her words, the sugar mama turned to look at Xingwang and smiled slightly. "Handsome, can I add you on WeChat?" Faced with the sugar mama's request, Xingwang was a little surprised. After resolving everything, Xingwang left the restaurant with Gaowen. Xinuo, seeing this, hurriedly ran after them, calling out, "Mr. Hang, wait." Xingwang, hearing her voice, turned back and asked, "What's the matter?" Xinuo put on a seductive pose and gently stroked her hair, saying, "Today you helped me. I want to treat you to a meal to repay you." With the temptation laid out before him, Xingwang didn't waver. He said coldly, "No need." Seduction failing, Xinuo switched to a gentle tone and continued, "And also about the things that happened before, I also want to sincerely apologize to you." Not wanting she to misunderstand, Xingwang maintained his cold attitude and explained, "I didn't intentionally help you, I just found it annoying." "There's no need to take it to heart," Xingwang spoke as he walked outside. Seeing Gaowen and his electric scooter, he pointed and continued, "Gaowen and I still have to go back to the company to work overtime. Let's go." Finishing his words, he got on the scooter and drove off with Gaowen, leaving Xinuo behind. Xinuo watched them leave, inwardly pondering, "He's so humble and has such a good character. Why didn't I see it before? Mr. Hang is truly a rare and good man." Returning inside, Xinuo was still lost in thought. "It seems that he and Gaowen are just ordinary friends. Maybe I still have a chance." Inside, Zhong Wensheng was crying and hugging the sugar mama's legs. "I can't live without you. I'll die without you." The sugar mama, after being enlightened by Xingwang, immediately turned her face and pushed him away. Let go of me." At the same time, the restaurant owner came over and asked, "Who is responsible for the compensation for the store?" Hearing this, the sugar mama turned back irritably and shouted, "Boss, it's all this scumbag's fault. Ask him for money." Finishing her words, the sugar mama turned back and kicked Wensheng in the face, adding a shout, "Get lost." Whether it was because this woman was as strong as Xingwang or because this guy was too weak, her kick sent him flying a meter away, blood and snot splattering everywhere. Having finished with him decisively, the sugar mama, feeling annoyed, approached Xinuo, seemingly about to start a fight. But no, the sugar mama just brushed past Xinuo and snorted coldly. Zhong Wensheng had already crawled up. With the nature of a shameless kept man, he immediately forgot everything he had just done to her, and the thought that popped into his head was, "She doesn't want me anymore." No matter what, Shinuo is a hot online celebrity. She probably has a lot of money. I'm so handsome. Carrying that despicable thought, he cried and rushed towards her, calling out, Xinnuo. Suddenly hearing the other side call her name, Xinnuo had a premonition and her whole body trembled. She stood there blankly, not understanding what he was planning to do. Just as Zhong Wencheng rushed over, about to touch Shinuo, she instinctively dodged to the side, causing him to faceplant on the ground. Immediately after, Shinuo also came to her senses. Just like the sugar mama, she didn't bother with this guy and coldly walked past him. Before leaving, she didn't forget to turn back and remind Zhong Wencheng, if you dare to harass me again, I'll call the police. Having invited a girl out for a meal and losing everything, Zhong Wencheng was unwilling and still tried to salvage something. Lying prostrate on the ground, he tried to reach out his hand and called out, Xinnuo, I was wrong. The scene changes to the Dujin Media Company. After returning to the office, Gao Wen, thinking about what had just happened, turned to Xingwang and asked, You couldn't help but step in and help at the crayfish restaurant just now. Xingwang explained, I saw that this Zhong Wencheng had harassed you many times before. I mainly wanted to resolve a hidden danger for you. Hearing him say it was for her and not mentioning Shinuo at all, Yao Wen's face flushed. She smiled and replied, Thank you, Boss Hang. If you're like this, I'll want to work for you to death. Saying this, she didn't forget her work and took out a stack of documents, continuing, Right, this is the new business plan I made. Xingwang took the plan and looked at it. Gao Wen, standing behind him, continued to explain, Our Matrix account has already developed, but just live streaming is too monotonous. I plan to take advantage of the current popularity of short films and have the TikTokers participate in some short film segments. One is to cultivate character IPs. Although the short films may only get a few points of benefit in the end, the revenue is very large and can be used as a condition for fundraising. What do you think? Xingwang, hearing this, was inwardly calculating. How can I let the company pay for this kind of opportunity to spend money? Finishing his thoughts, he said casually, If you think it's okay, then do it. Make 10 practice films first. I'll pay for it myself. Gao Wen, hearing this, was startled. Huh. There's still money in the company account. Cutting off her words, Xingwang immediately came up with a reason to explain. No, it's not okay to use company money for this new business. There's a lot of risk. Spend mine. Hearing him say this, Gao Wen was even more confused. She continued, Isn't it even riskier to spend yours? Despite what she said, Xingwang still maintained his point of view. It's okay. Money is meant to be spent. You can't take it with you when you die. As he spoke, he took out his phone and transferred the money. Immediately after, what Xingwang was most looking forward to appeared, a notification from the system. Ding. The host shares the company's worries and takes out his own money, which is a great act of righteousness. The system is deeply moved and is shedding tears, rewarding 5.55 million, wishing the host's new business a prosperous development. After reading the system's notification, Xingwang sighed, Luckily I was quick, otherwise this daily salary of 5.55 million would have been for nothing. At the same time, Gao Wen had also received the transfer notification. Before she could even react, Xingwang placed his hand on her shoulder and said, I have to go home quickly. The house is still being renovated. Don't work too late either. Health is the most important. Finishing his words, he quickly left, leaving Gao Wen still stunned. Oh, okay. The scene changes to night. Xingwang was now driving back to his villa complex. Just as he was passing a nearby villa, a loud shout suddenly rang out, You bitch, get out of here. Xingwang, hearing this, was startled. Hut, who is it? It's the middle of the night. Why are they so angry? A little curious, he went to the place where the shout came from to watch. Unexpectedly, it was the goddess crying and whimpering with young Master Ping. Are you really so heartless? You said you wanted to marry me. Was it all a lie? Young Master Ping said coldly, You're marrying me for money or for love. Isn't it clear in your heart? Stop coming to me. I don't want to lose my shares in the Ping family because of you. Finishing his words, he slapped her hard, then shouted loudly, If you don't leave, I'll call security. Having taken a hard slap from him, Menxi fell to the ground and screamed. Even so, she still didn't give up and quickly sat up. She cried and asked, why? Just then, a hand holding a towel reached out. Without needing to guess, it was Xinguang. Not knowing if it was out of pity or for some other reason, he was standing up to help her again. Unexpectedly, Xinguang's appearance stunned Menxi for a moment. But very quickly she took the handkerchief and said, "Did you come to see me make a fool of myself?" Xinguang pulled her up and replied, "You're thinking too much. I just happened to be passing by." Unconvinced by his answer, she asked suspiciously, "Passing by to this rich neighborhood?" Xinguang pointed to the villa under construction across the street and replied, "Oh, my new house is being renovated, so I came to take a look." Hearing this, Ji Mingxi's expression suddenly changed. She was shocked and couldn't believe it. "A new house? Is that the villa you bought?" Seeing her expression, Xinguang smiled slightly. "It's my house. Let's just say I bought it." Hearing this, Lin Mengxi immediately recalled Xinguang's previous simping and pondered. At the restaurant earlier, he fought with young Master Ping to the point where they couldn't be distinguished. Now he's bought a new villa, he's become so successful in just 2 years. How is that possible? Could he be a rich second-generation heir? Finishing her thoughts, she put on a tearful act and asked Xinguang, "Are you angry with me?" Faced with her question and expression, Xinguang was momentarily startled. "Why would I be angry with you?" he inwardly pondered. The beginning of this topic is a bit off. Just as Xinguang was thinking, after knowing that he was a rich second-generation heir, Lin Mengxi immediately switched to goddess mode and brought up the past from college. "You pursued me for so long in college, but I never talked to you properly. Everyone always laughed at you for this. Now you don't have any hard feelings about this. I'm really happy." Having foreseen this situation, Xinguang distanced himself from her and waved his hand, saying, "Lin Mengxi, I think you've misunderstood something." Seeing Xingwang's reaction, not following her usual script, Lin Mengxi exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" And then awkwardly explained, "I didn't mean anything. I just wanted to explain to you. When you didn't have money, you were chasing girls. Now that you have money, girls won't be foolish enough to reject you." Understanding this simple principle, Xinguang waved his hand and sneered, "Forget it. I don't think it's necessary." His actions also received the system's approval. The host has refused to be a simp again. This resolute will and completely changed appearance are extremely handsome, rewarding 10,000 yuan. Surprised by the system's praise, Xinguang was suddenly energized. He didn't hesitate to give the system a like, thinking, does this also count as being unrestrained? It turns out that decisively rejecting others also has rewards, then I have to work harder. Turning to Lin Mengxi, although Xinguang had just made his attitude clear, she didn't give up and even more resolutely moved closer to Xinguang. She pressed her full breasts against his arm and continued, "But I have so much to say to you. Can you patiently listen to me, like before? Just one pair of breasts, and she already wants to seduce me? My whole company has dozens of kinds of fresh and delicious breasts, and I haven't even bothered to look at them." Xinguang angrily pulled his hand away and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, men and women should keep their distance." He loudly explained, "Lin Mengxi, I'm giving you face just because of our old friendship from college. But if you want to say that I have other feelings for you, then there are absolutely none. I used to be a simp, but that doesn't mean I'll always be a simp." The system again appeared. These words are from the bottom of the host's heart. The host frankly admits that he used to be a simp, which is extremely touching. Being a simp is just a path the host has walked, rewarding 50,000 for bravely moving forward on the path ahead. Encouraged by the system's rewards, Xinguang didn't hold back at all and blurted out a string of words. "You were kicked out by Ping Tai. You couldn't be the young mistress of the Ping family, so you want to shift your attention to me. Am I that cheap? I was your simp back then because I really loved you, but used to love is in the past. Now, rebirth is hot, do you understand? If you don't understand, go listen to it. I suggest you listen to the remix version. You enjoyed the process of me simping for you, and I also considered it a joy. I was very clear back then, it was just because I loved you that I ignored everything. After I no longer love you, to me, you're just. Saying this, Xingwang smirked. He looked at her with a contemptuous gaze and said each word clearly, a nobody. Having heard him say so much, like listening to a rap song, Lin Mengxi was completely unable to retort. She was speechless and could only utter one word, you, not wanting to waste any more time with her. The words he had just said had also released the feelings Xingwang had held back for so many years. He turned away cruelly, thinking, Miss Lin, you should still be down to earth and realistic. Don't take yourself too seriously, it's just a few turns of the body, and the system is already giving out rewards like crazy. The host's action of turning and leaving is very dashing, making me unable to resist rewarding you with 10,000. After Xingwang stepped through the gate into the villa, Lin Mengxi could only remain silent. She stood there watching, with a lingering gaze of hope. Suddenly, from behind the gate, Xingwang unexpectedly turned back and smiled. Just when it seemed like there would be more to the story, no, he just smirked, and then he slammed the gate shut. A moment later, Lin Mengxi also returned home. She slowly opened the door. Inside her room, the space was extremely dark and cold. Not bothering to turn on the lights, she walked step by step to the sofa. After a day of experiencing many changes, she slumped onto the sofa, dejected. Before she could even close her eyes, someone called her in the middle of the night. Lin Mengxi, although tired, still answered the phone. Hello, Lele, what's the matter? On the other end of the line, hearing her voice, Lele said excitedly, shocking news. Lin Mengxi didn't care much. She sighed and urged, get to the point. Her friend Lele replied, Mengxi, you have such good luck. Even the backup tire is a big shot. Hearing this, Lin Mengxi, who was sleepy, had to open her eyes wide. What? Ele continued, didn't someone recently have something unfair happen and their friend helped them rise to fame, constantly trending on hot searches? It's the big shot who constantly sends hundreds of rockets and thousands of gifts to people on the live streaming platform. The story began to pique Lin Mengxi's interest, and she sat up, saying, I'm not a streamer. Lele didn't reply, but instead asked, guess who it is? Hearing her friend beating around the bush, Lin Mengxi gradually lost her patience. She said irritably, Lele, I'm very tired today. If you want to say something, just say it directly, keep it short. Her friend, hearing this, didn't drag it out any longer and said directly, all right, it's Hang Xingwang, I guess he must have tens of billions. Saying this, her friend unexpectedly gave her advice, Mengxi, Hang Xingwang, that simp has been following you for years, you dumped Ping Tai, go find him. It's not certain whether Ping Tai can inherit the family fortune, but Hang Xingwang really has tens of billions in his hands. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Lin Mengxi suddenly woke up and sat up straight, asking, how are you sure that the person behind this ID is Hang Xingwang? Lele replied, the friend recommendation from my contacts shows that he's my friend. He must be very rich. I guess his family wanted to temper him, so they pretended to be poor with him. Now he's showing his cards. Hearing this, Lin Mengxi was suddenly stunned, inadvertently dropping her phone on the floor. Not hearing her say anything, her friend on the other end of the line kept calling, Mengxi, Mengxi. After hearing everything, Lin Mengxi sighed dejectedly. He loved me for years, but I personally pushed away someone who could guarantee me a lifetime of wealth and glory. Realizing her mistake, she suddenly went crazy and hugged her head, screaming. But very quickly, she wiped away her tears and said to herself, no, Lin Mengxi, I have a good figure and I'm beautiful. I've never lost to anyone in the entertainment circle. Regaining her confidence, she stood up, her eyes firmly looking into the distance, and said self-indulgently, as the saying goes, it's easy for a woman to pursue a man. As long as I actively pursue him, his suppressed love for the past years will definitely be revived. As long as he remembers the love he once had for me, everything has a chance to turn around. After all, I'm the most beautiful girl in the world. The scene changes back to the villa where Xingwang was staying. At this moment, Xingwang was standing in front of the mirror, scrutinizing something. Zooming in a little, you could clearly see that he was admiring his body and thinking, this body is still missing something. Sitting down on the floor, he took out his phone and muttered, Having money without health is the most tragic thing. Exercise is a must. I must exercise. Let me see the rankings of the best gyms. Suddenly, he saw a suggestion that piqued his curiosity. Build a gym at home, then hire a personal trainer. Finding the suggestion quite good, Xinguang entered the page to browse. After looking around, he happily tapped the phone screen. Choose this one. Following XINGWANG's choice, the system suddenly appeared again. The system has detected that two girls feel extremely regretful towards you, reaching the system's upgrade criteria. Reading the system's notification, Xinguang was surprised. The system can also upgrade. After upgrading, the system issued another notification. Activating the regret mechanism. Special reminder. When the level of regret reaches 90%, it can be converted into intelligence and will receive 5 points of physique and charm. Xinuo's level of regret is 50%. Lin Mengxi's level of regret is 80%. Xinuo is fine, but the appearance of Lin Mengxi is making Xinguang suspicious. Why is Lin Mengxi's level of regret so high? The system panel appeared again. Host's information. Name, Han Xinguang. Age, 24. Zodiac sign, Scorpio. Height, 178 centimeters. Physique, 25 100ths. Intelligence, 45 100ths. Willpower, 35 100ths. Points, 0. Maximum level of ordinary people. Activating the regret mechanism, the system is giving the host 5 points. Does the host want to add them to physique, intelligence, or charm? Seeing this, Xinguang inwardly exclaimed, "What a coincidence! I was just about to exercise and now I'm getting benefits." Without much thought, Xinguang placed his finger on the screen, add everything to physique. As soon as he added all the points he obtained to physique, Xinguang immediately felt a change in his body. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, the effect is so obvious." Remembering that he had just bought a course at the gym, he sighed again. Quickly activate it. I've already bought 20 private lessons. It's a waste to throw away money anyway. Taking out his phone again, thinking, my parents' room has already been renovated. I should buy some new furniture to decorate it. Warm water boiled frogs, so they can slowly get used to a life of wealth. This oven is also good. Add to cart. The next morning, at the GM Fitness Center, Xinguang, relying on the address on the app, arrived at the gym early. The receptionist, seeing him, greeted him with a smile. You're here for GM Fitness, right? Xinguang held up his phone and said, I booked 8 personal training sessions on the app yesterday. My name is Han. The receptionist, hearing this, went to the computer to confirm. Please wait a moment while I check. While waiting, Xinguang took the opportunity to glance around the gym. Looking at girls? No, looking at the equipment here. He thought to himself, this gym looks good, the equipment is complete. Other than being expensive, there's nothing to complain about. After checking on the computer for a while, the receptionist said, Mr. Hang, I've found your purchase history. However, you're not yet a member of our establishment, so you can't use the personal training service. Xinguang, hearing this, asked in confusion, are membership and personal training different? The receptionist happily explained, that's right. Membership is divided into monthly, quarterly, and annual cards. The personal training sessions are a contract between you and the trainer. You've registered for 8 personal training sessions. I recommend you get a monthly card. If you get a card now, you'll get 3 free trial sessions. Hearing the explanation and the receptionist's invitation, Xinguang was speechless, thinking, I chose the gold level personal training course, which costs 2,000 per hour, and it doesn't come with a membership card. These gyms really know how to make money. Seeing him still standing there in a daze, the receptionist urged, Mr. Hang, have you decided? Xinguang replied, I've decided. I want to cancel it and not study anymore. Hearing this, the receptionist's face turned pale. Huh. Xinguang explained, 8 personal training sessions cost 8,000. If I were opening a business, I would definitely give a membership card to the customer. I won't say much more. Please refund my money. Not wanting the gym to lose a customer, the receptionist still tried to persuade him, Mr. Hang, this is our company's arrangement. We treat all customers fairly. Please think about it again. Xinguang shook his head. Sorry, I won't think about it anymore. The receptionist then explained, but this refund needs the approval of our boss. Xinguang, hearing this, started to show his displeasure. Then call your boss out here. Unable to persuade him, the receptionist had no choice but to turn around and find the boss. Standing at the front desk, Xingwang's mood was not very happy. He thought, money should be spent on necessary things. I wouldn't even blink if I spent $1 billion and it was useful, but if I spend a dime and it makes me feel upset, then get lost. Just then, the system appeared before Xinguang. The host's view on money should not be too precise. There should be absolutely no tolerance for injustice. The system greatly admires you and rewards you with 1 yuan. Seeing the system's reward, Xinguang couldn't help but comment, 1 yuan. What's that? A moment later, the receptionist led over a muscular man. He walked over and asked, "Hey, you." He immediately recognized the person. He exclaimed in surprise, "Hang Xinguang." With the same surprise, Xinguang spoke up, "Wang Tairan, you opened this gym." Wang Tairan, 27 years old, was Xinguang's high school class president, a famous rich young master in town. After graduating from high school, he returned to school to flirt with the younger girls. He was truly a terrible man. Seeing Xinguang again, Wang Tairan turned to the receptionist and said, "You do your work, I'll handle things here." The receptionist nodded slightly, "Yes, boss." Then, he walked to the front desk. He spoke up, asking, "You're the one who registered for 8 personal training sessions." "It's really unexpected," Xinguang turned to reply, "I want to cancel these personal training sessions." His tone a little mocking, Wang Tairan asked, still feeling the pinch. Xinguang didn't reply, but instead asked suspiciously, "It's not that you're feeling the pinch having to refund the money, so you don't want to refund it, right?" Wang Tairan sneered, "Just 80,000 yuan. Why would I feel the pinch? It's just that I met an acquaintance, so I'm chatting for a bit." "Oh right, you still don't know, right? Gaoyuan is working here." Finishing his words, he shouted inside, "Gaoyuan, come here for a moment. Hang Xinguang, you and Gaoyuan haven't seen each other in a long time, right? She still mentions you sometimes." Hearing him say this, Xinguang remained silent. Just then, a clear voice rang out, causing the two to turn to look. "What's the matter?" Gaoyuan, with a sporty and seductive figure, long legs, a wasp waist, and full breasts, walked out with a surprised expression. "Han Xinguang." With Gaoyuan's appearance, a notification sounded. Ding! Gaoyuan has joined the team to develop regret. Before Xinguang at this moment was the system's character interface. On the left side of the screen was Gaoyuan, and on the right side was her character information. Name, Gaoyuan, age, 24, height, 1.68 meters, weight, 52 kilograms, appearance score, 8 points, current level of regret, 0%. Glancing over the system's new interface, Xinguang secretly rejoiced. "There's data now?" Then he pondered, "So I have to do something to make Gaoyuan regret, right? Back then, I was young and ignorant and didn't know she was a bitch, and mistook her for a treasure." In Xinguang's memory, Gaoyuan from high school was putting on a shy act, saying to him, "Today I saw a girl give you a love letter. Don't be influenced by her. Of course, you're so outstanding, it's normal for people to like you. I just saw her lose a truth or dare game, so I wanted to remind you." Xinguang at this time was still naive. He scratched his head and smiled like an idiot, replying, "I know, I won't like other people." Gaoyuan leaned close to Xinguang's ear and said slowly, "I've been under a lot of pressure lately, and I don't know who to talk to. Luckily, you're willing to listen to me, Xinguang. You're such a good person. I'm really touched. It would be great if you always let me copy your homework." Faced with the temptation of a girl, the young man who had never been hurt immediately froze, looking at her with sincere eyes. Remembering that time, Xinguang felt even more bitter. "I always thought she had a little affection for me, but I didn't expect she was just raising a backup tire." Xinguang continued to recall the days that followed. When receiving gifts from him, she always said, "Xinguang, although I received the gift, don't think too much. It wouldn't be good if others misunderstood. Not only me, but those words were also reserved for other foolish boys like me. Jiaoqiang, if you said that, then I'll receive the gift, but don't think too much." It wouldn't be good if others misunderstood, Wei Gu, but don't think too much. It wouldn't be good if others misunderstood. Returning to the present, Xingwang frowned, thinking about the system's mission. But Ga Yuan's family is quite well off. She's a wealthy person in the county. If I use money to attack her at first, it might backfire. Thinking of this, he glanced at Wang Tairan, then continued, her boyfriend after graduation. He had 8-pack abs, tall and strong. Just looking at him, you can tell he's very strong. In high school, he was a well-known figure. I heard from my high school classmates that Ga Yuan has liked Wang Tairan for a long time. She likes the straight guy type who works out. A wealthy heiress running to be a fitness trainer is probably because of Wang Tairan. So if I'm more outstanding than Wang Tairan, maybe I can refresh her perception and then attack with money. That should solve everything. Thinking of this, he sneered, thinking, the bitch are all the same. Turning to Ga Yuan, as soon as she saw Xingwang, she asked, Xingwang, are you having any difficulties? Looking at her, Xingwang didn't reply, but thought to himself, I have to let Wang Tairan show his weak side in front of her, breaking her perception. Thinking this, he turned to Wang Tairan and said, I just feel that I've already registered for a 20-session private course, but I still have to pay a membership fee. This is a bit unreasonable. Wang Tairan explained, the fitness industry charges according to this standard. If you think it's too expensive, then don't hire a private trainer. Just work out on your own. Saying this, he sneered, his eyes revealing a look of contempt as he looked at Xingwang. Actually, for you wage-earners, going to work and squeezing onto the subway every day is also considered exercise. Xingwang immediately retorted, that level of exercise is probably useless. Since Ga Yuan is working here, then I'll pay the annual membership fee to support her. If the experience is good, then I'll continue to pay. Hearing this, Wang Tairan reached out and hugged Gao Yuan's waist, then said sarcastically to Hang Xingwang, don't pretend to be rich when you don't have money. If you tighten your belt later and don't have enough to eat, then it's a waste to work out. He inwardly thought, this kid must still be thinking about Ga Yuan. Too bad Ga Yuan is already this master's woman. Turning to Xingwang, too familiar with these mocking and contemptuous words, Xingwang not only wasn't angry, but smiled brightly. I really am a bit poor. If my old classmate can give me a discount, that would be great. Wang Tairan was surprised. A discount? Xingwang smiled slightly, sorry to trouble you. Can you give me a discount out of consideration for me and Ga Yuan being classmates? In his head, his calculations appeared. When they were in high school, Wang Tairan's family circumstances were ordinary, but Ga Yuan still dated him, showing that she doesn't have a character that despises poverty and loves wealth. As for Wang Tairan, being able to open such a large fitness center probably means Ga Yuan has spent a lot of money. Although I really want to buy out this fitness center, it's more interesting for the hunter to appear as prey after being ridiculed by them. Turning to Wang Tairan, after hearing Xingwang's words, he replied, out of consideration for Ga Yuan, I'll give you a 40% discount. This level of discount has never been offered here before. The refund operation is a bit troublesome. I'll increase the original 20 private sessions to 30 for you. He placed his hand on Xingwang's shoulder, his voice teasing, work hard. Don't let people laugh at you for being a skinny dog who can't even do a few poses. Xingwang still appeared calm. He smiled and replied with a meaningful tone, kindness doesn't need to be spoken. One day, I'll repay you many times over. Wang Tairan frowned, feeling a little annoyed in his heart. Strong words. Wang Tairan then turned to someone and called out, hey, Zhongqi, you train with him. Xingwang, Ga Yuan and I are going to train the groups first. Before leaving, Ga Yuan turned back to encourage Xingwang. Xingwang, good luck. Her nature of loving handsome men was hopeless. She looked at Xingwang and thought to herself, his face is quite handsome, but it's a pity he's too skinny. Turning to the trainer named Zhongqi, after being entrusted by Wang Tairan, he approached and asked Xingwang, have you ever trained before? Is there anything specific you want to train? Xingwang shook his head. I won't train today. I'll do it another day. I have something urgent to do. Zhongqi's lips twitched slightly. Okay. As soon as Xingwang turned his back, he ran to the front desk to gossip. another male version of fitness poser, has arrived. I hate this type of person the most, a fitness god on social media. Looking at Han Xingwang, the receptionist also chimed in, and he's a male fitness poser. The words were intentionally said for Xingwang to hear. Even after he went outside, he could still hear their laughter. Knowing this, the corners of his lips twitched up, and a dangerous gaze along with a dark thought appeared in his head. That's right, just laugh at me, that way it will be more interesting later. A moment later, walking to his electric scooter, Xingwang put on his helmet and called out the system, I want to see my control panel. The system immediately appeared and replied, yes, master, I will extract it for you immediately. System information about the host, name, Han Xingwang, age, 24, zodiac sign, Scorpio, height, 1.79 meters, physique, 23 100ths, intelligence, 45 100ths, charm, 35 100ths, points, 0, maximum level of ordinary people, 40. Reading his own information, Xingwang was surprised and asked himself, I've grown 1 centimeter taller. Does increasing physique also have a side effect? In his imagination, an image of himself with muscles like a giant, holding a golden cup, but the most noteworthy thing was the underwear supporting his entire body. Pondering, if I keep increasing physique, then can I grow infinitely tall? That would be a bit scary. In response to his worries and thoughts, the system appeared and reminded, Master, you're thinking too much. That kind of scene won't appear. In addition to height, length is also reflected in other aspects. You don't have to worry about being too tall. Hearing the length the system was talking about, the young man's head immediately filled with thoughts. I suspect you're talking about 18 plus, but I have no evidence. With this thought of his, the system completely didn't understand. Ignoring that, Xingwang continued to order the system, extract the control panels of Shinua and Lin Mengxi for me. On the screen, the level of regret of Shinua was displayed as 50%, and the level of regret of Lin Mengxi was 80%. Looking at the two of them, Xingwang was momentarily hesitant. My physique points are now 23, and the maximum level of ordinary people is 40. I need 17 points away from reaching the maximum level of physique. Who should I choose first? While hesitating, he suddenly noticed Lin Mengxi's regret points and smirked. Lin Mengxi is only 20% away from reaching 100%. Maybe reaching 100% regret can unlock some achievement rewards. It's decided, I'll choose her. Saying this, he tapped on Lin Mengxi's profile picture on the system. At Lin Mengxi's house, she was putting on makeup while thinking, no, I still have a chance. If not young Master Ping, then I still have young Master Hang. Young Master Hang once truly liked me. There's definitely still a chance. Create a natural makeup effect like a bare face, seemingly unintentionally and subtly amazing everyone. In the eyes of men, bare face makeup is like no makeup, seemingly naturally beautiful, but the essence lies in being exquisite down to every last detail. She smiled smugly. One move is enough to defeat the enemy. Just then, Han Xingwang called. Lin Mengxi looked down at the phone and rejoiced inwardly. What I need comes right away. I was just about to hook him, and he called. She smiled slightly, her head filled with calculations. Young Master Hang is probably still angry, right? After all, he liked me for 4 years. A man like that is still easy to grasp. Just go along with him and show enough of a feeling of being tamed. Don't simps all like this feeling of a counterattack. On this side, receiving a notification that Lin Mengxi's level of regret had increased by 1%, Xingwang was surprised, thinking, I haven't even answered the phone and her level of regret has already increased. Oh, he smirked, interesting. Stalking and pursuing isn't the best way. So Lin Mengxi likes to be ambiguous with people. Back then, because she and Gaoyuan were quite similar, I fell in love with her at first sight. I didn't expect to sink deep into the mud, almost forgetting about Gaoyuan simping for a few years. It turns out people don't fall for this trick at all. Returning to Lin Mengxi, after adjusting her state, she answered the phone and asked softly, Hello, is there anything you need? Xingwang replied, It's nothing, he said vaguely, smirking, thinking, let's test her. Lin Mengxi, hearing Xingwang speak vaguely, inwardly speculated, Maybe he still has feelings for me and wants to ask me out. After all, he's been liking me for years. Still keeping a smile on her face, Xinguang continued to say dryly, "The tissue you borrowed from me to wipe your tears that day, remember to return it to me." Hearing this, Lin Mengxi's face fell. One sentence stunned her, and she had to ask again, "Huh, what?" Only saying that, Xinguang hung up the phone. His actions caused the system to appear. The host doesn't understand romance. Hanging up the phone so abruptly is very straightforward. The system is shocked by the content of the call. The system rewards 666 yuan to express respect. Back at Lin Mengxi's house, she was now confused, asking herself, "A tissue, does something borrowed have to be returned?" Confused by Xinguang's words, she stood in front of the mirror thinking. After a moment of contemplation, she began to analyze and speculate. He wants to ask me out but is embarrassed to say it. It must be, he even came up with such an excuse. It seems like he was always like this in college. Oh well, whatever anyway, it's definitely what I think. She suddenly blushed, inwardly wondering, is there something a little strange? A perverted thought suddenly flashed through her head when she thought of the tissue. He likes things with my bodily fluids on them. If I had known, I wouldn't have thrown it away. But replacing it with another tissue should be fine. Thinking this, she pulled a tissue from the box. Isn't it just something with bodily fluids on it? With a perverted thought in her head, she put the tissue down there, intending to take water from underneath. Scene changed to Xinguang. The system at this moment notified him, Lin Mengxi's level of regret has increased by 1%. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Xinguang was suspicious. Isn't this a different version of the situation back then? Asking the goddess what she's doing, and the goddess casually replying that she's taking a bath, but the simp is still happy because the goddess replied to him, "How can a simp leak so thoroughly when there's nothing left in his hands?" A moment later, at a luxurious cafe, while waiting for Lin Mengxi, Xinguang took out his phone and calculated in his head. These past few days, doing missions casually and indulgently seems to revolve around girls. The money has also increased a lot. There will probably be a limit, so I should still carry out both things simultaneously and focus on investing a little. Once I touch investment and entrepreneurship, then there will be plenty of places to indulge. What he was looking at on his phone was Christie's auction number 7. Looking at the auction item, he muttered, "Italy is auctioning a heavyweight national treasure from the Western Zhou dynasty, a bronze vessel that is important for studying the history and culture of the Western Zhou dynasty. It's time to do something with positive energy." Just then, Lin Mengxi walked over and called out, "Xinguang." Observing the auction item on his phone screen, she thought to herself, as expected of a rich person, so engrossed in watching an auction. Sitting down, she put on a star-like pose and spoke up, "Did I make you wait long?" Then she took out a beautiful box and handed it to Xinguang. Before him was a beautiful girl, but Xinguang said bluntly, "Miss Lin, it's not like you think I still want to rekindle our old relationship, right? You're wearing so much makeup. Don't think I can't tell. You're wearing natural makeup with reflective lips." Looking down at the box, he continued, "Besides, it's just returning a tissue. Is there a need to use such an exquisite box to hold it?" Hearing Xinguang speak so bluntly, Lin Mengxi pretended to be angry. "Hang Xinguang, you're too much. I'm just wearing light makeup." On the surface, she was angry, but her level of regret increased by 1%. Seeing this, Xinguang was even more able to grasp her and sneered, "I can say even more outrageous things. When I was poor and destitute, only fit to be a simp, only worthy of being despised by you. Now that you see I have money, you're eager to lick my boots. I don't want to play the role of a cuckold and take the blame for you." Hearing his words, Lin Mengxi's eyes welled up with tears, but her face flushed red. She snapped softly, "I haven't even said anything. Why are you doing this?" She seemed angry, but the system notified him that her level of regret had increased by 1%. This made Xinguang even more certain of his thoughts. Sure enough, Lin Mengxi is someone who likes to be abused. On the surface, she's angry, but her level of regret is skyrocketing. Thinking this, he smiled slyly. "Experiment successful. Next, I have to offend her. On the opposite side, Lin Mengxi continued to pretend to be angry and explained, "Why do you think of me like that? I always wear this much makeup when I go out. Besides, there are thousands of ways to reject me. If you didn't have a change of heart, then why would you agree to meet me to return the tissue? You should have decisively rejected me." Xinguang smiled and replied, "Of course, mainly to see your disappointed expression." He darkened his face and continued in an even heavier tone, "Just like my expectant and then disappointed expression before. So, is this the first time Miss Lin has experienced this feeling? But don't worry, there will be a second and third time later." Feeling unable to continue the conversation, Lin Mengxi turned and ran away. "Hang Xinguang, you're too much." Even so, her regret points jumped continuously. Lin Mengxi's level of regret increased by 1%. Lin Mengxi's level of regret increased by 1%. Lin Mengxi's level of regret increased by 1%. Letting her leave, Xinguang watched with a smug smile. A goddess loses her appeal and is nothing. He recalled her image from back then, when he accidentally overheard her conversation with another classmate. Him, just a simp. If I didn't need to borrow his homework, why would I pay attention to him? Smiling at him and giving him a little favor, and he can wag his tail all day long. A person like that isn't worthy of carrying my shoes. Returning to the present, Xinguang smiled, thinking, regret, huh? This is just the tip of the iceberg of what I experienced before. At this moment, the system appeared with a notification. Lin Mengxi's level of regret has reached 99%. The system rewards 5 accumulation points. Xinguang looked at the notification and calculated, stuck at 99%, just 1% regret away. However, with the current situation, I can't be impatient. On the contrary, there's still plenty of time. The system appeared again and reminded, "Host, do you want to increase your points now?" Below were 3 choices: physique, intelligence, charm. Without much thought, Xinguang decisively added all the points to physique. Immediately after, a surge of power flowed into his body. Feeling it clearly, he excitedly thought, suddenly feeling full of power. The effect is so fast, I even want to immediately run 10 kilometers to burn off the excess energy. He stood up, paid for the auction item from the beginning, and then shifted his thoughts. Next is to complete the KPI on Shinoa's side, but before that, I'll go to the GM Fitness Center to test the effect of adding these 5 points. The next day, at the GM Fitness Center, John Chi was now training Xinguang. After lying down and doing chest presses with weights that were too light, he spoke up and requested, "Less than 50 kilograms isn't enough, add a little more." Zhong Qi frowned and explained, "Xinguang, this is your first time coming to train. We emphasize proceeding in order first. Let me understand your level to avoid causing muscle damage." Quite a few students overestimate their level. Xinguang thought to himself, "You want to say I don't know my limits?" Putting the weights back on the rack, he replied, "Isn't there a PT here? He'll definitely protect me, right?" Then Xinguang said confidently, "Put on 150 kilograms." Hearing 150 kilograms, Zhongqi jumped in fright. He tried his best not to get angry and persuaded, "Even I find this weight difficult. Only trainers with superior strength, even experts in competitive sports, can try it, Xinguang, I advise you." Not wanting to hear his advice, Xinguang sat up and interrupted, "Or how about 200 kilograms? It's just a try." He thought to himself, "Sure enough, after increasing my physique to 35 points, this little weight is as easy as flipping my hand." On Zhang Kai's side, before Xinguang's request, he could only grit his teeth and think to himself, "Does he want to torture himself? How can I let him mess around?" Seeing him standing there in a daze, Xinguang flicked his stomach lightly, his voice provocative. "You keep stopping me. It's not because you're worried that I can lift a weight and put pressure on you, right?" Zhongqi, helpless, finally had to give in and make a condition. "Do you know what 200 kilograms is?" "No. But Xinguang, if you're so insistent, then I won't stop you, but we have to sign a risk disclaimer." At the same time, behind him, a man was trembling while lifting heavy weights. Zhongqi continued, "If your body encounters any accidents because you insist on doing things your way, then our gym will not be responsible. Xinguang sneered, "You're making a mountain out of a molehill." Zhongqi, hearing this, snapped, "This isn't making a mountain out of a molehill, this is taking responsibility. To let you understand what lifting 200 kilograms is." Along with that, the man behind him had collapsed to the floor, his whole body trembling after lifting the weight. Zhongqi, after snapping, muttered in his heart, "Damn it, I hate the most people who don't know their limits and cause trouble for me. It's best if he can't lift the 200 kilograms barbell, otherwise there will be trouble." Hearing the commotion, Wang Tairan and Gao Yuan walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" What happened? The man also dropped the weights and ran over to watch. Seeing the two, Zhongqi turned back and explained, "I wanted to proceed in order and have Xinguang try 50 kilograms to test his strength, but Xinguang insisted on lifting 200 kilograms. Hearing this, Gao Yuan stepped forward to persuade, "Xinguang, he's also thinking of you." Xinguang didn't listen, but turned to smile, "Or let's bet." Zhongqi, hearing this, was confused. Xinguang stood up and explained, "If I can lift it, then you pay my membership fee and personal training fee. Of course, if I can't lift it, I'll register for 100 more of your personal training sessions." Zhongqi, hearing this, still tried to persuade him. "Your health is the most important thing, everything else is meaningless." He said this, but in his heart, he showed contempt, thinking he has to get a discount to pay the membership fee, and he wants to register for 100 personal training sessions. I despise him. Seeing his attitude, Xinguang could understand what he was thinking. He took out his bank card and said, "I can swipe my card first to pay for the 100 sessions. If I win, then refund the money to me." Zhongqi, hearing this, was speechless. Gao Yuan, on the other hand, looked at Xinguang with a bit of surprise, thinking, "Hang Xinguang's skinny body dares to bet with Zhongqi." Thinking this, she stepped forward and suggested, "How about we each take a step back and try 100 kilograms first?" Ignoring her, the two still looked at each other with cold eyes. Xinguang provoked, "Do you dare to bet?" Zhongqi was a little worried, but still nodded. "If you're so insistent, then I have no choice but to agree." Immediately after, 8 25 kilograms weight plates were evenly installed on both sides of the barbell. Including the barbell, it was probably about 215 kilograms. Zhongqi spoke up. "Xinguang, I advise you to try to see if you can lift the barbell first." Lying on the bench, Xinguang prepared to get into position. Zhongqi continued, "If you can't, then forget about the bet, we're not unreasonable people." Still showing contempt, he thought to himself, he's both poor and likes to show off. What does he know about 200 kilograms? If he can lift it, I'll do a handstand and eat shit. Immediately after, Xinguang began to lift the weight. A sound rang out, but the barbell didn't move at all. Seeing this, Zhongqi didn't show any surprise. He said, "It didn't move at all. Xinguang, I think we should stop. It was just acting just now." Xinguang was just waiting for him to be smug, and then lifted the barbell, to everyone's surprise. Xinguang lifted the 200 kilograms barbell without showing any difficulty. Immediately after, each rep was performed by Xinguang, causing Zhongqi to be psychologically shocked. He exclaimed, "Holy shit." For professional athletes, lifting 200 kilograms may require using 100% of their strength, which is equivalent to 1 or 2 reps, but for Xinguang at this moment, it was continuous reps. Zhongqi's face had now turned pale. In his heart, he secretly retracted his thoughts from before. "Luckily I didn't say the words eat shit." On this side, seeing Xinguang push more than 10 reps, Gao Yuan had a feeling of excitement in her heart. "I didn't expect him to be able to bench press such heavy weights. 200 kilograms, even Tai Nian can't lift it. Moreover, he's much skinnier than Tai Nian. What's going on?" Turning to Xinguang, after easily pushing 12 reps, he put the weights back on the rack and turned to remind Zhongqi, "You can refund the money now." A total of 85,000 yuan. Zhongqi was still in shock, so he stammered, I, Xinguang said calmly, "Transfer the money to my account. I'll come to train again in 2 days." Remember to change to a more capable PT, lying down and lifting less than 200 kilograms and already wanting to die. It's really ruining the reputation. Just then, his phone rang. Xingwang picked it up and saw that it was Xinnuo calling. Seeing that there was something to show off, he held up the phone in front of Gaoyuan and spoke up. "I'll go first. The beauty is waiting. I can't keep her waiting long." Seeing the photo of Xinnuo on Xingwang's phone screen, Gaoyuan was shocked and asked herself, "This loser has a girlfriend, and she's a great beauty." A moment later, at the meeting place with Xinnuo, Xingwang was sitting with her in a luxurious restaurant. A plate of delicious beef was brought out. Immediately after, Xinnuo began the conversation with a bright expression and a gentle smile. "I'm really grateful to you, Xingwang, for not dwelling on the past and helping me. I have nothing to repay you with, so I can only treat you to a meal and chat to express my gratitude." Without even looking at her, he only looked at the plate of meat and replied with an indifferent expression. Seeing his reaction, Xinnuo thought to herself, "He looks cold, but he's actually pretending to hold back, right? He rejected me so bluntly last time, but this time he accepted. It seems like I can win him back." Breaking the somewhat tense atmosphere, Xinnuo changed the subject. Maokung is currently in a state of chaos. After the last incident, it lost a lot of top supporters. The revenue from the core streamers is less than 1/10 of what it used to be. Boss He is constantly going crazy in the company. Now the company is even increasing the commission rate and finding ways to deduct income. A streamer's income of 100,000 yuan, after all kinds of deductions, is less than 3,000 yuan when they receive it. Hearing her say so much, Xingwang only replied with a question, "That bad?" Finding a topic they could talk about, Xinnuo's eyes welled up with tears as she replied, "What else can I do?" The company forced the streamers to propose terminating the contract and tricked them into taking the contract violation money to recover. "You know, people in our industry only have a few years of blooming." Saying this, she took back her tears and switched to a bright expression. "I couldn't survive anymore, so I thought of finding another way out. I didn't expect to meet that scumbag Zhong Wenqing. I'm really grateful to you that day. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do." Xingwang smiled slightly, pondering, at this moment, no matter how sincere the thanks are, it's useless. The gratitude of this kind of person is extremely cheap. If I was still a failed and poor wretch, even if I acted righteously, I wouldn't be thanked. I would only be seen as a simp. Thinking this, he took on the role of a teacher. However, dealing with this kind of person is very simple. Han Xingwang's course began, paint a bright future for her. When she feels that this fat bait is easy to get, then smash it ruthlessly, causing her to tear her hair out and feel itchy in her heart. Then, everyone else gets this opportunity except her, and then make her realize that her previous bootlicking is what caused her to miss the opportunity. I'm afraid her heart will be broken. Based on the lecture he had self-presented in his head, he began to implement it with Xinnuo. He reached out, a smile on his lips, and replied to her, "It was a small matter. But this time I came mainly because I have something I want to ask you to help with." Hearing this, Xinnuo asked anxiously, "What is it? As long as I can do it." He smiled and said, "Currently, the number of streamers that Dujin has signed is not reaching the goal in my plan. There are good seedlings, but they lack experience. I'm currently lacking experienced streamers with top achievements, hoping they can help guide the new streamers." I see. While she was talking, he suddenly received a phone call. "Sorry, I'll take this call." This call was also in Xingwang's plan. "Hello, wait a moment. Sorry, I have something to do. I have to leave first. We'll talk in detail when we're free." Saying this, he turned and left, leaving Xinnuo with excitement in her heart. He probably wants to say that I'm suitable for the requirements, right? It must be. Who else is there besides me? Going outside, he took out his phone again. On the screen was a post on Zhao Qingqing's personal page. "Finally, my luck has arrived. Why is there such a good boss? I originally just wanted to follow Sister Gao to earn a living, but I didn't expect Boss He to give me such unimaginable treatment. Did I save the Milky Way in my previous life? I will work hard and earn money for Boss He." Clenching fist. Below the post was a comment from Gaowen, "Work hard together." At the same time, the system also issued a notification. Xinuo's level of regret increased by 5%. He smiled smugly. Everything is under control. At Xinuo's house, she had also read Qinking's post. In her head, the thought appeared, Zhao Qinking's contract violation money must be as high as 2 million yuan, right? I didn't expect her to leave so decisively. With her level, she can work at Dujin. My working ability is better than hers. The next one must be me. Thinking this, she sighed again. If I had a good relationship with Han Xingwang before, then my position at Dujin would definitely not be inferior to Gao Wen's. Now I've fallen to the point where I have to compare myself to Zhao Qingking. It's okay, I'm younger than Gao Wen. I have plenty of opportunities. The next day, at the office of Myokun Media, as soon as Xinuo arrived, her colleagues all showed a look of alienation. She's here, leave quickly, leave quickly. Confused by everyone's attitude, she asked blankly, what are you doing? Just then, Bossy opened the door and shouted, Xinuo, come in here. As soon as she stepped inside, Bossy spoke up, the situation is like this. Because you seduced the investor's man, the investor is now extremely angry and wants to withdraw the investment. You have to bear part of the loss, Xinuo explained anxiously, but I'm also a victim. Moreover, Zhong Wensheng was also instructed by you to compete for. Bossy, hearing this, angrily slammed the table. I don't want to see the process, I only want to see the result. Of course, I won't ask you to compensate for all the losses, I know you don't have that money. Let's do this, just change the contract to double the contract violation money. Hearing that unreasonable proposal, Xinuo was stunned and asked, what? Boss, he became even more angry and shouted, do I need to repeat myself? Xinuo, if you can't save the loss, then you can just wait to be ruined. Going outside, she was surprised to see that her colleagues were all packing up their things. She curiously turned to someone and asked, what are you doing? A girl nearby turned back and replied, of course, I'm leaving. Instead of being sad about having to leave, the girl replied happily, of course. I heard they're all going to Dujin. Compared to the treatment at Dujin, this little compensation money is nothing. I have a sister who was lucky enough to be among the first group of streamers to sign a contract with Dujin. She just took office and bought a house in the city center, paying for it all at once. Their boss is extremely generous and often gives gifts on live to the streamers under his command. This part of the revenue is also divided among the streamers according to the usual ratio. It's not like Myokun, where the percentage for the platform is all calculated into the streamer's operating costs. Hearing those words, Xinuo gritted her teeth, thinking, Myokun is a boat that will definitely sink. Am I going to sink with them? The girl happily reminded, there are still few streamers who have signed contracts with Dujin. If you go now, you'll receive very good resources. Moreover, Bossy will spend money to invest in building social media accounts for them. I heard that you can make up for the contract violation money in 1 month. If you hesitate any longer, you might miss the bonus period. I'm also going to submit my resignation application. I'll go tomorrow. If you go, I'll recommend you. Hearing this, Xinuo's heart became even more determined. If you don't let go of the small shrimp, how can you catch the big fish? It's just double the contract violation money. I can pay it even if I drain all my money. Moreover, Han Xingwang said those words to me. He definitely values my working ability and wants to recruit me to his company. If I go to Dujin, then wouldn't I rise to the top? Han Xingwang is also a businessman. What are the dirty things from before in front of benefits? If he doesn't take the initiative to find me, then I have to seize the opportunity to actively find him. Now is not the time to hold back. A week later, Xinuo met her colleague at a cafe. The girl spoke up, Xinuo, your conditions are very good in all aspects. It's just a pity that Dujin has already recruited enough people. They've received so many streamers who have switched jobs, saying they need to digest a bit. I don't know when the next recruitment will be. Hearing those words, Xinuo was petrified on the spot. What? Her whole body trembled, her teeth clenched, her head confused, thinking, I just paid the contract violation money, and they've already recruited enough people. At the same time, in his office, Xinguang was leisurely browsing his phone. The system appeared with a notification, causing him to smirk. Xinuo's level of regret increased by 20%. The next day, at Xinuo's house, she was sitting and reviewing her previous text messages with Xinguang. Mr. Hang, what was the specific matter that you said you needed to talk about in detail last time? Ah, I almost forgot Zhao Qingqing has arrived here. This matter isn't urgent for now, okay. Pulling down the messages from 6 days ago, I just paid the contract violation money to Maya-kun and want to recommend myself. I think I'm also an experienced streamer with top revenue. Do you think I'm good? I'm busy these days. You can contact Gao when okay. Thank you, Mr. Hang. 5 days ago, I heard that Dujin has recruited enough people. Can I have a chance? 3 days ago, Mr. Hang. 2 days ago, Mr. Hang. Are you very busy these days? 1 day ago, Mr. Hang. Sorry, I'm going to take a bath. Mr. Hang, let's have a meal and talk sometime. Reading the messages from the past few days, the level of regret in Xinuo's heart increased several times. If I could have firmly cancelled the contract and surrendered before he expressed his goodwill, then I wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Her spirit was broken by her current situation. All my money is gone, the house payment can't be paid, and the interest on the loan next month. The account balance is 832.12 yuan. My future is also gone. She recalled her previous conversation with Boss He, who mocked, "Bitch, I heard that Dujin doesn't want you. You deserve it." He glared and threatened, "You think you can live well after leaving Maya-kun? Don't even think about it. No matter where you go, I will suppress you to the end. I will cooperate with all the companies in the industry to black you out. How can it be like this? I've already paid the contract violation money." He sneered and replied, "It's simply because I'm happy." Thinking back to that time, she curled up on the small chair, asking herself what she should do now. Switching the scene to Dujin Media, Gao Wen went to Xingwang's office. She spoke up, "Right, Xinguo contacted me, wanting to meet you once. Although it's Xinguo, her working ability is very good, so I wanted to ask you." Xinguang smiled slightly and replied, "Listen to your opinion, meet once then." Some time later, Xinguang met Xinguo at a cafe. Observing her, he thought to himself, it seems that letting her calm down for a few days has indeed made her wiser. Xinguo can be used for now. Beginning the conversation, Xinguo said with a sad face, speaking sincere words, "Indeed, I was very arrogant before, feeling that I was better than everyone else at everything, and even dreamed that you would recruit me to be the backbone. It's only now that I understand that I'm not that important. Maya-kun is suppressing me, and other live streaming companies don't dare to accept me." Her eyes drooping, she shyly made a suggestion. "I want to join Dujin. I don't need high treatment. 10,000 yuan a month is enough. I just want a chance." Without letting her continue, Xinguang raised his hand to stop her, his eyes as cold as paper. Seeing this, Xinuo became even more worried, her heart beating fast. But immediately after, he reached out his hand again, a gentle smile on his lips. "Don't belittle yourself. Although Dujin has recruited enough streamers, that's only for outsiders. At least we can be considered former colleagues who know your abilities. I've never exploited streamers. I can't take advantage of you at this time. We're all old colleagues. If you want to join Dujin, then I can decide. As for the treatment." Saying this, he paused for a moment, then pretended to be embarrassed. S-level and A-level streamers have full treatment. Each level has different synchronized resources. If you come, you can only start from level B, but we have sales assessments. With your ability, you'll be promoted soon. Xinguo, hearing this, hesitated a little in her heart, but still accepted the treatment of a level B streamer. "Level B, I'll think about it." Then she nodded happily. "I agree." Xinguang smiled and instructed her to contact Gao Wen. Just say that he said so. Xinuo's heart was filled with even more regret from before. If I had smiled at him more and ridiculed him less, then would today be different? Ending the conversation, the two then left. Going outside, Xinguo bowed and spoke up. "I didn't expect the people who would help me at the last minute to be you and Gao Wen. the people I looked down on before. If you don't understand other people's suffering, then don't discuss their sins. I feel very ashamed for what I did before. Xingwon smiled slightly. It's good that you understand. Along with that, the system issued a notification. Xinuo's level of regret increased by 5%. Xinuo's level of regret reached 99%. The system rewards 5 accumulation points. On the way back, Xingwon walked and thought, a knife doesn't cut you, so you never know the pain. He opened the system panel and added all the points to physique. Increase, increase, increase. Receiving the accumulation points, he immediately used them. In the eyes of passers-by, Xingwon's actions were no different from a crazy person with a short circuit. The physique points were continuously added. The system notified, the host's physique points have reached the peak level of ordinary people. Has the host felt his biceps grow bigger? The host can try to challenge the limits of human beings. Clearly feeling the change in his body, Xingwon couldn't help but exclaim, it's too much. He walked with confidence. It's time to go show off in front of Gaoyuan and Wang Tairan at the gym. Wang Tairan was now flexing his muscles and squeezing his glutes to squat with weights. Xingwon looked at him with a sinister gaze. He's not lightly stimulated, huh? But sorry, I'm a player who uses hacks. Thinking this, he went to the front desk and said, I'll run first today. Standing next to Wang Tairan, Gaoyuan's gaze was now focused on Xingwon. She blushed, thinking, I just have a feeling that he's changed. It's only been a week, but he seems to have more spirit. He also looks very tall and his figure is more balanced. Noticing Gao Yuan's gaze towards Xingwon, Wang Tairan glanced over with a look full of discomfort. Then he went to Xingwon and said, Old friend, you said last time you wanted to change to a stronger PT. Do you think I meet the standards? Just waiting for him to come over, Xingwon nodded. Of course, you more than meet the standards. His eyes immediately became dangerous, and then he made a suggestion. Then today we'll do cardio first, run for 50 minutes, then start weight training. Xingwon, hearing this, was a little surprised and asked, run for 50 minutes. Wang Tairan led him to the treadmill area and explained, I see that your muscle strength is not a problem, but if you train, endurance is also very important. 50 minutes is the basic threshold. If you can't conquer it, then you can't experience the hardship of training. Xingwon, hearing this, pretended to smile bitterly. Okay, I'll try. I've never run for more than 50 minutes straight. Wang Tairan frowned, thinking he could lift 200 kilograms last time. It must have just been pure strength. His endurance is definitely not good. He wants to show off in front of my woman. Huh. Don't even think about it. I'll make him lose all face. Gaoyuan and Wang Tairan trained together, but their eyes always followed Xingwon. The noise and commotion on Xingwon's side made Wang Tairan uncomfortable. At this moment, several girls abandoned their training and ran to where Xingwon was running. Gaoyuan curiously said, Honey, let's go over there and see. Wang Tairan, with a worried expression, thought to himself, what is this kid up to now? He's already ugly, but he's still causing so much trouble. On the treadmill, Xingwon was still running fast. Wang Tairan, seeing that he didn't show any signs of fatigue, started to sweat. The girls at this moment didn't bother to train, but kept chattering around Xingwon. Is this body something I can see? I want to try it so badly. Moreover, he's a handsome guy. I want to see him in a black suit. It must be so hot. Then I'll take off his suit. The thickness of his muscles is just right. How can he train so well? Oh my God, he looks so cool running at an accelerated pace for an hour. Seeing the sweat soaking his shirt, one girl couldn't help but scream, I can't take it anymore. I see the sweat flowing down his body. The girl's nose spurted blood and she fainted. Turning back, Gaoyuan saw something strange. Her whole body trembled. Wang Tairan frowned and called, Gaoyuan. Not paying attention to his call, in Gaoyuan's eyes at this moment, there was only Xingwon's body. Hormones were rising, and hot drops of sweat were constantly falling from her flushed face. She thought, this body is really amazing. Along with that, the system also issued a notification about Gaoyuan's level of regret. Xingwon smiled to himself, thinking, I guessed correctly. For Gao Yuan, the body is the most important thing. He was so focused on thinking that he didn't know that his smile was causing many girls fall in love. One of them couldn't help but scream, "He's smiling. He's so hot. I'm so hooked." After running for 50 minutes, he wiped the sweat off his body and approached Wang Tairan, saying, "Trainer Wang, 50 minutes is a bit short. Are you really planning a gym plan for me?" Wang Tairan couldn't believe his ears. His eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. What the hell? This kid is definitely showing off. There's no way he can run for 50 minutes without being tired at all. What is he pretending for? Trying to maintain his composure, he spoke up and advised, "You just finished running. Rest for 10 minutes to relax." He raised his eyebrows and scratched his face, saying, "Do I have to rest? Is it necessary? I only have 2 hours to train today. We should save time and train more items." Seeing his serious expression, Gao Yuan was certain in her heart that he wasn't pretending at all. On the contrary, Wang Tairan still didn't believe it and speculated on his own. Save time, he wants to train more items. He feels like it's rare to learn a lesson, and he won't have this money to spend later, so he wants to train a little more to make it worth the money, right? Thinking this, he pretended to advise, "This isn't something to show off and joke about. Training should still be moderate. If you try to do too much, you won't be able to swallow it. If you need to rest, then rest. If your body is overworked, there will be a tragedy." Xin Wang said indifferently, "I'm not tired at all, Trainer Wang. Why do you keep refusing? Is there something wrong with my health? Don't I know myself?" Wang Tairan, hearing this, was furious, but because of his face, he only dared to think in his head, "This kid is so stubborn now. I remember that he was just a weak chicken before. At that time, I bribed a few thugs to cause trouble with Gao Yuan. Hang Xingwang didn't know his limits and stepped forward to stop them. As a result, he was chased by the thugs and had no power to fight back. He couldn't even run. With just a few moves, he was pressed to the ground and beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. It was at that time that I descended from the sky as a hero to save the beauty, forming a clear contrast with Hang Xingwang. Gao Yuan was suddenly subdued by the aura of a man, so she came to my side. How could my goddess have this ending? Cutting off his memory, Xingwang's call rang out. What should we train now? A confident smile on his face, he said, I'm very busy. Please trouble Trainer Wang to improve the efficiency a bit. Wang Tairan didn't reply immediately, but looked down at his legs and thought, he came prepared. I definitely can't let him show off in front of Gao Yuan again. His legs are so thin, they don't seem to have any muscles. He must have forgotten to train legs on a regular basis. Thinking this, he smiled and said, since the last time our old classmate came here, we have seriously recorded the situation of your body and specially created a training plan for you. I see that your legs are quite thin. You must rarely train them on a regular basis. That's not good. If you train without training legs, you'll be impotent sooner or later. Xingwang, hearing this, also found it reasonable. That's right. For a man, this is no small matter. System, add a little reward. I'm telling the truth. In response to him, the system appeared. The host's shameless appearance when asking me for rewards is too casual. I can't help but want to reward the host. How about rewarding 10,000? It was just a casual remark, but he didn't expect the system to actually do it. Wang Tairan walked over and patted his shoulder, his eyes cunning and his smile dangerous. He said, then today we'll start training from the legs. Let's go to the equipment area. He also decisively nodded. Okay. Wang Tairan smiled triumphantly, thinking, training legs is great. Training legs is awesome. Wait a moment. I'll make you scream miserably, make you collapse, make you no longer have the aura of a man. At that time, Gao Yuan will know how useless you are and will only love me more. Gao Yuan behind him also noticed Xingwang's legs and thought to herself, indeed, Hang Xingwang's legs look very weak. After all, he's still not as good as Tairan. A moment later, the clock struck 5 p.m. Wang Tairan's expression at this moment looked extremely surprised. Xingwang, while training, spoke up and asked, Trainer Wang, we've trained 3 pieces of equipment and it's been more than an hour. Why don't I feel any swelling, Is the weight of the equipment at your place different from the standard? Wang Toirun gaped and exclaimed, "What did you say?" Standing next to him, Yuan was now completely smitten. The system also sent a notification. Yuan's level of regret increased by 30%. Seeing this, Xingwang smiled secretly. The growth rate is getting faster and faster. As soon as he turned to leave, Yuan hurriedly ran after him. Wang Toirun, with a dazed expression, called Yuan. She ran in front of him, her appearance shy, and asked Han Xingwang, "Are you coming tomorrow?" Her words, "Are you coming tomorrow?" were no different from a thunderbolt striking Wang Toirun. Officially from this moment, Wang Toirun was knighted as a cuckold. Yuan had completely fallen for Xingwang. Her eyes, her breathing, even her heart in her stomach, Yuan Vian wanted to dedicate to Han Xingwang. Yuan took out her phone and proactively suggested, "Han Xingwang, have we added each other as friends yet? Should I scan your code, or should you scan mine?" Wang Toirun, hearing this, couldn't help but be startled. Xingwang then took out his phone and scanned Yuan's friend code. After achieving his goal, he smiled and left gracefully. Yuan at this moment was extremely excited. After adding Xingwang as a friend, she only focused her eyes on her phone, ignoring Wang Toirun standing beside her, who was extremely worried. He covered his face, a tense train of thought appearing in his head. She's smiling, and she's looking at Han Xingwang's contact information, smiling so sweetly. He angrily grabbed her hand and asked, "Yuan, why did you add him as a friend?" Yuan replied coldly, "He's an important customer of ours. I'm adding a customer's account to develop my business. Is that not allowed?" Hearing her explanation, Wang Toirun became even more angry. He snapped, "What important customer is he?" Yuan also didn't give in, angrily shouting, "What do you mean? Don't tell me you suspect I have something going on with Han Xingwang?" Wang Toirun tried his best to remind her, "That kid has had intentions towards you for a long time, don't you know?" The atmosphere began to become tense as Yuan turned to blame him. "Wang Toirun, if you suspect me, then just say it straight. Be a man, okay? Don't talk in such a sarcastic way." Seeing her get angry with him, Wang Toirun immediately shrank back, his mouth stammering as he called her name. But Yuan felt uncomfortable with his weak appearance. She snorted coldly and turned to walk towards Xingwang. In the elevator, on the 7th floor, the system's voice rang out. Yuan's level of regret increased by 5%. At the same time, Xingwang was browsing his friend list. Jia Sisui helped me on the 15th, bro. Liu Bin, the next one on the 14th, explosive point accumulation, 3 Yuan, forget everything. Xingwang was inwardly pleased. As long as Wang Toirun makes more mistakes, then I can sit back and wait for Yuan to pull up her level of regret. Wang Toirun, work hard, I'm counting on you. Good points and bad points can be compared. Whether it's women or men, it's the same. Once you compare, the worst side makes more mistakes and sometimes does nothing, similar to having done everything. Wait for the opportunity to come, and a little bit of favor can receive a large income. At this moment, his phone rang, a call from explosive point accumulation, one Lin Mengxi. He smiled, thinking, "Just right, I was just about to find her." As soon as Xingwang answered the phone, Lin Mengxi's voice rang out. "Xingwang, are you free tonight?" Xingwang frowned and replied in a cold voice, "Not free." On this side, Lin Mengxi was at the hair salon. She asked again, "So busy?" Xingwang replied, "Whether I'm busy or not depends on what you're looking for me for. If it's something meaningless, then I'm busy." Hearing this, Mengxi immediately caught the signal. She smiled and said, "I want to invite you to dinner." "To me, having dinner with you is a meaningful thing." Xingwang, having just released the signal, turned cold again, causing Mengxi to exclaim in confusion, "What?" He continued, "Today is a work day. I don't date while skipping work." As soon as he hung up the phone, Xingwang's face turned gloomy. He looked at his phone, his lips pursed tightly, his emotions of anticipation urging his mind. "Increase the level of regret, increase it for me." A quiet atmosphere, with no sound of the system ringing out, Xingwang sighed dejectedly. "What exactly do I have to do to make this 1% level of regret increase? Why is it so difficult to increase?" Turning to Lin Mengxi, after the beep of the call, she was confused. He just hung up like that. She angrily left her seat. The hairdresser suddenly exclaimed, "Miss Lin, your hair isn't finished yet." Lin Mengxi frowned and replied, "What's the point of finishing it? What's the point of doing it?" At home, Lin Mengxi returned with annoyance. She kicked open the door, then threw herself on the bed and shouted, "Hang Xingwang, I hate you." Switching the scene to Doujin Media, seeing Xingwang sneeze, Gao Wen asked with concern, "Xingwang, do you have a cold?" He replied, "No, someone must be cursing me behind my back, right? What is this document? You said last time you wanted me to review some charity auctions. This is the result of my review. Take a look." Xingwang took the document and flipped through the pages. When he saw an item named Wenbao Zieshong, he turned to Gao Wen and registered for this auction. She replied, "Many famous people from abroad are participating in this auction." Xingwang, hearing this, became even more excited and sneered, "That's great, to snatch back the cultural relics of our country from their hands. Moreover, the cultural relics of Zieshong, you can tell at a glance that the price is sky high. Wouldn't I have to be arrogant and reckless for a while?" Gao Wen, hearing this, smiled in agreement. "You're right, I'll go arrange it right away." Saying this, she turned and left. At the same time, Xingwang's phone rang again. Explosive point accumulation. One Lin Mengxi was calling. He hung up abruptly. At her home, once again having to hear the beep beep beep, Lin Mengxi was still confused. "He hung up my phone." Walking around the room, she wondered and muttered, "What did I say wrong? What did I do wrong? Why did he hang up without asking anything? Don't tell me he won't even answer my phone in the future. It's so annoying, I can't guess what he's thinking." She helplessly sat down on the bed. "It's not that I've lost my chance, right?